Welcome to the ultimate Madrid food guide. Mouth-watering jamon, mountains of tapas, juicy roast suckling pig, chocolate and churros, and more. This is an epic compilation of all my Madrid food tour videos, and I'm going to show you the best places to eat in Madrid. So let's go. Nowadays, pastry chef Roberto and his family make the best melted hot chocolate in Madrid. It's packed down here. I hope you can hear us over the noise. Everybody's having something sweet, some sort of mid-morning snack.
They don't do churros here. They do soletillas, ladyfingers. So make sure that you order some soletillas to dunk. It's a beautiful delivery device.
Oh, show me that dunk again. Show me the beautiful dunk.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
Wow, wow, wow. And so delicious.
Okay, and why is this chocolate so delicious? Well, here's the thing. A lot of chocolate, a lot of this hot chocolate in Madrid, this melted chocolate, is actually made from powder. They add milk to powder. But here, Roberto actually melts down little, like chocolate buttons in a sense, to make actual melted chocolate. And that's what makes it so creamy and so rich.
Well, this is so good that I need to kill this. I never finished one cup of chocolate, but this time, almost.
Okay, next stop, ham.
Before COVID, Luismi and family were happily running their popular ham shop and bar on Calle Mayor. But the pandemic hit, the tourists vanished, and business dried up. But 2 years later, a pandemic resurrection, they're back, serving and selling top-shelf jamon and Iberian products.
Qué bonito, chicos.
Oof.
So Luismi is looking after Lucia, our first babysitter.
I'm loving this. This is like
Yeah.
a romantic date.
Salud.
Salud. Chorizo, salchichón, lomo, cheese, and beautiful ham. Chorizo,
Oh, you take the skin off. I generally don't.
Sometimes, it depends on the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah. Mondays, you take the skin off. Yeah.
beautiful. I will put this even in a paella. No.
Oh my God.
No, I would not. Skin on.
Skin on. Oh my God, so good. So good. And what I love about this place is that you can come here, you can get ham to taste, you can have a glass of wine, you can try some oil, get all the pig products, or you can get them to take away and get them vacuum packed. Should we go for some loin together?
Yeah.
Cheers. Cheers. Hey, slap that loin. That's very weird. I'm not going to slap your ham. Okay, just a little. That's so weird. Just let it melt.
It's beautiful.
So good.
Delicate. For breakfast, morning tea, lunch, afternoon tea, dinner, everything.
The thing I realized, Yoly, we do not eat ham often at home. We don't eat enough ham.
Yeah, we need to can we buy a leg now?
No, because we've got to go to New Zealand. But
Wow, okay.
all right, 10 seconds
You
left.
enjoy that?
Yeah, enjoy. Great.
Cigarette?
Yeah. Quick cigarette. And, The fat is so good. It's the best date we've ever had. Here we go,
back?
baby's back.
Baby's
Okay,
back.
date's over.
Aquí vamos a hacer los
Jamón
mejores.
y babysitters.
Yes.
Sí, ya.
Babysitter free.
Hablamos. Ciao. Casa Revuelta hasn't changed a bit since it opened in 1966. Tiny, sparse, always bustling, it's a portal to the past. And like many classic joints, it's famous for one killer dish. Okay, so they do not make bars like this one anymore. I love the awkward space and everybody packs into this tiny little space. There's often a queue outside. The wine they serve, it's simple, but it's classic Valdepeña. If you came to Madrid 50, 100 years ago, this is what people were drinking. And of course, the pièce de la résistance, they do one thing, well, they do a few things, but really they do one thing, they're famous for, they do it well. Bacalao, salt cod. This is the best salt cod in Madrid. Let's go. Oh my God. Crispy on the outside, so flaky and moist on the inside. And there's like this secret layer of like something fatty just under the batter. Yoly, has it been a while since you've had the bacalao?
Oh, yeah. Delicious. Come and taste this, guys. So wonderful.
Ah, mira. Hombre, muchas gracias. And guys, I mean, the wine is so small, you got to have two. Two is one. Three is probably one glass. Amazing. I love that place. So good to be back. All right, I'm on my own. Yoly's left.
we need a vermouth.
There comes a moment in every day when you say to yourself, I could go a vermouth about now. And in my humble opinion, Taverna La Concha is the best place to enjoy this pre-lunch ritual.
Nice, James. Very cool. So here's the thing. Vermouth for me is so much more than just a drink. Yeah, okay, it's a fortified wine, but it's actually a ritual, and that's the key to understanding it. You know, it's that moment before lunch when you're excited, you're meeting your friends, and you're just having your first drink. It almost tastes like hope. Hope that you'll have a wonderful, big, long lunch. And what I love here in La Concha is that they make it a ritual with the way they put it together. And
Ginebra.
let's see if it's how I remember. It's strong too, guys. Always remember my vermouth haiku. 1 vermouth is great, 2 vermouth is even better, 3 vermouths, you'll never make lunch.
Uy, funciona.
Vermouth ice cream. Now here's a first. Ooh. Ooh, it's better than I thought it would be. Gorgonzola ice cream. Oi. Ooh. Ooh, yeah, that is my favorite. Really cheesy. That's good. Okay, last sip. Okay, quick tip before we find Yoly. The beauty also of La Concha is it's right at the beginning. It's like the gateway to Cava, Baja, this street with like 50 bars down here. I have a whole video on that, which I'll link to below. And so you can start here with your vermouth and then just like hit the bars down the street, which is just like the best plan I could ever imagine for a Saturday afternoon. Ay, nena, 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 nena. Whee! Okay, so update.
Yeah?
The vermouth was good. I only had 1.
Really?
Although there was a little top up in there for the camera, just to get some B-roll.
I was sure I couldn't believe that.
Are you ready for snails?
Yes, always.
Let's go to caracoles.
They don't make them like this anymore. Run by 93-year-old, yes, 93-year-old Amadeo and his kids and grandkids. This is a true rustic Madrid tavern. And if you dig snails, you've hit the motherland.
Mira.
Hasta luego.
Adiós, cómetelo.
Guys, look, I know the reality. Not all of you are going to come to Madrid and eat snails, but it's a classic Madrid dish. And if you're up for them, Casa Amadeo is the place to get them. It's this big, juicy bowl of yummy snails. It's spicy, the broth. There's chorizo in there. I had to include this on my top 10. Oh my God. To be honest, the snail doesn't taste of much. It's like a protein delivery device. But the broth, the richness, look at these big bits of fat that are wobbling around.
Sí,
¿Sabes qué dice Cervantes?
¿Qué decía?
Que en la vida no se debe comer bien, se debe comer mejor.
Eso.
Y yo añado que de la panza nace la danza.
First, the juice.
It's a 3-step process, right?
Yeah. Juice, snail, juice.
Oh,
Got it all.
yeah. Step 3.
That sauce is just beautiful. And step 3.
You gotta get more from the.
No, that's step 4.
Vale, okay. You got some juice.
Oh, the sauce is just delicious.
Yeah, right. You thought that was it, but I have something else for you.
Oh, surprise, surprise.
The best callos in Madrid, perhaps. So about 4 years ago, something happened to me. There was a moment I woke up, and it was a winter's day. It was really cold in Madrid, January, and I woke up craving callos. It had never happened to me before. I'd never been a big fan, but at that moment, I knew I had gone native in Spain. It doesn't taste like you think tripe might taste like. It's just full of rich broth and sauce, and it is similar to the snail sauce, but there's other meats in there, and gelatinous, it's gooey. This just warms the cockles of your heart. It sticks to your ribs, and it's so good. Guys, in case you didn't already know, I've written a guide to Madrid. It's the guide I wish I had when I first moved here. It's got all my favorite bars and restaurants plotted. It's got museum hacks, secret stops, full neighborhood guides, scams to avoid, transport tips, the whole lot. And also, if you grab the guide, you get access to my exclusive Google map that gives you all my favorite spots plotted, so you can have all my recommendations in your pocket when you're here in Madrid. So if you're curious about the guide, check out the link in the description below.
Bueno, me alegro verte. Mucho amor. Un beso. Hasta luego. Ciao.
Day 2, you may notice we're
wearing different clothes.
Always beautiful.
That's because we wouldn't take you to all these places in one day. I mean, we wouldn't do that. That would be obscene. We're not going to kill you with food if you come and stay with us.
We may kill ourselves with food, but not you guys.
So next stop, Cádiz, sort of.
Madrid, a Spanish melting pot, is the perfect city to taste dishes from across the country. And Sanlúcar, deep in La Latina, serves up food from my other true love, the city of Cádiz. Altramuz, you open like this, typical from the south.
Ooh.
Open it up like that. Don't eat the skin.
Okay.
They're called chochitos, little vaginas.
Little vagina. Yeah, I was going to leave that to you to explain.
Yeah.
Okay, just to be clear, we're going to order a lot of food here, but also Andres here wants us to show a few different dishes. So we're not going to finish everything, so don't judge us. Okay, so one of my favorite dishes from the south are papas aliñas. It's like a potato salad of sorts, but totally different from one you might have been expecting. It's got parsley, it's got vinegar, and it's got tuna on top. And it's just this bite of freshness. Oh yeah. It's like this, beautiful potato. So it's got that kind of round, not sharp flavor, but then with the vinegar and the parsley and the garlic, makes it really sharp, and it's cold and it's refreshing.
Woo! There's some room here. There's certainly not croquetas. Yum, 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 yum.
Gooey.
Very gooey.
So what are they?
They are sea anemones. This is like, wow. This is Cádiz. This is the south of Spain. This is like just, wow. See.
Lucia loves them.
Yeah, I don't know.
Flamenco.
Flamenco.
Presa ibérica, baby.
What's that in English?
A beautiful cut from the Iberian pig.
This is a beautiful cut from the Iberian pig that I'm gonna try right now. And it is beautiful, and it's Iberian, I can tell.
And it's from a pig.
We might be really full when we live here, but we will keep eating for you guys.
These chipirones, cuttlefish a la mancilla look amazing, Yoly.
I know.
Uy, yum. Wow. So good. When it's good, it's amazing. A la manzanilla, so you get your...
Yeah. I have
fix.
my very tender cuttlefish.
Yeah.
And the sauce is delicious.
I'm going for the tentacles, Yoly. Doing it with one hand with the camera. Ooh. Oh, I've never had that here before. Beautiful parsley flavor. You don't really taste the manzanilla, but it's in there. Give it a bit of body. Ole.
Los hermanitos de Santa Fe.
Ole, muchas gracias.
Buen provecho.
Qué ricos. Okay, so Andres, the owner here, is very proud of the beautiful food they have. So he's given us extra dishes. We've eaten so much. We're just starting out. I'm a little scared, Yoly.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
You're all about taking it for the team. And also, there's a dessert. Even though at one time we've got more coming, the dessert that he wants us to try. Los piononos.
Los piononos.
Piononos, no?
Piononos.
From Granada. What is it? Like a sponge cake that's...
Yeah, exactly. With it's got some toffee
egg yolk,
sauce,
like
caramel.
We obviously know a lot about this dish, the way we're speaking about it. So get into it. What? Show me.
Do you want to try it first?
Ooh. So let me show that. What? Okay, so we've just double checked with Andres so we can speak about this dish. What? Andres is serving us more things. So stop one going well. You might not make stop two. This is. Okay, let me just film this so you can see what we're dealing with here.
Uy, un Pedro Jiménez. Oy. Oy, el espesor. Oy. El colorcito.
One for Yoly, who's not drinking.
Ya, just un poquitito. Ya está. No lo malgastes, es que como no estoy con la teta, no...
Pionono, what is it? It's like a sponge cake that's been soaked in
liquors sometimes, or
almíbar.
Almíbar, like a.
I'll put them down in the description below. Try it, Yoly.
It's going to my head, all the food.
Yeah. See now?
Very, very yummy, very delicious. You don't want any, right, James?
What?
You're saying
you're the one who has the who has the sweet tooth again? Was it you or me? I can't remember. Yeah. Oh yeah, that is naughty. That is very naughty.
It's very naughty.
Soaked in like, I'm not even trying it. All right. Sí, muchas gracias, chicos. Nos vemos. Muchas gracias. Nos vemos. Oh my God, how can we keep eating after that, Yoly? We need to stop and gather ourselves.
And like make
Take an air.
hunger. We need to make hunger.
We must make hunger. T-shirt. All right, let's go.
Okay, so we have a little problem. I told you that in this video I was going to take you to my 10 favorite places. I'm actually taking you to 11 places because I couldn't whittle it down. I struggled. But I'm going to get around this on a technicality. We're going to call the next two places one place, which kind of makes sense because they're kind of like a two-punch. They're sort of part of the same play and they go wonderfully together. And first up, La Casa del Abuelo.
If I had to live off one dish for the rest of my life, hands down it would be gambas al ajillo, garlic shrimp. And the best place to get it? La Casa del Abuelo, family run since 1906.
So you're the expert on these. Why is it so good?
I think everything about this place is like amazing, like the texture, the flavor, the olive oil in there, the parsley, the garlic, the chilies.
You just named all the ingredients. That's all there is.
I know, but it's just perfect for me. I don't know, it's like the plate for life. Make sure that you get plenty of bread and just dip it in this beautiful yummy sauce.
Oh, burning my throat. I'm so eager to eat them. You can get this dish all over Madrid, but there's something about how they do it here. The waiters get here in the morning and start peeling the shrimp. They're plump, they're firm, they're big. And the classic play was to pair it all with this sweet wine that they make themselves, El Vino del Abuelo. And these little glasses, chateau glasses, they don't make them anymore. So these guys make their own to keep the tradition alive. And it pairs perfectly. And what I love so much about this place, true Madrid style, the kitchen is just a little corner of the bar with a grill and a fryer, and your food is cooked right before your eyes.
Muchas gracias, tío. Un verdadero placer.
Ciao. Okay, so next stop, just 2 doors up, my home away from home, my happy place.
Casa Tony!
Oh yeah, let's go.
Casa Tony is my cheers. It's the real deal. Juan and brother David serve up rib-sticking, no BS food, all cooked the old school way, right behind the bar. And like any authentic Tusker, it's got a ramshackle photo wall of old friends and happy memories.
Okay, so here's the thing at Casa Tony. It's not like Revuelta or El Abuelo where you're getting kind of one thing, the specialty. Here you're going to get a spread of dishes. We've got fried baby cuttlefish, fried anchovies, we've got mollejas, the sweet bread of a lamb. We've got grilled mushrooms and bravas, just rib-sticking bravas. And this is like home cooking. This is cooking that's just like, wow, just makes you feel happy. It fills your soul.
Buttered and fried anchovies. I love them. Boquerones fritos. I love them. They're so easy to eat. You just go, you know,
The whole thing.
the whole thing, guys. The whole thing. No kind of like getting rid of the bones or anything like that. No, I don't want to see that. Yeah, it's just like biting into the sea. It's just gorgeous, beautiful, and healthy too.
Yum.
Lovely, yummy, pure umami too.
Yeah.
With a touch of lemon.
Put mummy or your mummy?
Umami.
Oh really? I look younger in person. I need to change my camera then. Okay, so just simple bravas, done so well. Oh my god. There's some heat in there, homemade sauce, not the kind of ketchup, Tabasco stuff you get in a lot of places. Simple, yummy. Now, entry-level offal meat, entry-level casqueria, mollejas, something that scares a lot of people, but this is your way into to organ meats, trust me. Oh my god. Better than I remember. Just delicate, almost creamy. You got the kind of grilled caramelization on the outside, a little bit of parsley. Wow, so good. Grilled cuttlefish, I kind of just love the battery saltiness on these. Oh, crumbly and salty, and that little seafood hit from the baby squid, baby cuttlefish.
¿Cuándo vamos a sacar una foto juntos que podemos colocar en la pared famosa?
Ya deberíamos de tenerla.
Sí, ¿no?
Ah, como para una boda.
Muy bien. Ole, muchas gracias.
One thing though, we're just gonna have to find a spot somewhere on the magical wall of fame. You know, that guy can go a little that way, right there.
Yoly, I'm sorry I didn't get pig's ears, your favorite.
I know.
But I did get you the pincho moruno, which
Thank you so much.
I know you love as well. So
I love it.
wow, beautiful pork skewers marinated in cumin,
Opa.
paprika, garlic.
Originally a Moorish recipe, but with lamb,
Yeah.
right?
Not with pork. Now
No
with pork.
pork.
How's it stand up to the pig's ears?
Not quite there, but it's yummy.
Okay, so we slightly overdid it at the first place. I'm feeling a little sweaty and ill right now. That's disgusting. But we have to keep going. We have overeaten so far, but we've got a couple more stops, all right? Hang in there. Can you hang in there, Yoly?
From now on, only tea.
Yeah, let's do it. We're out of here. Next stop. Okay, so Lucia needed a siesta, so Yoly's gone to take her for a walk. But so you don't miss Yoly too much, I'm going to ask her if she'll do the voiceover to introduce the next stop.
It's time to get classy. Deep in the Lavapies neighborhood, La Fisna, run by wine gurus Delia and Iñaki,
Hola, ¿qué tal?
has an incredible selection of Spanish vino, plus a fantastic menu of modern tapas.
So when I moved to Madrid, there was no good places it felt like to really drink quality wine, which was frustrating, but that has changed in recent years. And La Fisna, this place, pre-opening now, is for me the best place in the city to drink wine and eat great tapas. And they have this amazing shop out the back as well. You can drink wine from the shop, coming to a place like this, and you can drink from regions that I've never had wine from. This is from Granada, the Alpujarra mountain range. I've never had a wine from there. Let's see. Something like crisp and crunchy and citrusy and sharp.
So you guys have the Corabin for the serious wines.
So this time I got a half glass. You can get half glasses here. For example, if your significant other is, you know, walking the baby or something like that, you don't have a lot of time. Ooh, it's good. I'm not going to try and describe it, guys. I'm not going to put you through that pain. Okay, this dish is a tartare of chicharro, which is a fish, like a mackerel kind of fish here.
Oh, that's yummy.
Oh, that's a really good tartare. Raw fish, sesame seeds. The dressing is kind of perfect. This is really yummy. And it's light after all the incredible amounts of food that we've been eating so far. So next up we have a puerro, a leek that's on a romesco sauce. It's like a hazelnut, it's a Catalan sauce. On top we've got parmesan and anchovy going in. The leek is slightly smoky, parmesan on top, and then that anchovy hit. I love a good anchovy hit. My kingdom for an anchovy hit in every dish. If you're not an anchovy lover, come to Spain and become one. Be born again. This is your chance. Got to get through this wine as well. Okay, there's another dish over here. So now we have gambas, little gambas that have been lightly battered and fried. A little bit of chili on them and a little bit of lime dust. All right. Kind of things you can eat like popcorn. Oh, it's really good. These are very typical in the south. You know, you just get these little gambitas and they're just lightly fried. You just eat them whole and just go down. Keep eating them. But it's time to go and meet Yoly and Lucia. So bottoms up, let's go and grab something sweet.
Ciao, hasta luego.
I found Yoly and Lucia and we headed to Madrid's most famous pastry shop for a sugar rush finale.
There's always a queue.
Always a queue.
For this
Always
place.
a good sign, right?
Yeah, right?
But the queue goes quite fast, so don't worry too much about it.
You know what you're getting, Yoly?
Oh, yeah, always. Yum, yum.
Which one are you getting? Can I get the crema?
No.
Who's getting the girl? Who's getting the daughter?
I don't know. The daughter takes care of herself.
Yeah.
So exciting to come here. When I was a kid, my mom would bring me here. We came to the city center. So it's like a tradition. You come here, it's like always bustling and there's so many people, you know, people kind of shouting the orders and it's just great, wonderful.
Napolitana de crema, which is like a sort of a pastry cream.
My favorite?
Hang on, or Napolitana de chocolate.
My favorite.
I thought you were chocolate.
No, I've always been a cream girl.
I'm crema. We have a serious situation. I like the crema.
I don't know how to resolve it. I
My
guess
brother
you eat
likes the
the
crema
chocolate.
as well.
Yeah, you eat the chocolate and I eat the crema, right? That's the way it goes.
I think Yoly's trying to trick me here. I can't quite figure out what it is, but. So when they're fresh out of the oven, these ones have cooled down a little bit. They can be super gooey. The chocolate is still really gooey. The pastry's light and flaky, and it's just like a serious chocolate hit. The Napolitana de crema, which is my favorite, my brother's favorite, and Yoly's favorite, sadly. All our favorites. Competition. Kind of bready, and just this inside you've got all this pastry cream.
If you come and stay with us, you can have the chocolate. You know,
We can all have crema.
the chocolate's good though.
It's good, huh?
It's good.
Yeah.
Yummy.
Yeah, I'm just kind of stuck with the crema, but you
Yeah.
know, maybe I should, I don't know,
You should try the chocolate.
shake it up a little bit.
Thoughts?
It is indeed
It's good, huh?
very lovely.
Yeah.
It is lovely. Yeah. Maybe it's my new favorite, I don't know.
Who knows? All right, crema. Crema so it seems breadier. I'm eating like an animal. I'm a crema guy.
No, it is very good. But
Favorite?
I could turn any day.
I was in one of my favorite tapas bars, Casa Tony, the other day, and someone said they were going to Cava Baja for tapas. I thought, man, I haven't done a video on Cava Baja, this amazing street, and where to eat. So I thought, well, we're going to do it. Yoly's behind the camera. She's going to be filming and tasting some of the dishes. And here's the thing. It's right now, it's 12:30. The bars close about 4:30. So we have 4 hours to hit 7 bars. Can we do it? Stick till the end to see if we can make it. Let's hit our first bar now.
I'm shooting.
Yeah.
Just saw your video.
YouTube videos.
Yes, 3 days ago. We're from Denmark.
Okay, first stop is Taverna La Concha. Now, I love this little bar here in Calle Cava Baja. It's where I always start my tapas crawl on this street because they do the most amazing vermouth. And as you know, I'm a vermouth lover. Vermouth just, to me, just tastes like hope. It tastes like expectation, the expectation of the wonderful tapas crawl that's still to come. So here they do it. They serve it in a martini glass. You can see it here. They spray the glass with gin to give it a little more kick. They put the vermouth in. It's their own vermouth, their own recipe from Reus, in Catalonia, where the best vermouths are from. And then they put a little Campari in that gives a little bitterness, little orange peel, little olive, and that's what hope tastes like. Oh my God, it is so good. This is the vermouth. They actually sell the bottles of vermouth here, so you can, if you fall in love with it, you can buy a bottle of vermouth to take home. Here they do a really elaborate tapa. So here, a delicious cheese and an olive. They really spend a little bit more time on it. And actually, this is not that elaborate compared to what they often do. So, perfect combination with the vermouth, the bitterness of the olive, the vinegariness of the olive, I should say. I love it. I'm obsessed.
Woo! So excited. This is actually my favorite drink for a day like this, you know, like a tapas crawl in Cava Baja. Perfect. A bit dangerous, you know, you have a second one, you will never make a land, but it's great.
One thing I didn't mention about Taverna La Concha is they have an amazing wine list, and so they really have great wines from all over Spain. But we're going to go to another wine bar now, just across the road, and it's a place that opened in 1992, one of the original tapas bars and wine bars in this street. And we're going to drink some amazing wine, and we're going to start eating food because I'm hungry. So this place, Diez y la Rui, a really hard name to pronounce for me. It opened in 1992 when there really wasn't that many tapas bars in this modern sense in this street. There's only a few others. So these guys are the old guard. And what I love about this place is they have about 25 to 30 wines by the glass. So, you know, I often say that Spain has a wonderful wine throughout the whole country. And you can just stick with Rioja, Ribera del Duero, you know, the classics, and they're wonderful too. But you want to find a great wine bar if you love wine and you want to drink a lot. And if you can drink by the glass, you can drink a variety. So I'm having Cava. It's still early. I've had vermouth Cava. I'm going to do the double aperitif. I'll do vermouth, I'll do Cava, then I'll hit the reds. Maybe a white in between. 7 bars. I don't know how we're going to plan this, but salud. This place is fantastic and famous for their tostas, which is delicious things on bread. Got one coming now. All right, because Yoly's filming today, she doesn't get to drink as much as me. So Yoly, your turn. Go on. Here you go.
This is kind of hard work, really, you know? I don't get to drink so much, but hey, salud. Very yummy.
Okay, so one of the things that I love about this place are the tostas. Now, tostas are effectively, to say, delicious things on bread, and it's such a local concept here in Madrid for tapas. And here what I've got is one of my favorites at this place. It's a tosta of lomo de orza, alioli, and roasted red peppers. So you know what alioli is? You know what roasted red peppers are? You can imagine, what is lomo de orza? Effectively, it's pork that's been fried in its own fat and a whole bunch of spices and then left to get cold, traditionally in a clay jar, and then it preserves itself in the fat, and it is so delicious. So I'm going to dig in. Yoly, then you're hitting it after me.
Yes, please.
You need to try some of this, Yoly. It's really good.
Let's see. So good. Did you get some of the smokiness of it? Beautiful. I love the roasted peppers are delicious. The meat is gorgeous and the aioli, yeah.
Okay, I can already feel the wine starting to surge through my veins. I've got energy, I'm excited. One of the things I love about the street is its history, and its history explains why there's so many tapas bars here. So I'm gonna head into this place, La Posada de la Villa. This building's been here since 1642, and help you understand why there are so many tapas bars in this magical street. So I love this place, La Posada de la Villa. It's actually more of a restaurant, a real roasting restaurant. I actually made a video here about eating its fabulous roast lamb, and I'll link to it above. But sometimes when I'm on a tapas crawl in Cava, Baja, I love to come here and just hang out at this bar downstairs. What do I love about this place? Just the history. It is just so full of it. There has been an inn or a posada here since 1642, and that word posada is really important to understand the history of the street. So let me take you back 1,000 years, back into medieval Madrid, when the city walls ran right along where the street is now, and where Cava Baja is, and you'll see it curves around, was effectively the moat that was outside the city walls. Then if we roll forward a couple of hundred years, from the 15th to the 19th century, this area and this street was where a lot of the muleteers and traders would stop when they arrived to Madrid from the villages outside and the provinces with their goods to take them to market. And so when you come to Madrid with your goods, you need somewhere to refresh, to eat or drink, and you need somewhere to stay. Hence, this was a street where there were a lot of posadas or inns. Posada la Villa, there's even another one opposite called Posada del Dragón. And so all these places were inns where people could eat, drink, and sleep, and that tradition is held on with the wonderful tapas bars here today. So this place is just fantastic. I love to come in here. I'm drinking white wine. Why? Well, we've got still 4 bars to go, so I'm gonna hit the red soon, and they just give you just a wonderful little tapa here. I'm not gonna order anything. I'm gonna keep it simple, but I wanted to share this with you guys. There's also, I'm gonna show you something really magical at the posada right across the road. So let me finish this up. Yoly will have a sip, and then we'll head there next. All right, last one for you, Yoly, last bite.
Moreno. It's like my mom's mayonnaise.
Really?
Delicious. Homemade, 100% beautiful.
So from the depths of one dark posada to another one, right across the road, La Posada del Dragón. Let's go. So guys, remember how I said that the medieval city walls ran through Calle Cava Baja? Well, here in La Posada del Dragón, you can actually sit above those walls and see them beneath you. Right beneath me here is a glass floor, and beneath that you can see the city walls. It's a really magical experience to sit here and eat the wonderful food and have that patrimony right beneath you. So do check this out. It's a real hidden thing. They don't advertise this, but if you come into the restaurant, you'll see it. It's very, very cool. So here we have this wonderful salad that they do at La Posada del Dragón, which is 5 different tomatoes from all over Spain, marinated in olive oil. It's got shallots on it, and it's got a fig marmalade as well. It sounds kind of like a lot of tomato, and it is, but it's wonderful because each tomato has its own kind of special flavor. This is the mother load of tomato salad. So, salud.
Just many different nuances, you know, in the tomato flavor. Beautiful.
You might notice that we're not getting 2 glasses of wine in each place, but with 7 bars that we have to hit today, we have to
We need
share.
to refrain a little bit, yeah.
And Yoly, you got to keep the camera steady as
Very
well.
steady, yeah.
We don't have a steady cam here, so 3/4 for me, 1/4 for Yoly.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've just left the second posada. We've hit 4 bars so far. Time check, we're about 2 hours in. We've got about an hour and a half to go, and we have 3 more bars. So I think we're doing pretty well for time. Are you feeling good, Yoly?
Yes, more or less.
All right, next bar to hit, Casa Lucas. Okay, and the other thing I wanted to point out, we have only moved about 20 meters so far, and so we have probably about 2/3 of the street to go. But I find my favorite ones are focused at the front end. So now we're gonna hit 3 that are further down. But just the street is so beautiful, just to look at it the way it curves. I just love this. And today is such a gorgeous day, the beginning of spring. You can tell I'm in a good mood. I'm in a good mood. It's not just the vermouth. Little notable mention, La Perejila here in behind us. We're not going to include it in this route, but it is a great little bar, beautiful inside, great place to eat some good tapas and drink some wine and vermouth and things like that. So La Perejila behind us, check it out.
Okay, so we're at stop number 5, Casa Lucas. Now this place is famous in the street. It's tiny and it's always heaving. So you almost never get a table here, but you come in and you have to use your best tapas skills to get some real estate on the bar. What do I love about this place? It's really an institution in the street, and it's famous for its tostas, which are the delicious things on bread, and its raciones, which are those larger sharing plates that we have in Madrid. They have an excellent wine list, and you know what? I don't have a lot more to say. It's just amazing food here. Just be ready to squeeze in when you get here. So I've ordered the rabo de toro, the bull's tail stew, which they do, and it's really, really good. Pablo here is the owner, serving up the cañas, and it's just a great little spot. So this is one must-hit place, and the food is a mixture of kind of traditional and modern, so really, really good. Pablo, the owner, is going to show us something. He was just telling us, follow him. I don't know where we're going. Ah, bien. Gracias. I have an idea of what we're maybe going to see. Oh, wow. What Pablo is showing us here is, it's incredible, what is left, the largest piece that's left of that medieval wall I was telling you about. So you can see these neighbors who live in this building have this piece of history right here outside their window. It's incredible. 12th century wall. This was the wall right up until about the 16th century. Madrid became the capital in the 16th century, and then it was torn down as the city grew. So magical to have this here. This is the same thing that we saw beneath La Posada del Dragón. Pues muchas gracias por enseñárnoslo, Pablo. And the food's ready. Hey! Perfect timing. Little medieval wall while you're waiting for your lunch. Rabo de toro, bull's tail stew, and here they do it really special. They do it Cordobés style of Cordoba, and that's where the dish was invented. And what they do is they stew the rabo de toro, the bull tail stew, with vegetables. Also in there is raisined cherries and pistachios. I mean, it sounds amazing. So I'm going to get it. Yoly, you're going to have to help me with this, I'm sure. Wow. Oh, yes. That is grandma food. That is home food. That's home cooking. The meat is so intense. The flavors are so intense and so deep and rich. I'm glad I have wine from Toro, a big red wine. This is amazing. This is really, really good. Casa Lucas. Got to come here.
Potato and the delicious olive oil with parsley. The layers of flavor. It's like amazing. Oh my God. Yum.
We're 5 bars in, we have 2 more to go. When I started this tapas crawl, Yoly, as you know, I was worried about time. I'm not worried about time anymore, I'm worried about my stomach. It's getting really full. We have 2 more. I know we're gonna have a big dish at one of them, so I don't know if we can make it. Yoly, update, how are you doing?
I am pretty stuffed myself, but I think we can make it.
All right,
totally make it.
Let's go.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
Team us. Let's do it.
Que lleváis 5, ¿no?
Llevamos 5, eso es.
Total, hemos hecho 5 y aquí tempranillo, luego
Pues
Lucio.
como vayáis probando en todo, vas a acabar.
Vamos un poquito doblados ya y llenos. Venga, pasadlo bien.
They were friends who we saw at the first bar. They didn't think we could hit 7. We're surprising everyone, including ourselves. Muy bien,
Madre mía.
So guys, welcome to bar number 6, Taberna Tempranillo. I mean, this place is an institution for me and Yoly. When we first moved to Madrid, what, 8 years ago? You know, we used to come here all the time. We used to hang out with Oscar, the waiter here. He was always our waiter. He's still here. And we'd come here and we'd just order food and we'd drink wine because these guys have a fantastic wine selection. I'm sipping a Priorat, and they just have excellent food. So they have a lot of tostas and they have some really yummy, just more elaborate dishes. What I love about this place is just the decor. Like, I mean, behind me, look at this huge wine rack behind us. It's darker in here. It really feels like a wine bar where you can crack open a big, juicy, deep Spanish bottle of wine and just spend the evening or the afternoon, as it may be today, just drinking it and eating, enjoying the decor. I love this place. So the food has just arrived. Duck thigh that's being grilled. I mean, my job is to stand here in front of the camera and tell you that I'm eating duck thigh and then eat the duck thigh for you. And that makes me the luckiest person in the world, I think. Yoly, you're lucky too. You just have to.
So lucky,
you just don't get, not quite so lucky. You have to film a little more. But the ability to sit here and eat duck thigh, we have it with salmorejo, which is that tomato, that thick tomato puree that is served in the south of Spain with a light mayonnaise and some potatoes. I mean, duck thigh. I'm getting in. Yeah, it's hard. Oh yeah, duck thigh. Can I say duck thigh anymore? It's really good. Perfectly cooked on the grill, on the plancha. The mayo is really creamy. It's a perfect combination with those potatoes.
Duck thigh and wine from Priorat. You had me at duck thigh. Cheers. Yoly, would you like some duck thigh?
Yes, please. Going for the duck. Duck thigh. Duck thigh, indeed.
The duck thigh has met with Yoly's approval. By the 6th bar, we tend to get a bit silly, as you know, but we still have 1 bar to go. So we're going to pay up. We're going to finish off of this duck thigh what we can. Does that make sense? And then we're going to sip the rest of the Priorat, and then we're going to hit los huevos de Lucio. Lucio's eggs. Okay, guys, if stomach space was a resource, well, it's in very short supply right now, but we have one more place to hit, the 7th place, and this place is called Taberna Lucio. Let's go and get it. It's heaving as I thought. By this stage, 4:15, these bars are out of control, but the kitchen here is open for another 15 minutes. We just made it, bar number 7, we did it, Yoly.
Yes.
Time to order this dish, this famous dish. Let's do it. Remember what I told you about Spain being famous for its tomatoes? Well, look at these guys over here. These are called ox heart tomatoes, I believe. And they're enormous and so juicy. I mean, they're like this. And while we wait for our food, I thought I might mention the wine I'm drinking from Ribeira Sacra, which is a denominación de origen, a wine region in Galicia, in the northwest of the country. And it's mainly Mencía grape, and it's called La Lama. And wines from that region, red wines, are fantastic. They're a little lighter in style. The region is beautiful, and it's so light, so crisp. Here we go, the eggs are up. Gracias. So guys, I have in front of me a plate. Yes, I know, Kiwis, Aussies, Brits out there, you're thinking egg and chips. Isn't that breakfast? My God, that's not Spanish tapas. Well, you know, it is. This is something that's truly Castilian, and here in Lucio, they just do them so well. Some free-range eggs, a couple of eggs that are perfectly fried and just kind of break over it, and the yolk drips right through the chips, and you dip it all together with the oil. You can get it with ham on top and with chorizo on top. I just love it plain, and when you feel like this dish, it is like the only thing that will satisfy you in the world. And if you don't feel like it, it's the worst thing in the world. These are the best. They're really, really good. And I just love this place. Oh my God, the way the yolk mixes with it. Yoly, you need to get in there. It's your turn.
Wonderful amount of salt, which I always appreciate. They're, you know, cooked to perfection. The chips are great, you know, so yes, very simple dish, but gorgeous, beautiful.
Salud de Lucio. This is great. Very, very happy. And when I first moved to the city about 8 years ago, I fell deeply in love with the food and the history of this wonderful Spanish capital. And the places where I could go and combine both, they were just like magic to this Kiwi boy who'd come from a new world country. And so we're going to visit 5 of my favorites today. Places where you can eat food, have a drink, drink wine, drink vermouth, while around you there's memorabilia. They're like museums. There's artifacts from the past. And they're places where so many people have passed through, generations of people. There's loaded with stories, with mystery and wonder. So let's go and check out the first one. We're actually in my original neighborhood of Lavapies. And in this neighborhood is a tavern that opened originally in the 1780s, and it's still going today. So we're gonna check that out. I can't wait to explore these places. Okay, so here we are in Taberna Antonio Sanchez. I hope you guys can hear me. It's pretty loud in here. We're here at about 2:30 on a Saturday. So this place is incredible. It's hidden away. You kind of stumble across it. You might not expect it, but I love coming here for a wonderful little tumbler of vermouth. And so this bar has been a wine shop or a wine storage facility, something like that, since they think 1750. And then already it's been a tavern since about the 1830s. And the decor that we see behind me is from about the 1830s, 1840s. So it's just being kept as it is. And again, kept authentically, and it doesn't feel doctored up. It's just been preserved. It's wonderful. One thing you'll notice also behind me are these bullheads. It's called Antonio Sanchez. Antonio Sanchez was one of the former owners in the 19th century, and his son was also an owner and a bullfighter. This place has often been owned by bullfighters. And Antonio Sanchez, when he presented himself to become a professional bullfighter, the bull that he killed in that fight, its head here is hanging up behind me. And there's another head from another bullfighter from this neighborhood. So 2 bullheads that are about 100 years old from former owners. I mean, it's pretty incredible stuff. And they're here staring down at you while you're eating your tapas and drinking your vermouth. And you can see here this
pulley system that was here that you would turn. I don't want to turn because I might break it knowing how clumsy I am. You know, they would fill up the big containers of wine and bring them up with this kind of hand crank dumb waiter thing, and then fill up this barrel where they would then fill up the wine to serve it to the guests. But we're going to head downstairs because there's a very cool story about what happened downstairs. So I hope you can see me. It's pretty dark in here, but under all these old taverns in Madrid, there are these caves, and they were used for storage. Often in a lot of places they've been turned into dining rooms. These guys still have it as a kind of a storage or as an homage to how these places were used originally. So you can see these guys, tinajas. These are old wine vats, and what would have happened historically way back in 1750 when this place first existed, wine was made and it would have been brought in and delivered through these shafts from the street. You can hear the street up above, and then pumped into these old vats. Of course, we saw upstairs, we saw that old hand cranked dumb waiter. Then it would be cranked up in some sort of barrel or something to then be served to the people or sold to the people who were actually in the tavern. But there's one thing that I wanted to show you around over here. You'll see it here, it says the tinaja del francés. So that means the vat of the Frenchman. And so what the story is, when Napoleon invaded Spain at the beginning of the 19th century, supposedly the people in the neighborhood here killed a French soldier. You know, they were trying to kick the French out of Madrid, and to get rid of his body so there wouldn't be reprisals, they stored his body in one of these tinajas, in one of these wine vats. And so apparently that gave it its special little flavor. And so they used to say, well, you know, you'd come and buy wine and you'd say, I want wine from the Tinaja del Francés, because it had its own little bouquet. I guess the French are famous for making wine. So there's a lot of jokes around that. God knows if it's true, but I just love this place. Okay, we've left Lavapies and now we're in another neighborhood, the neighborhood alongside, called Huertas or Barrio de las Letras, which means the literary district. And it's called that because this is a place where so many famous Golden Age Spanish writers have lived during the 16th and 17th century, including the most famous of all, Miguel de Cervantes, the author of Don Quixote, the first novel, and that book that has been translated so many times that only the Bible has been translated more times than Don Quixote. Now, in this neighborhood, Cervantes lived in 3 or 4 different apartments. Like a good poor artist, he never owned his own place, always a renter. And the next tavern we're going to hit, Casa Alberto, is actually beneath where he lived, supposedly at one point in his life. So this place is full of history. Okay, so here we are in Casa Alberto, and this place is always heaving. It's always full of energy, particularly in winter when people cram in to drink vermouth, to have some tapas. There's a restaurant out back. It's been here since 1827. And what I love about these places, all the bits and pieces left over that reflect their history. So we've got a lot of bullfighting memorabilia. We've also got a sign that says that it's prohibido cantar y bailar. And that means it's illegal to sing and dance. Because if you can imagine, these people didn't hang out in their living rooms. I mean, in Madrid, they still don't. We come to bars, we come to taverns like this to meet our friends and to hang out. Okay, there is a dish that is famous in Casa Alberto, and it's bull tail stew, rabo de toro. And so if you're standing here at the bar, or you're back in the restaurant, you grab a table, not a tail. This is a dish that you've got to get, and it's slowly stewed bull tail, stewed for hours so that it just falls off the bone. So get in here, Yoly, and I'll show you. So we got the juiciness, and it just literally falling off the bone. Let's try it. Wow, so rich, so savory and dense. My God, that sauce. The meat is so tender, it's juicy, and the flavors have so much wonderful density to them. All right, a delicious bull tail stew down. I'm hungry for more. Let's keep eating. Okay, La Bola. Now, tucked into the back streets of old Madrid, there is this tavern, this restaurant here. We're very near the Royal Palace, and this place is a classic. So in 1802, there was already some sort of wine store here, or wine merchants, but in 1870, the current family that still runs it took it over. It was a family that came from Asturias, from the north of Spain, came to the capital to make their fortune, and what happened is the mother in the family, she wanted to open a restaurant to serve some local food to make money for the family, and so they took over this place. It was much smaller back then, and she started making the local stew, cocido madrileño. In all the businesses in Madrid that are over 100 years old, you will get a centennial plaque, and so La Bola keeps theirs very, very clean. They clean it every day with lemon juice, and you'll see here it has the year it opened officially, 1870, and if you're walking around Madrid and you see one of these plaques, you know that this is a business that's over 100 years old. It's a great way for the city city council to recognize the history of these places. So we got the special privilege to be invited into the kitchen to see how they make the cocido, because here they make it the traditional way. Lola here, she's been working here for decades. She's going to show us how it's made. She's seen a lot of famous people come through this place. We've got all the ingredients that go into this dish pretty much right here. So, okay, we've got hen, gallina, we've got some ham hock, beef, all being put into this clay pot. Garbanzos, chickpeas, all in the right order. The order is important. We've got effectively fat, pork fat, chorizo, and a potato. All gets shoved in there, and then water from Madrid. Important that the water is from Madrid, gets poured over the top. So now that we have it prepared here in this handmade clay pot, super traditional, it goes on the charcoal stove. Okay, so it gets put here. You can smell the cocidos that have been bubbling away here already for a number of hours. And what's so interesting, as it reduces down, they will scoop out. We've got the same ingredients here, top it up, and it'll keep reducing down, and there's no added salt. All the flavor in this dish comes from those ingredients and the flavors that are already in there. And the fact that it's cooking for so long is part of what's so important for the flavor. I know I'm going to be eating a lot today, but I can never say no to a cocido. Gracias, José Luis. So José Luis, famous maitre d' here, has just served me the first course, which is the soup with the fideos. A little bit of wine, because I haven't had enough today. Okay, so remember the cocidos were cooking away there? Well, this is one of those that's been finished, and this is how the process works. Is you have these noodles here. I have to put the serviette on, otherwise I'm gonna stain myself. Jose Luis knows me well. Okay, I gotta do this. I feel like a child. And so this is the sopa, which is the broth of everything that's been cooked, and all the ingredients are still in there. I'm gonna eat that next, but first I eat the sopa, the soup. So what is wonderful about this is this soup is simply the broth of the stew. It's hot. I'm gonna burn my mouth, I can tell. It is the flavor of all those ingredients that have been bubbling away there for 3 to 4 hours. And so how it works, you start with this and then you move on to the next course. Now, I'm not gonna finish this whole plate of soup. Yoly, you can have this one because I'm gonna be dead. And there we go. There's everything else that was cooked coming out of that clay pot. This is serious. This is a serious lunch. You have this for lunch, not necessarily dinner, because there's so much kind of meaty, chunky flavors in here and fat and things like that. It's served with pickled peppers. It's also served with these, they're kind of like spring onions, cebolletas they're called here. Again, just that sharpness, that acidity that cuts through. And this is a tomato sauce with cumin in it that you eat with chickpeas, and supposedly it helps it stop repeating on you, so to speak. This is for one person, right? I mean, you can't quite believe it. This is cabbage that has been fried up in olive oil and garlic, and that is also served with it. Yum. One of the things I love about this is a cocido. It's about the food, but it's also about the experience. Eat and drink wine and sit here for hours because you can't eat this quickly. There's so much food, and you just work away at it. Put a bit of this tomato sauce on the plate here. Infused with cumin. Wow. So one of the theories of where the cocido comes from is from the Sephardic Jews who lived in Spain until they were expelled in the 15th century. And there is a Sephardic Jewish dish called adafina, which is a cocido, a stew that's slowly cooked with chickpeas and with lamb. And the idea behind this dish is that you would start cooking on the Friday night and leave it slowly cooking on the embers of the fire right through into the Saturday, so you could eat it on the Jewish day of rest, but you didn't have to do anything. You didn't have to cook on that day. Even the pork is really interesting because one of the theories of why there is now pork in this, the Jews, when they were forced to convert in Spain to Christianity by the Spanish Inquisition, they started putting pork into their adafina, into their cocido stew, to prove that they had converted to Christianity. A lot of this sort of history is lost in a little bit of mist of time, but who knows? Maybe it's true, and I like the story. All right, back to the chickpeas. Okay, I'm feeling pretty full after that, but we have more eating to do and more history to discover, so let's go. Okay, so our next stop has not only wonderful food, but a bloody, fascinating political intrigue story behind it. This is Casa Ciriaco. It was originally a wine shop, a wine almacén, a place where wine was kept and sold way back in the late 1800s, and then in the 1920s, it became a restaurant, and it's been running ever since. You'll see the classic, behind the bus, you'll see the classic red color A lot of these old taverns, as I've mentioned before, are red in color to show that this was a place to get wine. If you were illiterate, you couldn't read wine, but you could see the red color. We're going to take you in and we're going to explore this place. And I'm going to tell you the bloody history that happened in this very street where a bomb was thrown from the 4th floor of this building. Let's go in and check it out. One of the things I love about these Madrid taverns restaurant is there's always a bar in the kind of entry area, and where you can go and have some tapas, have a beer, have a glass of wine in a really informal atmosphere. And there's always so much noise. You can hear the noise behind me. I'm going to take you now through to the dining room and tell you about this fascinating bloody story that we have connected to this place. You can see all the photos on the wall of all the people who've eaten here, newspaper articles about Casa Thiriaco, but there's something in particular I wanted to show you. This picture up here. So in 1906, there was an assassination attempt on the King and Queen of Spain. This is literally the street just outside where I introduced the bar, the restaurant. The carriage of the King and Queen on their wedding day was coming up the Calle Mayor, and a guy called Mateo Moral, an anarchist, threw a homemade explosive device, a bomb, disguised in a bunch of flowers from the 4th floor of this building down into the street to try and kill the King and Queen. So you can see up here, Casa Thiriaco, the name of the bar. And this is just after the assassination attempt. Looks like dead horses, I think, on the street. There's chaos around, there's confusion. 25 people died, a mixture of civilians and military. The King and Queen survived. They tend to have good luck, I feel like, the royal families in this world. And finally, Mateo, he escaped, he got away, but he was caught in a village here in Madrid within a few days, and he was assassinated. And I love this photo here, which shows, it's not dated, but shows some famous Spaniards, artists, writers, eating and drinking here in the tavern. And it doesn't look a lot different from what it does out there. People are dressed a little different, but the waiters are still in their white coats. They've still got their silver platters. It's still people sitting on benches with marble tables, still that very Madrileño idea of a tavern. Really, really beautiful. Love it. Okay, let's keep exploring. We're going to leave the more austere Castilian dining room and go through the hallway into the more formal dining room. It's still got the same decor with all these wonderful pictures from the history of the place, the newspaper articles, drawings by diners, famous people who've been here. And you'll see a lot of bullfighting memorabilia back here. You know, Madrid, it's waning a little bit, but Madrid has a really strong bullfighting history. It's a lot of these traditional places, you'll see that. We've seen that already in the places we've been visiting. But there's one thing in particular I wanted to show you. Remember the guy I told you about who attempted to assassinate the King and Queen, Mateo Moral, from the 4th floor of this building? Here you have him from an old, obviously a photo from the time just after he'd been captured. And then over here, don't look if you're a little bit squeamish, you have a photo after he'd been executed. Next stop, we're gonna go downstairs into the bodegas, into the caves beneath. The humidity rises, of course, and you'll see this big dining table. I mean, this is a place to have a feast. This is a place to have a banquet. So over here you have some sort of loading device that would have been used potentially to bring wine up and down from the street when it was delivered. But there's something really, really special I want to show you, a collection of wonderful old wines that the current owners found when they took over the restaurant. This selection of wines from throughout the 20th century. We're not quite sure, it's a little bit of a lucky dip if you were opening one of these, what it would be like, but just to look at the old labels and to touch them and just to think what it was like, what was happening in the world when these wines were bottled is staggering. Here we have one of the most famous wines in Spain, the most expensive wines in Spain. You can see Vega Sicilia here. I would say that might be 60s perhaps, but here we have a really international brand that a lot of people might have heard of, Marqués de Riscal, a Rioja from 1970. Look at this wonderful old label, covered in cling film to keep the moisture out. And here we have like the jewel, the joya de la casa. And this is Vega Sicilia Único. This is one of the most famous wines in Spain, and this is from 1917. But if it had have been kept in the right way, these would all be drinkable, more or less. It's like looking at old historic paintings. And amongst these bottle of wines, just randomly, a stuffed chicken. God knows why. It's what I love about these places. They're just cabinets of curiosities. Okay, so this dish is really interesting and it's famous here at Casa Thiriaco. Gallina en pepitoria. Gallina is hen, so this is not chicken, this is hen, so it's a little more robust in flavor. And this pepitoria dish, well, this sauce and this dish as a whole may originally have Moorish origin. We're not quite sure. Look at how it's perfectly cooked and so juicy. I often get really excited when food is hot and end up burning my mouth, so Yoly has to tell me to slow down. Oh.
delicious, moist, like almost like a roast chicken, but this has been stewed. It's so moist on the inside. And that sauce has just a touch of saffron, this beautiful touch of almond to it. There's onion, red pepper, green pepper to create this very unique and original sauce. I shouldn't eat with my hands. Sometimes I get excited and burn my mouth, or I eat with my hands. Let's try it. Really good. And of course, Rioja. Yoly, you hungry?
Getting there.
All right, your turn.
Okay, welcome to the grand finale, Botin. This is the oldest still running restaurant in the world. It first opened in 1725, but this building has been here for a couple of hundred years even before that. And in the last 300 years, this restaurant has only been in 2 families, and that is astounding. And one of the things that means is it's kept its wonderful food, wonderful integrity, and the food is delicious. And I'm gonna eat in here roast suckling pig.
Okay, so here we are in the first room in the downstairs part of Botin, and you can already see just the magic of the place, this history, all the decoration, the paintings, the photos of the owners and their family. But the real magic is just a few steps that way. In the oven, the wood is oak wood, and that creates a really intense heat in there. And this oven, this beautiful stone oven, is from 1725. And you can see all the suckling pigs lined up behind me, these beautiful animals. I don't know, it depends if you're a meat eater or not and how you feel about that, but you can really see what you're eating. The skill that's required by Roberto behind us to control cooking these pigs in this really ancient way. You know, the heat that gets in there, he has to move them around to different parts of the oven where it's hotter or cooler. I'm gonna see if we can go inside. So these pigs are slow roasted in this oven for 3 hours until the skin is crackly, the meat is juicy. This is not a modern dish. This is not modern eating. This is a dish from Segovia, about an hour to the north of Madrid, and this is medieval eating. This is from the days of kings and queens and knights' banquets and large piles of meat, and you get served your quarter of your pig with also potatoes. Remember, it's only been in 2 families for the last 300 years, and I think that's a huge part of it, that it hasn't been sold to some kind of investment company or something like that that only has money on their mind. I just wanted to point out this kitchen behind me, a little more modern. They say that Goya, the famous artist, was actually a dishwasher here. Obviously, he was a contemporary of this restaurant, so maybe it's true. They also say that Hemingway, who loved this place, and we'll see his table upstairs, they say he tried to make paella once in this kitchen. I don't know if it's true, but it's a great story. And I mean, I love this old phone, you know. I mean, I wonder if literally if Hemingway used this phone to make calls while he was sitting here drinking bottles and bottles and bottles of Rioja. But anyway, let's head upstairs and check out some more. So what I love is that every room, every section of Botin feels a little different. The cellar is dark and very atmospheric. We'll check that out in a moment. And then on the ground floor, it's very ornate. And here on the first floor, it's much more austere. Look at these beautiful blue tiles and the light that comes in through these windows. I mean, it's the perfect place to sit and have a wintry meal. And I love this picture here, which is Madrid back in the 16th century. You can see up here, this is the Alcázar, which was the old castle before it burnt down, and the modern palace was built here in the 18th century. And so you can see the city walls around Madrid. You know, often people don't think of Madrid as a medieval city, but this gives you a real insight into that. I love this picture. I love to sit here and just look at it while I eat. You know, when I moved to Madrid and started exploring these places, it just, you know, I had grown up in New Zealand, just so in love with history, but you know, New Zealand is not the kind of place where you can eat in a restaurant that's 300 years old. In this room, the top floor, again, quite austere, and I actually really love it. It's very Castilian. It's not ornate. You know, these tiles are so simple, but there's something very beautiful about that. The paintings and the way the light just falls into these rooms is just gorgeous. I'm in love. I love it. I'm working up an appetite. We still have to explore the downstairs, and then we're gonna eat. What's your head, Yoly?
You can smell the humidity already when you come down here. Beautiful brick, the vaulted ceiling. So originally this was where the wine was kept, and there was a flood, and a lot of the wine was lost. Historically, they were built to support the building, partly because Madrid has aquifers running under it, and so there's a lot of humidity. So they needed these spaces, both for storage, but both also to support the building above it. But we can even go deeper. Look at this beautiful old embroidery. You know, one of the beautiful things about Botin and these historic restaurants is that it's just everywhere you look, there are museums, there's a new little thing to look at, and each thing you could spend almost like half an hour looking at it and wondering about the history and who made it and when it's from and where it came from.
Look at this wonderful wooden statue. I mean, certainly, I have no idea. This is not Antiques Roadshow, but I would say that is probably 16th century, or I would say. To think that that's just sitting here in a corner of a restaurant here. Okay, we're gonna go even deeper. Really watch your head this time, Yoly.
Oh, no.
And the camera.
Yeah, I know.
So really humid down here. We've gone even deeper and you can see the humidity and touch the kind of slight layer of mold on the walls. So this wine that we've got here is no longer able to be drunk, and they don't actually use this as a cellar. The humidity is too high. Madrid is also full of underground tunnels that aren't actually generally accessible to the public. So there's just so much mystery and magic down here, and you can imagine all the people who have walked down here and thought about this as a place of escape or to store wine, little alcoves, you know, God knows what was kept in there. My mind just blows when I think, my curiosity goes into overdrive.
Hola.
Hola, buenas, ¿qué tal?
Bien.
Un poquito de Rioja, ¿no?
Un poquito de Rioja con el cochinillo.
Muchas gracias. Muy bien, muchas gracias. So, the most famous diner and drinker in Madrid's history is obviously Hemingway, and this supposedly was his table right here in the corner. One of the owners, Antonio, said that they're not sure 100% if maybe this was the table, if he might have sat in many tables, but one thing I have read is that, you know, particularly later in life, he was getting very paranoid. I'm just around the little corner, so I can make sure that nobody's gonna come up behind me. I think he was paranoid about the CIA. So I've got my Rioja, very Hemingway. I've also got my book of Hemingway. I'm here feeling the whole experience. If you do have a chance to read For Whom the Bell Tolls while you're here in Madrid, it really just amplifies the whole experience.
Esta es la especialidad de la casa del cochinillo.
Qué bien, qué bien. Qué buena pinta tiene. So, as you can see, the plate is so simple. It is a portion of the roast suckling pig, 3 potatoes, and a glass of Rioja wine. So look at this. It is so juicy in there. The crackling skin. You can hear it crackling. And look at that juicy meat inside. Wow. Listen to that crackle. You can see how juicy that meat is. We've got the crackling skin on the outside.
Yeah.
The pig, obviously being so young, it has this wonderful tenderness. You can taste the smokiness from the oak wood. There's just so much flavor going on in here, so many layers of flavor. I can't stop. Yoly, you're up next. If you do want to have something light and crisp with it, I do recommend, you know, order a salad, a really simple salad, and that will cut through the fat and provide kind of a freshness to it. That, this, a glass of wine in good company, I can't imagine a better way to have lunch.
Guys, we're on a mission, not from God, though I think he would approve, to find the best churros and chocolate in Madrid. Yoly,
Yeah,
do you think we are going to succeed?
I think we will succeed, and I define success as not getting a tummy ache.
Okay. So we're gonna go to 5 places in Madrid that are renowned for their churros and to see which one is the best. But make sure you hang till the end, because the last place we're going to is the famous Chocolateria San Ginés, the most famous place in Madrid. And we'll see how they stack up. So venga, let's go.
Hola, ¿qué
Hola,
tal?
buenas. Estamos haciendo un vídeo sobre los mejores churros de Madrid, así que vivimos por el barrio. So we're kicking off in our neighborhood place, Las Farolas, just up the road from us. This is where we came on my birthday for churros for breakfast, and I was really impressed with the discovery. It's really, really good.
So in each place we're gonna get churros and porras. And so it's churros and then the thicker cousin, the porra. The world is divided into 2 kinds of people, the ones that love churros and the ones that love porras.
I think I'm a porra guy. Porra means club, literally something you will club someone over the head with. But these are getting cold. Should we get into it?
Yes.
Let's do it.
La la!
First bite of the day. You haven't had breakfast.
Starving actually.
Yeah. What
I
makes a
love
good churro?
Crunchy texture is of the essence. You want it warm as well. The flavor needs to be something in between, like you can taste the oil. I mean, it's fried in the end, deep fried. So you need to get a little bit of the oil and also, I don't know, just like a lovely balance of like the salt and and then when you dunk it.
Not yet.
It's incredible how you can be so subtle about something that is flour, water, and salt, Yoly, but big smile. Now the porra. What makes a great porra? It is just thick and crunchy as well. A little bit of oil, but not too oily. This feels good, it tastes good. It smells just right. It's the smell.
Yum.
Yeah, that is good. Crunchy, doughy on the inside, and the chocolate. The chocolate must be thick, not too sweet. It's not drinking chocolate, people. Look at that. Literally breakfast of champions. That chocolate's good. That's really good. Let's see how you do taste the chocolate, Yoly. What do you think?
I mean, you know, you want to like really taste it, you just go.
Uh-oh.
Oh, how I taste? Oh, with a spoon.
Good.
It is delicious. Yum.
Okay, first neighborhood stop was amazing. Beautiful, thick chocolate.
Yeah.
Not oily, crunchy. Let's go to Huertas for the next stop. See how it stacks up.
Next, we hit up Chocolate in the Huertas neighborhood. It's run by Alfonso, who's a master churrero, and he let me into his kitchen to see how the churros are made. The ingredients are simple: flour, salt, and water. Porras also have a little bit of baking soda to help puff them up. The porras are fried in massive curled rolls in oil approaching 200 degrees Celsius. With 2 metal sticks, Alfonso works the roll until it's perfectly golden brown. Then out it goes to be cut up with scissors. The churros, however, have to be separated with a little sleight of hand as they're squirted out of the machine. And ever the romantic, Alfonso turns them into hearts for Valentine's Day. He shows me his forearms and hands, which are covered with burns from years of working over such hot oil, but it's a sacrifice he seems happy to make for his art. We got everything to take away and headed up to the Plaza Santa Ana for our tasting.
Okay, and Alfonso is a guy who's an entrepreneur. He's doing St. Valentine's Day love hearts. Does it say Valentine's Day, Yoly?
Yeah, San Valentin. No, today no.
Anyway, coming for the crunch test, Yoly?
It's there.
That was a big crunch.
I know.
And here's the thing, guys. When you're ordering churros and porras, you can order them individually. So you don't have to order like a whole bunch. So you say, I want 2 churros and 1 porra, for example. It's quite dark. One of the things I've always loved about Alfonso's chocolate is the darkness of it.
It is very dark, yeah.
Ooh. Wow, it's really good. Now I'm losing churros.
Kudos for the chocolate, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. It's even smoky. Am I making that up?
No, there is a smokiness to it. Smoky dark.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Okay, the porra guy. I'm the porra guy.
Yeah.
They come longer than this. He cut them up for us to make them manageable. Oh yeah.
Yummy, huh?
Yeah, really good. Kind of that dough, almost a donut-y kind of flavor there. Chocolate. Really good. I mean, this chocolate is insane. Okay, the competition is heating up after Las Farolas and Chocolate. Now we're going to a place up in Bravo Murillo, another neighborhood place that's family run, been around since the early 20th century, and they are famous for their churros, believe it or not. All right, here you go.
Yes.
Can you eat more, Yoly, or are you full?
I think I can manage a couple more.
Like a true Spaniard. Now, I don't know if it's going to have the best churros. It does qualify as the loudest terrace. So we're right here by some sort of bus stop. One thing I want to tell you guys about before we dive in and test this stuff is the history of churros. Where the hell do they come from? There's 2 theories. One is that they come from China via the Portuguese going to China hundreds of years ago. There's a thing in China which is very similar to the porra. Yoly and I had it when we were in Hong Kong called youtiao. And it is something you have for breakfast. They're fried in big vats of oil and you dip them in congee, which is like rice porridge for breakfast, or milk, I think, as well. And they're really similar. The other theory is that these are an old sort of shepherd's food from Spain, where while you're driving your sheep up and down, you couldn't have baked goods like bread, so you'd make like fried bread, hence churros, when you're tending your sheep in the mountains or something. And it's interesting, there is a breed of sheep called the churra sheep, and so the idea is maybe the churro, the name, kind of reflects the horns of the churra sheep.
So they're curly like that too, yeah?
They're curly like a churro. Like that.
Beautiful.
Neither are probably true.
No.
Let's try this. It does look good.
Ooh,
Yeah?
this is good.
It's good?
I need to bite into the porra by itself because I can feel the
Good
has a
porra?
very, very, lovely flavor.
Crunch test coming. Yeah, I've had crunchier.
Yeah.
Alfonso was crunchier. Okay. I'm gonna taste the chocolate your style, Yoly.
Yeah.
Está bueno.
It's rico?
It's good, yeah. Good consistency. That pudding-like texture that I like.
Yeah, it's
Quite
thick, huh?
similar to Las Farolas.
Wow. Yeah, very soft, kind of silky. Silky is the word I was looking for.
It's like we're talking about wine now.
Yeah. Bit too sweet maybe.
So if you're curious about prices, particularly in the neighborhoods, what we had here, 2 churros, 1 porra, and a chocolate was $2.75. And I asked the lady if you wanted to buy 1 churro and have it here, that would be, how much did you say? 55 cents.
55 cents.
And if you get a takeaway, it's about 35. And 1 porra, about that long, to have here would be €1, to give you an idea. So you can see they're not super expensive. Okay, next up we're heading right into the historic center to go to 2 really famous places for chocolate, for churros, Valor and San Ginés, Chocolateria San Ginés, the most famous, which we're heading up last. So back on the metro, Yoly. Let's go. Time for more breakfast. Need to keep eating churros. I'm so hungry for churros.
All the time.
So stop number 4, Valor. It started in Alicante in the 1880s. A lot of these places are really old. Obviously, it's a good business to be in, you know, churros. The margins must be amazing. So they're super famous for their chocolate de taza. They're like, you know, dipping chocolate in a cup. No good translation for that. And their churros look a little bit half porra, half churro, which is interesting. And you can only order them in lots of 4. What you'll find here and at San Ginés is now that we're in the kind of historic, normally the tourist center, you actually can't order individuals. I don't think they have porras either. So Yoly, but before we dive in and taste this chocolate they're famous for, there's a lot of confusion about how to eat churros. Like, I see you've got coffee there. Do you dunk it in sugar? Give me the camera. I feel like you need to
very simple.
dispel.
It's a very simple affair.
Okay, baby. How do we eat churros?
Well, most people will have them with the chocolate, with the dark drinking chocolate, right? So you just grab one. Shall I give you an example?
Yeah. But I've also seen sugar is a thing.
Sugar is a thing. I hadn't seen much sugar on churros until I met you, actually.
Oh wow, that's a bad sign.
So some people will sprinkle it on the churros, and some people will sprinkle it on the plate and then just dunk it on that sugar.
Yeah.
I just don't like biting on sugar like that, so I'm not for that. So.
But a lot of people, this is what was for me, and I don't think many tourists do this, will dunk it in their coffee, right?
Yeah, a lot of people will order like a café solo or café con leche more frequently, and they'll just dunk it on their café con leche, and it's a traditional breakfast. Our friend Lucas, whom we say hi from here, although he doesn't watch us, he does that. He does that for breakfast very, very often.
Okay, these churros I find a little bit weird. They're a bit sort of bready, not my favorite so far here at Valor. Yeah, let's see what this famous chocolate is like. These guys are known for their chocolate. Wow, really sweet. And I really like it.
Oh.
Like a vanilla-y thing going on.
Oh.
Not convinced. Too milky. Not true Spanish chocolate de taza, in my opinion.
Tell you what, I get the smokiness that we got in chocolate.
Oh, really?
It's true that it's sweeter than, you know, others that we've had, but
You're convinced?
yeah, I would save them from the fire.
And finally we hit Chocolateria San Ginés, the most famous churros place in Madrid.
So Yoly, big question.
Yeah?
Are churros for dessert or not? When do Spaniards such as yourself eat churros?
Never for dessert, never at 2:30 like it is right now, 2:30 p.m., maybe 2:30 a.m. So you have churros as a Spaniard for breakfast, mid-morning tea perhaps, and merienda, mid-afternoon tea. That's kind of it. Never for dessert. I mean, this is like a meal almost, so how can you have this after another meal?
Okay, San Ginés' favorite. Let's see how it stacks up.
By itself,
Churro.
just to truly taste it.
Tension. Yeah?
It's lovely. It's crunchy, has a very, very nice flavor.
Yeah.
I like it. Not too oily. It's nice. Huh. Yummy, but I don't find it that very special. It's yum. It's yum.
Tension.
So hard.
That was an evil laugh.
Oh, smelling.
Smells good. Not as much crunch there. It's okay. It's okay. Actually just got sounded like a baking soda aftertaste in the porra. I wonder if there's a little bit too much going on there.
Are you trying to be a super taster like me?
Pretty good, huh? A little sweet, like Valor, but not as sweet. Okay, my brain is full, my stomach is addled, or I think it's the other way around. And we need to decide what our favorites are. Thinking back through these 5, there have been some highlights, and San Ginés, the chocolate was actually better than I remembered. Not so much the churros and the porras. But overall, I think the best for me is Chocolate, the second place we went to. I want to hear what you think, Yoly.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
you know, the churros and the porras were great. He makes them great, but the chocolate, man, that just was unique. He really elevated it. Thick, smoky, dark, not too sweet. I'm loving Alfonso. Great
Really?
work. So he wins this year's award.
By
Chocolate
you.
Oscars, the churros Oscars. Yoly, what about you?
I think that, as a local that I am, I'm going to stick to the barrio and
Las
say
Farolas.
that Las Farolas is my favorite. Also, it's handy to have the favorite very close to home.
You're so practical.
I always let a big chunk of that to play into my mind, you know.
Today I am way off the beaten path in the Madrid neighborhood of Marqués de Vadillo. Never heard of it? Exactly. You see, whenever I'm in super neighborhood barrio tapas bars, I'm always like, I need to film this. I need to show the Spain Revealed crew how it really is, how tapas really are done. So I'm gonna take you today to a bunch of tapas bars here in this neighborhood to show you how real life Spaniards actually go out for tapas, how they eat, what they do, to give you a real sense of it, far from the tourist center. But, there is a but, I can't do it alone. I don't know this neighborhood at all. Hola, Arantxa, ¿qué tal? ¿Qué tal estás? Muy bien. Okay, guys, so this is Arantxa. She lives in this neighborhood. She's a friend. She's a guide with Devour Tours. She's an amazing cook. Check out her Instagram below with all this cooking content. And Arantxa, I have a question for you. What is the one thing that tourists get wrong when they think about tapas?
When they order tapas, they think that tapa is for themselves. And they have to share, they're supposed to share that tapa with everybody else's.
Are you gonna take me to a bunch of places?
Sí.
Let's do it. Hola, buenas, ¿qué tal?
Aquí con la guiri.
Eso, con el guiri. Con el guiri. I love these stools that we're sitting on. I've never been here
I was
before.
going to tell you because the taverns, like in Casa Tony,
Yeah.
the traditional seating was
Yeah.
the stools like this.
No backed chairs for you guys when you're doing a truly local style. All right.
Salud.
Salud. 11 a.m. Time check. Arantxa, is there a reason that the stools are, they have uncomfortable seating?
Because they don't want you to sit here comfortably forever. They want you to come in, drink something, eat something, and then leave the space for somebody else to come in.
I told you this was going to be a local tapas crawl, guys. Oh, you poured the spicy sauce on. A pig's ear sandwich is our first taste.
That's a lot.
That's a lot, right?
That's a lot.
I like it hot. Wow. Okay.
Then,
Breakfast of champions. That sauce is spicy. I mean, it's a pig ear sandwich.
but it's nice.
It's nice.
So usually when you come here to the Minutejo's house, you don't order just one sandwich because they're so thin and so small. You order half a dozen. My husband comes here, he orders like 6, and he eats like 4, and I eat like 2.
So I dare to come here and order 6 and have that for breakfast. 6 pig's ear sandwiches before noon with a beer. One thing I can't stress to you enough is the communal nature of tapas. So Arantxa said it's about sharing, but it's also about connecting with the people around you. So Arantxa just struck up a conversation with the couple next to us, and that's so normal in a tapas bar. It's like you're not invading their space. The idea is we're all eating together, even if we're at different tables, and I love that. Quiero uno para llevar, para que lo pruebe mi chica, por favor. Now, I got one to take away for Yoly, so she can experience the experience. It's not all old school places in this neighborhood or any neighborhood. Real Madrid people like to eat in modern places as well. So this place, La Griferia, is actually the sister bar of a place, La Canibal, that I did in my Lavapies video. We've got wine on tap, beer on tap, excellent cheeses, modern.
Perdona, los quesos, uno de cabra, uno de oveja y uno de vaca.
You see the way Arantxa orders? It's not like, por favor, gracias, ba, ba, ba. The politeness is implied and there's an immediacy to it.
Politeness is implied. When you can, would you serve me? Would you please? You don't say please, but would you serve me? It's implied the please.
Yeah. Chorizo a la sidra. Arantxa, you can have some with toothpicked it. No knives and forks for this.
I need my bread.
Just like the hint of cider, juicy. And this is the free tapa, right? This is just, you know, on the house, included with our drinks. But Arantxa, what's the deal with the bread?
So sometimes I see people who reach for the bread first thing, and they eat the bread before the free tapa or the cheese or anything arrives.
Okay.
No, people, this is not how it should be done. No. The bread is here to accompany your food. So you pick up a piece, not the whole bun, a piece of the bread, and then you use it as a tool, like a little plate, so that the fat doesn't drip in your beautiful dress and spoil it. So you eat it, and then.
So effectively, how I just ate that was completely wrong. Making videos for 8 years. You think I'm an expert. We've got sheep's cheese, a cow's cheese, and a goat cheese from different parts of Spain. Where do we start? Which one should we start with?
We're going to start with the milder tasting of the three. So let's start with either that one or that one.
Ooh, that's funky. I was expecting something softer.
Me too.
We went hard. Did we mess it up, Arantxa?
Not really.
No, we didn't mess it up. We're all good. The video can continue.
We can clean up our tasting buds with some wine.
Hey! There we go.
The next one is the goat one.
Goat cheese.
Goat cheese. And it has been rubbed, the crust, the outside, with paprika, pimenton.
Paprika rubbed cheese. Mmm. It's good. It's got like a, I don't know, harder, cheesier, like a cured aged cheese. Salud. And you have to do this, right?
Well, why do it?
Quien no apoya, no folla.
Oh, sí.
You have to Google translate that. Next up, the hardcore cheese, but you have a plan. We have to combine it with the membrillo.
Yes, this is quince paste. So you pick up a little bit of the cheese, and I pick up a little bit of the paste, and I eat both of them together, like this.
Oh, that's so good. Yeah, Arantxa was saying the quince paste is not super sweet, so you can still taste the cheese in there. It's got a sharpness, you know? It's like a bitterness, almost like a sourness in there. I love your neighborhood. Salud. All right, let's go. Vámonos. Encantado. All right, Arantxa, I'm hungry. So Arantxa, you've brought me to like the expensive place in the neighborhood. She knows I'm paying.
Fine place.
This is where people come to celebrate. Seafood is like a celebration food here in Spain. Seafood on display, which is important, right?
Yes, they have a full display of fish and seafood, and they are telling you, this is your dinner, this is your tapas, this is what you're going to eat. Salud.
Arantxa doesn't like scallops, so these are all for me. Oh. So good. They're like the sweet meats of the ocean. Gamba blanca from Huelva, from the south. These are the good ones, guys. One thing you were telling me off camera, Arantxa, that's important is that why you wouldn't put chorizo in paella.
I've just paid 40 euros a kilo of shrimps and crayfish in the market. I am not going to disguise the flavor, the delicate flavor of the seafood with cheap chorizo. Chorizo in Spain is so cheap. Why would you make everything taste like pork when you are doing a seafood paella? No, thank you. I'm going to check that they're loose. Yes, they are loose. Okay. So I like to put some lemon in them. And then in one go.
Ole.
So nice.
Yeah, it's good, huh? Okay, here we go, when I'm using the camera. It tastes like a day at the beach. Right, we're gonna finish our glasses. Onwards. Bar number 3, 4? 4. 4. Hemos vuelto, claro. Rioja, por favor. Sí, sí, fresquito, fresquito. Eso. Salud.
Salud.
Arantxa. Sí.
A lot of people ask me why wine is often served cold. Is because it's not an amazing wine. It's not a great wine. It kind of doesn't matter. So I feel like red wine, something to accompany my food, but it's really hot, so I want it to be fresh and cool. If I was here having an amazing wine, I would want it to be at the right temperature. Wine is just a daily thing we have here, so we don't necessarily think too much of it. That's the reason it's too cold.
Hold it in your hand for 5 seconds and it will be warmer. And let's be honest, it's 115 degrees outside.
One thing that concerns me, Arantxa, is that, we go on these tapas tour videos and we do tapas tours that you can take people to multiple places, but we don't really do 6 stops when we go out for lunch. It's not really how we do it. So how the locals do tapas?
You go for 1 or 2 tapas to a bar, and then either you go home because you had already prepared some food, which is like warming or doesn't need too much preparation, or you may go somewhere else for lunch. You don't spend the whole day eating tapas. It's much more expensive and you're not satisfied because it's tiny bits.
I have been partly responsible for maybe promoting this idea that we go to 6 places, but when I go to 6 places, I just want to show you a bunch of places.
Yes.
I don't go to 6 places with Yoly, and you don't do it with your husband, right?
No.
But what I love about these Arantxas, they don't, it's like, it's a pork belly, but it doesn't come in it's half cut.
I mean, you just have to,
We have to finish the cut.
Finish the cut, that's it. You cannot do it, I don't know why. It's too hard.
Hot fat, that's all I'm gonna say.
I know. Now
Oh my God.
Now I get it.
Oh my God.
You eat it with bread, like
So it's
this.
literally been taken out of the casing.
That's it. So it's
No,
caramelized onion and blood, and it's so, so, so delicious.
It's really good. I wasn't expecting it to be, expecting it to be so good, but so kind of rich. It's smoky, there's a touch of the Asturian blood sausage there. This is a food discovery for me. Choca. Hasta luego.
Hasta luego. Gracias. Chao.
Chao. Uy, eso, nos vamos. Tell me about this, like people sitting here, Arantxa.
Well, this is like a neighborhood little square. So there are 2 bars, but also you have these tables and these benches. And people might just sit here. If they don't have money to go there or they don't want to, they can have a drink in the little kiosk, buy some
their
water
beer there,
or a beer, and they sit here and they might just talk to their friends and talk to their neighbors. And there's a playground here. So you can be watching your kids sitting in the bench and looking at them playing and having a drink or something.
In the evenings, this is like busy, this whole area.
It's full of people.
Wow, I want to come back here in the evening,
Yes.
full of the terrace, the people here, the real neighborhood energy, right?
That's it.
And this terrace out here in the evenings is packed. How busy is it? Packed. Okay, if someone does this in Spain, it means a lot. So, packed, a lot of people. Albariño, por favor. No, una caña, es que así,
Hace
mejor.
mucha calor.
Y 2 vasos de agua, por
Sí,
favor.
por favor. In Madrid, offal is the king. We love offal.
Yeah.
We are a big town in the middle of nowhere. So we have to take advantage of the whole animal and eat it up.
Yeah.
All of it.
I feel like this is a beer stop. This is not a wine stop.
No.
This is like beer.
The beer will clean your throat of the fat.
The beer will clean your throat of the fat. I like that. That is a true barrio statement. Yeah. What have we got here? Because as much, Arantxa, as I talk about mollejas and casatoni, I have a little bit of organ meat fear.
This is mini zarajos. I guess you have seen them in Casatoni.
Zarajos.
The big ones.
Yeah, which is the braided lamb's intestines,
That's
right?
it. This is the same, but instead of wrapping them into sticks, they just wrap them in themselves,
Yeah.
and they're much smaller, so they're much more crunchy. Because the thing I like about tarajos is the crunchiness.
Yeah.
Not the flavor, not the taste, it's the crunchiness.
Yeah.
I always compare this to the rim of the bacon when
Yeah.
you overcook it and it's
Yeah.
really, really crunchy.
It's good. How many people are going to do this tapas crawl, Arantxa, and skip this stop? We dare you. Be ethical. a sheep stomach sandwich. Because I'm going to be honest, the flavor is pretty strong and it's not my favorite, but I feel like maybe if I force myself to eat more, because if I have a steak, I should have this, then I would grow a love for it.
Some people think they never eat offal at home, and this is something weird that we do here, but let me tell you, you do eat these things back at home. What do you think is in your $1 hot dog? What do you think is in your frozen lasagna TV dinner? Because basically these meats and these guys, but you eat it too and feed it to you.
Laying down the law, I like it, Arantxa. It's true, it's so true.
Do you know how much it takes to raise a sheep? And how much effort? How much waking up at 5 in the morning? They're not going to throw away half the animal.
Huevos rotos, por favor, y...
Una ensalada de tomate.
La ensalada de tomate con jamón, sí. Y ensalada de tomate ventresca.
I ordered a beer, it was a mistake. I'm changing for the Tinto Verano. You guys know we don't order sangria as locals in Madrid, do we?
Tinto de verano.
Tinto Verano, salud. And I love getting a good tomato, red onion often, or white onion, and tuna belly salad because it's so fresh. It's just such a delicious combination of things. You've got the tuna belly. It's from a can, but in the right way, right? It's beautiful tuna belly. Sweet tomato, salt, red onion, olive oil. Tinto Verano for everyone. Arantxa, show me how one breaks broken eggs. I mean, I feel like broken eggs, it's such a simple dish. Chips and egg and some ham on top, but it is so typical here. This is what people eat. This is what people share. So, but you got to know the technique for how to break them up. Come on, Arantxa. So, chip for me. Chip for me. Good. Okay, we're good. I mean, I'm not going to make something out of it. It's not. It's simple. This is comfort food. You're not traveling to Spain so you can eat huevos rotos, right? But this is what people eat because when you're at home, you want to eat something fried and yummy and delicious. And this is just such a comfort dish. And I love it.
We all agree that Madrid is a tapas paradise, right? But there is a side to Madrid's tapas scene that I, and maybe you, have never experienced.
Here we are in a very dead-looking street.
The world of enormous, generous, free tapas.
For the price of these 2 beers, we got all of this food.
In Madrid, if you order a drink, you're usually given something to nibble on. But in some places, you get more. Way more.
Got some ham, some chorizo, egg.
And these places are mythic. But are they any good? I went with my friend Phil, host of the much-loved Spanish football podcast, to find out. And we begin at La Pequeña Grana.
Porque ¿cómo funciona? Pedimos una
consumición,
¿sí?
una tapita.
Vale.
Esta cartita de tapas,
vale.
Que las tienes también por aquí en los cuadros y demás.
We've got a big selection.
We've got 20 free tapas.
20 free tapas.
Okay, so you order a drink, and then when you go to the bar, you would say, "Barman, can I have my cold beer and also one of these?" And you say, "I will have the mini hamburger, mini cheeseburger." You want a mini cheeseburger?
No.
You definitely don't. James is shaking his head. Definitely not. You've got a bolognese fajita. You've got a taco with barbecue chicken. This is quite elaborate. Bocatín de chistorra.
Y para mí ¿cuál es la tapa más?
Tiene que ser la misma.
Rintintín, ¿eh?
Sabes que los dos tienen que ser la misma. Tiene que ser la misma. Ah, vale.
Oops, I hadn't read the fine print on the menu. Because there are only 2 of us, we have to choose the same free tapa. If there were 4 or more, we could choose 2 different free tapas.
All right, we've hit our first roadblock. I can't get the tapa I want. Okay, here we go, Phil.
Yes.
That's your tapa.
Looks better than some crisps or an olive.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I like chistorra a lot. I order it in different places. It's not the highest quality. The sweet onion is pretty sweet, but it's tasty.
I might take the top piece of bread off just to make sure I get through the day. The onion is sweet.
Pretty sweet.
It was advertised as such, though.
It was.
They did say sweet onion.
Yes, and it is both of those things. Yeah.
The tapa is tasty, but it's standard fare. Is this what all the fuss is about? Feeling a little unsatisfied, I'm curious to try something else from the list of 20 tapas. Something more, well, cooked.
Los huevos rotos, por favor. Una pregunta, así que la gente luego pide comida como comida
¿Raciones?
Sí, raciones.
Mira, si le das la vuelta a la carta tienes las raciones y todo eso.
Sí,
también.
pero la gente los pide, ¿sí? Así que no se llenan solo de, digamos, la tapa gratis. Y al final, como modelo de negocio, lo de la tapa gratis, ¿funciona?
Nosotros empezamos en 2009.
Sí.
En 2009 estábamos en una crisis impresionante.
Ya.
Y creíamos que no íbamos a funcionar, pero yo creo que eso es lo que nos ayudó a
la crisis económica y tal. Y ahora,
pues mira, en septiembre hacemos 14 años ya.
Sí, y va bien.
Gracias a Dios. Que siga así.
Free tapa number 2, huevos rotos or broken eggs, a classic.
Beautiful egg, fries and jamón, all included in the price of these beers.
This is lunch for a lot of people.
This is lunch for small people. This is lunch for small people.
For small people, this is a full lunch.
Yeah.
Tastes better because it's free.
Huevos rotos. Yeah. Good. I mean, it's not jamón ibérico, but it is the free tapa and it's contundente.
But what about the price of those beers? A small beer, a caña, in Madrid is usually about $1.50. So are we paying a surcharge for our quote-unquote free tapas?
So, Phil, €1.90.
It's pretty good, eh?
Yeah, that's good, you think? Because you said $1.50, but I think that's good.
No, but $1.50 is normal caña.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a small surcharge, but €7.60 for 4 beers and 2 decent-sized plates of food. That's pretty good.
Y venís aquí, bueno, claramente no por la tapa, digamos, gratis.
No.
¿No?
Hoy mayormente porque yo iba a tomarme la atención y tenía 11 y he venido aquí a tomarme una cerveza.
Ah, pues muy bien.
With our blood pressure surging and our appetites peaked, we continue. La Pequeña Grana was a great spot, but I'd heard there are some places that are even more generous with their tapas.
This place is famous. I've heard of it. This is the spot for free tapas in Madrid.
Phil, it's closed. The filthy rim suggests it hasn't been open in a while.
But it does say there's another one around the corner. Let's have a look.
Let's see what the price of those free tapas are. There it is. Can you see if it's open yet?
Okay. Oh, it looks like it might be open.
After you, sir.
Wow, it is dark.
Yeah. Glasses off.
El Tigre. This joint is legendary amongst Madrid's free tapas connoisseurs and, it seems, taxidermists.
This is insane. Phil, can you, I can't.
What do I do?
You order 2 beers and you get. But we don't know what these 2 beers cost.
¿Cuánto vale la cerveza? $6.50 each.
So the tapas are ginormous, but the beers ain't cheap. And I'd heard this place is famous amongst students looking to load up on greasy food before a night out.
Quality is not going to be high, but look, it's bread and cheese, bread and lacón, bread and chorizo, and these look like cheese balls and potatoes. So
potatoes are safe.
It's all quite stodgy.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's anything potentially dangerous. Famous last words.
Yeah. This may be for the camera.
So this is extra. Or maybe it's because we've got the big beers. I don't know.
Don't quite know where to start, but at the beginning, as they say.
Stuck in. I'm just
get stuck in. Yeah. How's it taste? Is it all right?
Tastes like cheese and bread. Yeah.
Yeah, but it looks like good cheese. You know, are you eating a cheese ball thing? Croqueta, no?
Yeah, it's an okay croqueta.
Oh,
14 croquetas.
14 croquetas.
14 croquetas.
Should we try this? It's like a salsa brava sort of.
I think it's Bravas. Definitely Bravas.
They are bravas, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually not bad. ¿Cuántas tortillas acabas de cocinar?
Yo hago 50 por ahí.
50. Tú tienes que ser el cocinero que trabaja más en esta ciudad por la cantidad de tapas que salen de aquí. I want to try this.
Tasty pork with barbecue sauce. No. Yeah. We're going to eat all of this. I'm going to be lacon.
Legit lacon.
Legit. I can see why this place is popular and famous.
Yeah.
There's jamon. There was some jamon hiding here.
It turns out the food is pretty good, and the man behind me doesn't look like a student lining his stomach before a big night out.
¿Y por qué estás aquí hoy?
Porque vengo por trabajo y hoy en principio he viajado y no tenía otra cosa que hacer, digo, ya le he conocido otras veces, digo, bueno, me tomo una cerveza
y perdón por la pregunta, pero me da la impresión que podrías pagar por una comida si quisieras que al final no eres estudiante que estás ahorrando.
No, vengo, estoy aquí por trabajo, o sea, vengo porque tengo un trabajo.
Pero te llama la atención esto porque al final...
Sí, porque al final dices, bueno, pues tampoco tienes, dices, pues, igual te pones a comer, tampoco con este calor tampoco te apetece comer tal, pues tomas una cerveza, picas algo y cumples, o sea, es que no te pide más el cuerpo.
I come from London, right?
Yeah.
$6.50 for a pint.
Yeah.
Is what you pay. You'd be delighted to pay $6.50 for a pint in London. You wouldn't get anything.
You wouldn't get a smile.
You wouldn't even get a smile. Maybe this is cheap and bountiful.
Bountiful.
Yeah.
El tigre.
Tigre.
All right. More free tapas. You hungry?
I'm starving.
But as we roll up to the next bar, the oddly named Padrao Cops, we both get a bit of a weird vibe.
Here we are in a very dead-looking street.
It doesn't look like the epicenter of free tapas in Madrid.
No, it doesn't.
There's a police theme though. It's got like the police symbol.
I'm intrigued.
The bar is empty as we enter, and the odd police theme continues. Plus, perhaps worryingly, a sign clearly states you can't choose or demand your tapa.
The sign saying the aperitivo, the snack, is cortesía, is courtesy of the establishment. You can't choose or demand.
No se puede elegir ni exigir. I feel like that could be a bad sign given our current mission.
Yeah.
This is the owner, Pedro, and he seems to want to play down the whole free tapas aspect.
Esto va así. Siempre ponemos aperitivo a todo el mundo. Y de hecho ponemos mucho, o sea, grande. Jode mucho cuando viene alguno y dice, esto no lo quiero, cámbiamelo, que me come tal. Digo,
he visto una foto de tal, sí, dame algo distinto. Sí.
Entonces digo, no te doy nada.
Sí.
Y se arma feliz.
Y se quejan, sí.
Entonces me escriben que soy un malo, que soy un fascista y que soy no sé qué. Sí.
I guess if you give people an inch, they'll sometimes take a mile, which is about how long our free tapa is.
¿Eso es para una persona o dos? Para dos. Hang on, do you remember that beginning of Star Wars?
It is for two, so we have to fold it over and cut it in half, so it's for
or
two.
You, like in Lady and the Tramp, we just start from each end and see what happens. I mean, I really just want to eat the chicken. You know, this is the real test. You know, it's like, is it yummy? Pretty good. I mean, I would just take the bread off. Chicken's not dry. It's well salted. I know there's a police theme here, but like, this should be illegal.
It's good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Chicken is moist and well seasoned.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good.
There was a part of me in making this video that was like, oh, these are going to be already ropey joints.
Yeah.
But this is legit.
What we're eating now is actually very tasty. I'd be happy if I made this at home. Like I would add a few little things, but it's a tasty piece of food.
Bueno, no sé, ¿cuánto tiempo llevas aquí?
Bueno, yo digo no, desde el 4 de enero del año 2000.
Pero bueno, ¿y haciendo, digamos, con los bocadillos enormes o no tanto?
Sí, a ver, este bar siempre funcionó, no es que está aquí metido, aquí no pasa nadie. Sí. Siempre funcionó a base de que hemos dado siempre mucho aperitivo.
¿Y la gente pide comida, digamos, de raciones de la carta, sí?
Claro, hombre, a ver.
No se quedan como llenos después de una consumición. Sí.
Algunos sí, otros no.
Sí.
Y a esta hora yo me como eso y muchos días no voy al restaurante, otros días sí.
Sí. Así que a veces pagas, digamos, por un menú.
Sí, pero cuando va uno así que tiene más prisa o vienes, tomas una tapa y
rápido.
Y vas estupendamente y aguantas perfectamente hasta llegar a casa y ya cenas.
Sí, ¿no? Así te cuesta como el precio de la Coca-Cola.
3 euros.
6 euros. 3 euros. Y un bocadillo en 3 euros. Está bien. Y está rico el bocadillo. He comido lo mismo.
Muy bueno.
Te puedo preguntar sobre el tema de policía, me parece muy interesante. ¿Eres ex policía o algo?
No, no parece mucho.
I don't quite catch what Pedro says next, but in short, this place is a popular hangout for cops. And not just those from Madrid, but from around the world.
Ay, ¿esto?
Se te queda eso sin pila tal lumbre.
Ay, we came for the free tapas, and we each left with a complimentary torch.
Police torch. Complimentary police torch.
Luego.
From skeptic to fan, I'm loving Madrid's hyper-generous tapas scene. But there's one piece left in this puzzle. Casa Pepe, home to Madrid's most famous chicken wings. A plate of them is always included in the price of your drink. But as we approach, a waiter comes out and tells us we can't film inside. But a video about massive tapas in Madrid that doesn't include Casa Pepe is a total bust. Phil does some smooth talking and we're finally allowed in. But needless to say, I'm feeling a bit nervous about being here with a camera.
So to recap, as we were standing outside, the man literally came outside and said we can't film here because so many people have come to film, but it's just gotten so busy and so popular that I think they're trying to tamp it down. So, but in the end, he let us film as long as it's we talked him into it. Phil was smooth, I was smooth.
I literally said, we'll just sit in the corner and won't bother anyone.
I don't really know what's happening.
The vibe's a little bit different because we're here with a camera. I think if we weren't here with a camera, we'd be relaxed.
Yeah.
At the moment, I'm a little bit on edge. Okay, these are
two large beers.
Pretty heavy beers as well.
Are they heavy?
Yeah.
And you are a big man.
Well, these are big beers.
I really don't know what's happening here.
I don't know what's going on here. But this place is quite famous. I've been here about 10 years ago.
Ay, muchas gracias. I thought they're famous for the chicken.
Chicken wings, yeah.
Yeah.
They are. But what is this? A salad.
Do you think they're teasing us with the lack of chicken wings? They're holding back?
Maybe. It feels like somebody was laughing at us there. Like,
you thought you were going to get chicken wings.
Give the foreigners the tomatoes.
Ay, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
We underestimated Pepe. We thought Pepe hated us, but he didn't.
Ay, muchas gracias.
Pepe loves us. He loves us. This is a genuinely full meal. It's a good wing.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's a good wing?
Crunchy, salty. Yeah.
That's a good wing.
I just find amigas is just the most sort of delicious country food.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's so simple, just the fried bread, peppers, chorizo, and an egg on top. It's really sort of comforting, super simple.
Yeah. I never took you as amigas, boy.
Smoky.
Smoky?
Yeah.
Some ham, some chorizo, egg, garlicky. Smoky. Some of the best migas I've had.
There's absolutely no way I'm throwing this on the floor though. It just feels ridiculous.
Mate,
I know. I'll just put it on your plate.
Throw it on the floor, can you?
I'm gonna pick it up, I just feel... Sorry, Pepe.
While Phil isn't as comfortable with the well-documented Casa Pepe tradition of throwing your bones on the floor, the boys at Casa Pepe continue to show us tapas love.
Phil.
Ah, look, more complimentary pork and bread.
I'm kind of freaking out that we have not ordered any food today.
Wait for it.
God.
Oh.
La oreja. Muchas gracias. The pig's ear is good.
And as the tapas flow, I notice a man lingering nearby. I think he wants to be friends, and making friends at the bar is what tapas are all about, so I oblige.
Yo, si no vengo, me pone multa.
¿Tú vienes todos los días?
Todos los días. Y si no vengo, multa.
¿Sí, no?
Claro. Ahora me acaba de echarme una multa porque no vine anoche.
He tells me the owner, Pepe, who we haven't met yet, is a local legend.
¿Qué pasó en los años 70-80?
Porque la gente no tenía viruta.
Sí.
Y él hace de aperitivos y todo, quitó a la gente de hambre.
Ya. La gente venía para tomar algo y luego...
Esto.
Sí.
Eso es bestial.
Ya.
A base de lo que fuera.
Pepe sounds like the kind of guy I want to meet. I ask my new friend if he can make an intro.
¿Tienes ganas de presentarme? Pues le pregunto un par de cosas, pero no quiero que sea un compromiso para ti.
Yo le puedo preguntar.
He disappears for a few minutes and then waves me through.
Acabamos de comer las alitas y las migas y súper ricas.
¿Os ha gustado?
Mucho. ¿Cuánto tiempo lleva usted con el local?
58 años.
58 años. Y al final la gente viene por el tema de la tapa incluida o más por otras cosas.
Por todo un poquito de todo.
Sí.
El buen trato,
sí.
El buen servicio, todo influye
sí.
Que te hace una montaña, digamos.
Sí.
Un poquito de cada cosa pues te hace mucho.
Sí.
Y sin dejarlo.
Sí.
Dejar esas líneas todos los días.
¿Dónde surgió la idea de las alitas?
Total, mía.
Sí.
Creación mía, idea mía total.
Sí.
Haciendo pruebas, haciendo muchas pruebas de cosas.
Sí.
Y ver lo que puede funcionar, lo que no puede funcionar. Y esa lucha.
I'm going to be honest, I struggled to hear parts of what Pepe was saying, but at its core I was struck by the fact that while Phil and I came for the free chicken wings, the regulars around me seemed to be here for what this man has created through decades of hard work and business savvy, a friendly, generous place where they feel at home.
Phil, do you know what this all costs? We've got the ear, the wings, the migas, the tomato salad, right?
And 2 beers.
And 2 beers.
€7. This is extraordinary. But you know what? I don't think people are coming here for the free tapas. I think that's what we've learned today. Like people are like, it's like a bonus. But people are coming to these places because they like the places.
No es por la tapa gratis. No. Por el ambiente, ¿no?
Ah, eso sí. Por el ambiente.
Así que no es solo gente buscando comida gratis.
Para nada.
Sí.
No. La gente viene buscando la tapa gratis, pero también quiere un poquitín de calidad y sobre todo el ambiente.
Para los que comemos normal, esto ya te digo, cuesta acabarlo.
¿Te ha gustado?
Sí, está bueno.
Are you serious?
From pig's ears to bocadones.
Can't you see
Don't they know you have an allergy to fish?
We don't need any more food. We've ordered.
Hand on my heart, I was anxious about this tapas tour. I was worried we'd be served up mountains of crappy food that wasn't worth making a video about. But I end the day having discovered 4 new bars that are about much more than just abundant tapas, and that deserve a visit if you're looking for authentic joints where locals hang out in Madrid. Okay, you're allowed to go just for the tapas, but trust me, you're gonna get a whole lot more. Anyway,
we'll see you soon, somewhere in Spain. Ciao. So guys, you're coming to Madrid and you've heard about the San Miguel market or the Mercado de San Miguel, and you're like, should I visit there? What is it? What's it all about? When I get there, what do I do? What do I eat? What do I drink? Well, today, this is what this video is all about. This market right behind me in the center of Madrid is famous. Millions visit every year, and it's all about eating and drinking. People come here to eat tapas, drink wine, the whole bit. But here's the thing, once you get inside, there is so much choice. There's so many stalls in there. At peak times, there's so many people. So today, this video is all about telling you what to eat and what not to eat inside the Mercado San Miguel. So venga, let's go. Hey Spain lovers, I'm James Blick and welcome to Spain Revealed. This channel is all about how we eat, drink, live and love in this wonderful country called Spain. So the Mercado San Miguel, it's right here in the center of Madrid, right by the Plaza Mayor, and there's so many questions that people have about it. Should I visit it? Is it a tourist trap? Is it overpriced? I'm gonna answer all those questions today. We're gonna go inside and I'm gonna take you to some of my favorite stalls, and I'm also gonna try out some places I haven't tried before with you and see how they stack up and give you my really honest opinion about this place. Let's get in there and start eating. All right, it's just about 10:30 in the morning. The market opens at 10 a.m. Let's hit our first stop, which, hey, it's alcoholic, but you're on holiday, so it's okay, and it's Spain. So one of the places I always make sure I stop is La Hora del Vermú, which is our classic aperitif here in Madrid and other parts of Spain that we drink to open our appetite. So I've got these guys do great vermouths on tap. They have a number of different ones, one from Madrid, one from other parts of Spain, and they also get it with a banderilla, which is effectively delicious pickled things, olives, anchovies, all these other wonderful things, peppers on little skewers. Vermouth. It's bitter, it's sweet, and you can get them on tap in bars all over Madrid. I love La Hora del Vermú. And here they do them with these amazing banderillas. So this one I've got here has got an olive, it's got a pickled pepper, it's got an anchovy, it's got a red pepper, it's got a quail egg. And I always try and see if I can get it in one bite. No, I don't. 2 bites is what I try and do. Sharp, vinegary, wonderful.
Here's this other one I've got. Olive, pickled peppers, sun-dried tomato, and a salt-cured anchovy. This is called a Gilda, and it's a famous type of skewer that's actually invented in the Basque country in San Sebastian. What I love about that one is it's got a bit of a heat as well from the pickled pepper. And when you order your skewers from this place, they will serve them with some olives. These are called Campo Real olives, and they're local to Madrid, and they're really herbal, and they're wonderful, covered in thyme and rosemary in the marinade. So good. So also one of the great things about the market here is you can walk around with your drink. So you can get your vermouth here, maybe have your olives, and then you can grab your drink and just walk to another stall, order more, whatever you want to do. So we're going to go for a little walk with my vermouth. Before we hit more stalls, I want to answer some really key questions about this market that often people ask. 1, is it a traditional market? 2, is it touristy? And 3, when is the best time to come? All right, let's go for a vermouth wander and I'll answer those questions. So question number 1, is this a traditional market? No, it's not in the sense you might be thinking of. This is, as I say, more of a gourmet food hall. So the places where people shop for their groceries, those kind of traditional markets, there's plenty of those in Madrid and they're wonderful places to visit. And at the end of the video, I'm going to give you some names of them that you can visit because it's a different thing. Question number 2, is the Mercado San Miguel touristy? Well, look, it's right by the Plaza Mayor. It's right in the center of Madrid, and it's a place where you can try so many different foods from all over Spain. So of course it's a place that tourists are going to come to when they're visiting the capital. It just makes sense. And question 3, when is the best time to visit the market? Well, look, it's about 11:15 on a Saturday morning here. It's getting busier. I was speaking to one of the guys who works at the vermouth place, and he told me that the real busy times are from about midday till about 3 p.m. and then again from about sort of 7:30, 8 p.m. until about 10:30 p.m. So those are really the really busy times where you kind of have to struggle a little bit maybe to get to that vermouth counter or get to the food that you want. The market's open from 10 a.m. in the morning right through to midnight or even later on the weekends. All right, we need to keep eating. Okay, next stop, cheese, something that you obviously have to eat here in Spain. And Mia Quesos is a stall here that does individual portions of cheese, and they have a really great selection. They've got cheeses from throughout Spain. I've got here manchego, I've got blue cheese from the north of Spain, big chunks, and I've got a goat's cheese. You can always tell because they're very white, from Madrid. Now that's €1.80 per slice of cheese, and that raises another question. You might be thinking, well, is the Mercado San Miguel really expensive? Well, look, well, yeah, there are cheaper ways to buy this cheese, but the fact is, you're paying for the ease of being able to come here, order individual slices, and they're big chunky slices, and you're right in the center of Madrid. So in the Mercado San Miguel, sometimes you're going to pay a little bit more, but that's just the nature of the beast, the nature of this kind of place. All right, I'm going to try this cheese. Everybody when they come to Spain wants to try manchego, and I understand. And this is a good one. And I love it when cheese is cut big and thick. Really delicious. Goat cheese. I'm a huge goat cheese fan. That's really good and perfect temperature as well. The blue from the north of Spain. Wow, strong. Really strong. And who says France is the only country that does blue cheese? Really, really good. All right, let's keep moving on. We've got more food to try. So next stop is bacalao. La Casa de Bacalao, you can buy it in these little tapas sizes, which are delicious, really easy to eat. They don't just have bacalao, they also have anchovies, octopus. I've got smoked sardine and also bacalao, and so it's a great place to try that dish that you've heard a lot about, you know, without ordering a huge meal of bacalao in a restaurant. So €1.50 for some of these, which I think is a pretty good deal. All right, so let's try it. We'll start with the bacalao al ajorrero, which is with tomato and vegetables. Bacalao has its own unique taste. It's a little bit fishy, it's a little bit salty, but that's been really nicely done. Sometimes when it's not desalted enough, it can be too salty, but this has been desalted perfectly. Now I'm going to go for one of my favorite things in the world, which is smoked fish, smoked sardine. Really, really good. And one of the things I love about that is smoked sardines are really expensive when you go and buy them in big jars in the supermarkets. This is a great way to get it without buying the full jar. So the Casa de Bacalao is another place I recommend here in the market that you check out. Okay, so 3 cold tapas down. It's time for a glass of wine. There's a place here called Mr. Pinkerton. It's a wine bar, and despite the very un-Spanish sounding name, it's legit, and they have a great selection of wines. And again, like the vermouth, you can order your wine at Mr. Pinkerton and then walk around and order more food. So let's grab some wine and then we'll keep eating. So a glass of Albarino at Mr. Pinkerton, €3.50, so not a bad price. I'm sure you can get it cheaper, but again, not crazy. What I quite like about this place is they have a really good selection of wine. You can go from, you know, some everyday drinking stuff right up some really, really classy bottles and glasses. But one thing that also is cool about this place is they have an excellent selection of sherries. Now, when people think sherry, they think of sweet wine, but remember, most sherries are dry. They can only be made in Spain. If you wanted to try some dry Spanish sherry or some sweet stuff, then this is also also a great place to do that. All right, I'm gonna sip my wine and then we're gonna keep eating. Okay, so I've just ordered my boquerones fritos, my fried anchovies, and I've come over to a corner of the market. It's a little quieter to film this. Also because I didn't want to talk about it in front of the people there because, man, it was expensive. I was not expecting that. As I say, I haven't eaten cooked food in this market before. So 14 euros for this ration, this plate of fried anchovies. Now, to give you some context, I know at Casatoni, a place I love, they're about 6.50, 7 euros, half the price. Obviously, the rent is crazy high here and things like that. But just to give you an idea, if you want to get fried anchovies at that place, you're going to pay a lot more than you would maybe at a traditional Madrid tapas bar. Okay, so we know they're more expensive, but are they better? Let's try one. They're okay. The fish is obviously very fresh. It's a good boquerón, it's a good anchovy, it's meaty, but it's a bit chewy and it's not very crunchy. And here's the rub, is that they were not cooked fresh to order for me. So what happened is they were served, as you'll see, out of the warmer. So they'd probably been fried maybe 5-10 minutes beforehand. So, you know, you're paying more and you're not necessarily getting them fresh to order. Now, obviously, if you ordered them straight as they'd come out, that would be a different story. It's just kind of a pity. It tastes like the quality is really good. Great seafood, great produce, great battering and everything, but just kind of let down because of the way it has to be served, not cooked to order. On the other hand, I told the guy I was a YouTuber and he served me some squid tentacles that he'd just battered and fried in the moment, and he put those on my plate as well. And I just tried one of those and it was delicious. The batter was perfect. The meat and of the squid was really tender. So if you can get them lucky enough to come right out of the fryer, then they're really, really good, but still more expensive. Although one thing that's interesting is you can order a mixture. So you can order a little bit of calamari, you can order a little bit of fried anchovies, you can order a little bit of squid, for example, and then you'll still pay a similar price, I think about 16 euros. So second lot of cooked tapas, I'm at a place called Arzabal. This place is a tapas bar in the Ibiza neighborhood of Madrid, and so they've opened a couple of stalls here. Actually, they have one at this end, which is with cooked tapas, cooked raciones. Here I've ordered some patatas bravas, and after the fried anchovies shock, the prices here are actually not too bad. 7 euros for some bravas. Yeah, you can get them cheaper, but that's not crazy at all. And while I wait for the patatas bravas, it's a good moment actually just kind of recap on a couple of things I've overheard or heard while I've been in the market so far. I was walking past a bunch of people just before, and one of them said to his friend, the one in Barcelona is much bigger. So obviously he was referring to the Boqueria. Now, it's interesting that people group these two together, but they're very different things. The Boqueria is a traditional market. It's just become such a popular tourist destination, but it still functions as a traditional market. The Mercado San Miguel is not a traditional market, as I said earlier. It's a gourmet food hall, a gourmet tapas hall. So they're two very different things. So don't kind of group them together. All right, and just swinging around, the other thing is two people just came up to me who are fans of the YouTube channel, and they made a really interesting comment. They've obviously seen the channel, they've explored, they've been to places beyond the Mercado San Miguel, but they said they love it here. So I thought that was really interesting. There are people who have watched a lot of the videos, they've explored, they've gone deeper, they've gone to tapas bars that are, you know, in the neighborhoods and things like that, but they still like this place, they still enjoy it. And I think that's why it's wrong to say that you should avoid the Mercado San Miguel. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more expensive at times, depends on the stall, but it's a great place to get your sea legs, it's a great place to come first, it's a great place to walk around with a glass of wine, get exposed to so many different types of Spanish food in one place, but just know that it's the beginning of your adventure eating in Madrid, not the end of it. Okay, so the Bravas have come now, very different experience from the fried fish. These were cooked to order, so I waited about 10 minutes for them, so that's a good sign, and a good serving size, a ración size, so it wasn't like I spent 7 euros and got a tiny portion. Let's try them, let's see what they're like. I'm actually surprised. I thought they were going to be a lot better. Freshly cooked. The sauce just isn't very nice. It's not sort of really spicy. It's a bit watery. So pretty average, but I actually don't think that necessarily has anything to do with the Mercado San Miguel. If you go to Arzabal, their bar in Ibiza, it's possibly the exact same recipe. Everything's exactly the same. So they're legitimate, but I just don't like the style. I don't think they're great. All right, next I want to talk to you about the pinchos, those little things on bread that you'll see down the other end of the market, because those are really popular with people, and I kind of want to help you understand them. So let's head there. So one style of tapas you're going to see a lot of here in the market are pinchos. Those are those things on bread, kind of like this guy, excuse the napkin, where they're a style of tapas, as you'll know if you've been watching this channel for a while, from the north of Spain, particularly from the Basque country, and it's a really popular option here in the market because it's really easy to serve and to eat on the run when you're getting your central table, and you can get a whole bunch of different yummy things on top of bread. So you'll see multiple different stalls serving them, a few that are more focused on that purely. Now, my My only suggestion with that is I would say stick to pinchos that don't need to be reheated, because sometimes they will here put them in the microwave. I would actually prefer to eat it lukewarm or room temperature than have it go through the microwave. So I would focus on things, seafood, ham, cheese. In this case, I have anchovies, boiled egg, and a little chopped up onion by the looks of it, and a little bit of garlic alioli on top. Let's see how it is. Really, really delicious actually. That was really, really good. Perfectly garlicky alioli there. It's got the onion with some nice bite, the anchovy. So that was excellent. That was actually from a place that's right behind me, Amaike Taco, which has a lot of different canned and preserved products from the northern parts of Spain. And they have this other one, which is an artichoke, and it has like ham on the top or something like this. And what was interesting is they didn't microwave this to heat it up. They put it under a grill, so much better. It's good to see that happening. That was really good. I know I'm frowning a lot, but I'm not intending to. That was delicious. So that was an artichoke that had been served on a plastic spoon, sitting in beautiful olive oil, and with little bits of, it tastes like little pieces of Iberian ham on the top. Really, really yummy. And again, they heated it up, not in a microwave, but under the grill. And you didn't even have to do that. I think you could have eaten it just at room temperature as well. It would have been delicious. So again, that's my tip for pinchos. Stick to the ones that don't need to be heated up. Okay, one of the most popular stalls here in the market is the paella stall, called Paella Power. It's kind of a naff name, but the paellas looked great. This one, it's actually headed by a Michelin star chef called Rodrigo de la Calle. And as I say, they look pretty good and they look authentic, and they're being served and made in the moment there, just on proper ring grills as a paella should be. And every 10-15 minutes they come out with a new one. And I guess what's important about paella to know is that unlike fried fish, you know, it's been sitting there for 10-15 minutes, that's fine. You know, leaving it better with flavor. So I'm gonna try it. I've got it here. Hot. Actually, it's not bad. It's full of flavor. You can really taste the rosemary in there. It's got the garrafo, it's got the chicken, it's got the beans. It's good. It's not bad. The rice is a little bit crunchy, a little bit al dente, as it should be. You can tell that they've been making them really quickly, so the stock hasn't quite integrated. The stock is almost a little bit overpowering for a paella that's kind of fast food and made that quickly. I think that's actually, yeah, pretty legit. Pretty legit. I'm going to give that one a pass. 10 euros for this plate, so again, it's expensive, but it's a legitimate, and I'm glad they're doing legitimate paella here. And again, the other thing also is that if you go to a restaurant, you might have to order an entire paella if you want to try it, because if you only want to order a small portion, it may be pretty bad in a typical restaurant because it's not made for you. So I think if you want just a single portion of paella, although you're going to pay a little bit of a premium, this is actually a pretty good place to try it. Good work, Rodrigo de la Calle. Why can't I say the name Rodrigo? It's so hard. Can you say that at home? Can you give me any tips for saying that properly? Rodrigo. I think it's the D and the R. I can say his surname though, de la Calle. That's easy. All right, moving on. Okay, so I have stuffed myself with savory dishes, and it's come time for dessert. Now, there's a couple of options here for sweets in the market. There's the Horno de San Onofre, which is a pastry shop, bakery that's been running in Madrid. They have a few branches around the capital, but I wanted to go with something a little different, and that's a new stall, and that's Rocambolesque. Rocambolesque is an ice cream parlor, a gelateria that's being created by Jordi Roca, who's a very, very famous pastry chef, a Michelin-starred pastry and dessert chef, and he has this place. They have one in Barcelona as well, and this is like the Madrid branch of it here in the market. Now, I'm not a huge sweets person. I'm not a huge ice cream person either, but I'm going to try it and see what it's like. Yeah, it's good. It's a good ice cream. I mean, it's been a long time since I've had ice cream, but that's quite good. It's creamy. It's not too sweet. It's great. And actually, I think it's a gelato. It's not an ice cream. So, as you can see, out of my depth. But in terms of a white ice creamy gelato-y dessert, that is delicious. Got some toppings on there that she recommended. There's some chocolate brownie on top. There's some caramel crunchy bits. They've got some crazier ones there. They've also got a chocolate flavor. So, if you feel like something really cool and refreshing and sweet at the end of your adventure here in the Mercado San Miguel, I think that's a totally fantastic choice. Hey, Spain lovers, you're in Madrid and you want to eat the best tapas, and I don't blame you. Well, you've come to the right place. This city is fantastic for eating. I'm in Ibiza, a neighborhood just outside the tourist center, and this is where I believe the best tapas bars are in this city. We're going to hit 5 fantastic tapas bars today, and they're all within a couple of blocks of each other, which means that this area is perfect for the tapas crawl of your dreams. I'm James Blick, co-founder of Devour Tours, and this channel is all about helping you explore Spain like a local. And today I'm joined by a special guest star, my wife.
Hi, how are you? I'm Yolanda. I'm a flamenco tour guide here in Madrid, and I'm so excited to be showing you the best places to eat tapas here in Madrid.
Well, Yolanda, or Yoly as we call her, is, as you say, born here, so she's the perfect person to join us and teach us a few things about eating tapas in Madrid. Should we go?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
First bar, La Tapa. This place is amazing for the quality of its seafood, the meats, the tapas, and also it's wineless, phenomenal wineless. What I love about the places in this neighborhood is it's quite a wealthy neighborhood, and so you can get amazing wines by the glass, you can taste wines from all over Spain, and also the quality of the tapas is a little higher than a lot of the places in the tourist center, which is only just a 10-minute walk away.
Cheers, baby.
Hey, cheers, salud.
First up, a mountain of uber fresh seafood from the Spanish coast, done in a ceviche style. Plump prawns, octopus, mussels, wow. So much freshness, so much flavor, a little bit of heat from the ají, beautiful.
Oh, look at that.
Yum. Yum. The expert.
Just like my mother's.
Really? So what's
Really
in
nice.
there?
It's potato and truffle.
Fresh stingray prepared in an escabeche, which is an ancient and very Spanish vinegar preparation. Escabeche marinades are packed with paprika, carrot, vinegar, peppercorns, garlic, bay leaves, and more. So good. I love escabeche. It's tight on your mouth. It's sharp. It's so delicious, and it's slightly warm, the stingray. This is an incredible dish. Miguel Angel has suggested that we don't drink Cava with this dish. It doesn't go. He served us another drink, sherry. It's really early. It's only 12:30 in the morning. Sherry is one of the most spectacular wines that you will ever discover in the world. And people just don't know about it. I think it's the sweet stuff, but no. You have to come here, you have to try this, you have to try this combination. All right, we need to hit the next bar. Let's go.
Okay, next stop, La Monteria. This place has been open since 1963, famous for its game meats. Rioja this time, we've changed to the red. Hola, buena, muchas gracias. Look at how that partridge just falls off the bone. Wow. Perfectly cooked, slowly cooked. Such a dense, rich flavor. Wow. And combining that density with the freshness of the salad and the bite of the radish.
Are you gonna leave some for me?
Okay, this one we need bread with. It's venison that's been stewed, more comfort food, in a ragu. That sauce is rich and sweet. So tender. And such a wonderful gamey flavor. I've probably got venison in my teeth. Sorry if I do. I'll wash it down. Looking good? Okay, we've been to two more traditional places. Now we're going super modern. Well, super modern. We're going to Culto. This place came out in the New York Times recently. Hey, have to pull, not push. Hey. Okay, so I love this place with its beautiful open kitchen behind us. You can see all the action, and they've got 3 tapas coming out for us. They've suggested we pair it with sherry, more sherry. Obviously, sherry, I can tell, rightly so, is really de moda, as we say in Spanish.
I reckon, yeah.
Yeah, right?
Totally.
It's very
It's becoming really trendy, you know,
trendy.
Why not? I mean, it's
and more than being trendy, also being rediscovered,
yeah.
You know, and given the value it deserves. So cheers.
Finally.
We have a manzanilla.
Yeah, salud.
Here we are,
to
from
sherry.
Sanlúcar.
Yeah.
Little sip. This is so romantic. We should do this more often.
Bueno, pues por aquí seguimos con nuestra versión de la tortillita de camarones, ¿no?
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Okay, so we have a classic tortita de camarones done in a different style. This is a very traditional dish from Cádiz, but it's the little fried shrimp on lettuce leaf, and there's a Vietnamese sauce here. I can see red onion there. I can see sesame seeds. All right.
Well, messy but yummy, yeah?
Mouthful of southern Spain, of little fried shrimps. They're crispy. They're like, I love these little things. They have so much flavor and they're so small. In Cádiz, they sell them in little cones in the street where you can go and you just eat them with your hands. And they're sitting in a little lettuce kind of cradle.
Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah.
Not easy, right?
Dos atáis. Son dos hojitas de cilantro, crema de cacahuete casera, ¿vale? Un poquito de...
Okay, so we've got a satay of tuna, of red tuna, atún rojo, which is very typical from the south of Spain. We pull it off and stick it in our mouth. This is messy eating, which I like. I love messy eating. Okay, I'm going in. Wish me luck.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Perfect satay sauce, nutty, and combined with the tender tuna that is practically, well, it's cooked on the outside, raw on the inside.
Bueno, pues por aquí seguimos con nuestra focaccia con pata, morro lengua, unos frijoles picantillos, cebolla con habanero y cebolla en nipep.
Mexico and Italy come together in this small tapa, which is like, it's delicious. The bread is crunchy, the frijoles are perfectly stewed, and that delicious meat you can see there, it's so full of flavor from all the, what we call cascarilla in Spanish, all the bits and pieces, the lips and hooves, that people are starting to use these parts of the pig again, the snout, the trotters, the God knows what, and so they should, because we can't just focus on the prime cuts, because that is totally not sustainable. We've got two more to go. We're going to La Castella. This place, here we are, is one of our favorites. As you know, is always heaving, impossible to get space.
Love this place.
Look at it in here. This is Andres, he's our man in La Castella. He's the man you have to ask for when you come in here, because it is hard to get a spot in here. It's always heaving. It's always heaving at the bar, so you have to kind of like use your tapas bar tactics to get a spot, as Yoly just did for us. You're a natural.
Elbows out, you know. You
elbows
need to,
out.
Go for it,
elbows
Don't
out.
be shy.
Exactly, and the food here is a mixture of seafood, meats, again, great wine. Wow, I love this place. Okay, so this is one of my favorite dishes in all the world. It's langostinos that have been grilled and with chickpeas. And these chickpeas are in a delicious sauce that just tastes of langostino. Oh. It's unbelievable. This is a combination that if you hear it, you'll be like, what are you talking about? But when you taste it, it just makes sense.
It doesn't really matter how stuffed I am. There's always room for this dish. It's amazing. I'm always so excited to come here to La Castella to have this dish.
The holy grail of Spanish food, I sometimes think, rabo de todo, bull's tail stew, and it should be such that it just kind of falls away from the bone like this. Look at that. It's like nights by the fire. It's a warm, cozy bed. This is true cozy cooking. So good. How are you feeling?
I'm so full.
We must toast. We have hit 4 places. We have 1 to go, and this place is pretty special. So hang on, strap in. 2 wines from Madrid. Madrid is a wine region, believe it or not. Guys, it's scallop time. It always comes, and this is scallops with a ponzu dressing and on a algae and tempura. Wow! With your fingers. It's 4 o'clock. It's finger time. Crunch of the tempura. The softness of the scallop. This is like, I'm dreaming. Artichoke confit, ham, a ham jus, and an alioli made from almonds. I mean, it's like a poem. All right. Wow. Artichokes are one of the most wonderful things invented by God. Like on the 7th day, he did not rest. He made artichokes, and he also made ham. And he also made almonds. And they were all put together in this dish, and it is amazing. Rabbit ribs with beautiful little bits of fried garlic. Wow. Okay. Rabbit ribs. I don't think I've had rabbit ribs before. Have you?
I don't think so either.
No?
See how much meat you get. You get any?
Yeah. Really good. Wow. There's something that you just don't want to stop. You want to keep nibbling on these guys. Poor rabbits. Do you remember Watership Down?
The Rastro, one of Europe's largest and oldest flea markets, and a Sunday morning tradition in Madrid, where tourists and locals alike come to buy everything from paella pans to piggy banks, from headgear to underwear. But here's the rub.
The Rastro isn't about shopping. Most Madrilenians don't come here to buy. They come to eat and drink. And that's what we're going to do. Don't get me wrong, you got to work up an appetite before you overindulge. And browsing is part of the Rastro experience. But you want to get off the main drag, which is full of the kind of crap you can get anywhere. So explore the surrounding streets and squares. They're jammed with a fascinating smorgasbord of overpriced antiques, of dubious provenance, junk, and a wad of Franco period literature. But I'm getting hungry, so the first stop is El Capricho Extremeño. The queue snakes out the door, and inside it's part sweatshop, part gourmet deli. These guys do a wide array of tostas. Just don't get tongue-tied at the moment of ordering. There's nothing like the smell of jamon in the morning. It smells like Spanish breakfast, and I've got olive oil running down my chin. Once you start to eat, you just got to keep going. The browsing's over. Next stop, Santurce. These guys have been serving fresh grilled sardines since the 1970s. Cheap, rustic, and with the kind of bolshy, bully boy, and brutally honest service that I've come to love in Madrid. Cheers. And what do you do with the bones? On the floor, like everything else. This is Amadeo, and he's been patrolling this Rastro bar as if it were a trench since 1942. White-haired and silver-tongued, the cheeky bastard is famous for his mollusks, served in a pungent sauce. And in fact, the bar is called either Casa Amadeo or simply caracoles, snails. And for slug junkies, these fat babies are the holy grail.
Lleva guindilla, entonces.
Sí, un poquito, sí, buenísimo.
Another Amadeo specialty, pig's feet. Just like the sweetest fat you can imagine. Like a fat lolly. Delicious. I'm stuffed. The Rastro is being dismantled, and now you've come to a crossroads. Do you head home and sleep it off on the sofa watching bad afternoon TV, or do you forge ahead? You forge ahead. And so the Rastro tapas crawl morphs into a La Latina bender. La Latina is a neighborhood alongside where Rastro refugees switch beer for more vigorous concoctions, like this mojito. Play your cards right and the afternoon will spiral out of control at a frightening pace. See you in the Rastro. Salud. You're coming to Madrid and you want to eat tapas where the locals eat tapas. I get it. Well, today we're taking you a few metro stops north out of the touristic center to a neighborhood that is just super local. And we're going to a tapas street that is famous, Calle Ponzano. There's a mix of traditional and modern tapas bars. Today I'm taking you to 5 of my favorites. We're going to eat, drink, and make merry. Are you ready, Yoly?
Yes.
Venga, let's go. Hey guys, I'm James Blick and welcome to Spain Revealed. This channel is all about helping you explore Spain like a local, and today we're going super local. I love taking you guys out of the tourist center. I love showing you parts of Madrid that you might not discover on your own, and this street is just such a must visit. Look, the first bar we're going to go to is super traditional. It's where you start your evening on Calle Ponzano. It's called El Doble. It's famous, it's beautiful, it's delicious. Let's go and get a caña. Hey guys, so first stop, El Doble. This place has been open since 1987 and it's a classic, and I love starting the evening here. There's actually 2 El Dobles on the street. I'll make sure the address is down below in the description. This is the original one, and that's the one we're at now. And this is a typical Madrid beer bar. When you're starting your tapas crawl or before dinner, you'll come to one of these places, you'll order a caña, a glass of beer, or a vermouth. Yoly's on the vermouth, on tap of course, and you'll order it with some sort of seafood, often like boquerones in vinagre, which are anchovies that have been lightly marinated in vinegar. They'll generally also give you a plate of potato chips. You would think potato chips, why? I don't want potato chips, but this is a good sign in Madrid. It means you're in a classic place. And the other thing these guys do amazingly are these salads, which is tuna belly, tomato, onion, roasted red pepper. So simple, so delicious. One of my favorite salads in the world. So it's time to kick it off. We're starting with these, starting with the beer. Salud, welcome. Ponzano. Salud, Yoly. Good to have you along for the ride. This place is famous for pouring its beer really well.
You can order una caña or you can order un doble. Una doble is a bit of debate over it's un doble, una doble.
Una doble.
Una doble. But you want to order a beer, vermouth, kick it off, love it. Okay, we're going to start with the boquerones en vinagre, one of my favorite tapas in the world. Yoly, get the camera in there. I want to show people what great boquerones en vinagre look like. Look at them. Served with a toothpick, that is key. Firm, they're firm, and they're covered in garlic, covered in parsley. Wow, so good. I could live on these. It is just one of the simplest, most delicious tapas in the world. Little pro tip. Now you'll notice that I have 2 plates of potato chips here. That's because the first plate was the free tapa that was served. The second one is when you order boquerones en vinagre in a traditional bar, you'll be given potato chips, because this is what you do.
Really? Yarte.
Fish and chips. All right, the next dish that we ordered here, one of my most favorite salads in the world. It's such a typical Spanish salad. When it's done well, it's so delicious. It is simply onion, tomato, salt, tuna belly, roasted red peppers for sweetness, and that is it. Wow, I just love onion.
Good?
Oh my God. Vinegar on there. Oh, it's so good. So you've got this perfectly beautiful, flavorful tomato, this wonderful tuna belly, sliced up onion, which is not too strong, but it's got some hit to it, big chunks of salt in there, and this sweet pepper that's roasted. You see the char on the pepper there. Ah, it's so good. Okay, Yoly, I know you're hungry. I know you've been working already. You need to try some of this food. Give me the camera. Passing it over. All right, so.
So fresh, vinegary. The texture I love also because it's quite hard. You know, it's like it's fresh, it's tight. It's like it's a tight fish. You know, it's. No wonder it's your favorite salad in the world.
It's good.
It's very beautiful. Huh. Never forget to dip your. Never forget to dip your bread, guys.
What it's there for.
It is proper.
Ciao. Bravo. Okay guys, and while we're running around having tapas, there's one place that you need to try, but it's closed right now until this evening, so I can't show it to you. Taberna Averías. This place is amazing for wine. They have an incredible wine selection, so if you're a wine lover, hit this place. All right, let's keep moving. Now we're gonna totally switch it up and go modern. Sala de Despiece. This place is gonna blow your mind a little bit. Let's go. So Sala de Despiece has a lot in common with El Doble as well because of the ingredients are so important here. You notice the menu is literally just a list of ingredients like it was some sort of packing slip for a market, for a traditional food market. Just literally list the ingredient, list how it's cooked, list the weight, list where it's from. You know, 99% of things are from Spain, and I love it. I'm excited. I'm excited about what's coming. Bingo, let's go. Okay guys, we've got the first dish and very different from the last place. So what have you got in front of you? You've got a strip of pancetta, and then on top of it is a little bit of sugar that's been caramelized slightly with the blowtorches. Then there's egg yolk on there. There's like a juice of Sauterne wine, and there's foie as well. And it's wrapped up and served in this. Wow. Ooh, it's good. It's like, it's small, but the flavors are so intense, and I love that really caramelized kind of flavor, that smoky flavor that comes from the pancetta, but also comes from the blowtorch they got on top. Don't worry, this one's for you, baby. Que no.
Eating time.
Delicious. It's like, you know, it's so rich and complex and like, you know, so many layers of flavor, which I love. So yeah, delicious, very, very yummy.
So the next dish is called chuletón cenital, and chuletón means T-bone, and it's from Madrid, so there's really local ingredients. And they've got tomato here, and they've got a little bit of cracked pepper on it, they've got salt, and they've got this little mix here of mushroom and olives and truffle. Oh yeah, just pure beef. You know, not heavy. When beef is uncooked, it's so light, it's so delicious. You got the truffle there, the salt, the tomato. Ooh, yum. I did it, Yoly. You didn't think it was possible? I achieved it.
Yeah.
This one's for you, baby.
Oh, it's very nice, it's lovely. Very fresh.
Yeah.
You know, like eating raw meat, you would think, oh no, it's not gonna be the freshest thing in the world here, but it actually is, right?
Okay, wow.
So here's the thing, guys. I'm really experienced in traditional bars. When I come to really modern places, I get really excited because I love the kind of combination of flavors, but I also get nervous because they're always telling me what they've just served me, and I'm like, sorry, what was that? And it's like this list of things
I
that...
forget every single ingredient.
The minute they've said like the third ingredient that's like from somewhere in Asia or something like that, my mind has gone blank and I get anxious and nervous. I'm like, but I gotta tell everyone who's watching what we're eating. So we have a combination of a variety of things, but principally, this is beetroot. It's beetroot, looks like it's been... So we've got beetroot, I mean a whole bunch of stuff going on here. So time to try it. Oh yeah. Roasted, kind of meaty and chunky, the beetroot, and it's sitting on this beautiful kind of yogurty Kieffer sauce, and then a wonderful kind of pecan-y flavor there as well. Certainly probably the healthiest thing we're gonna eat today. Muchas gracias. Wow. Whoa, pesa. This is a heavy one. This is not a light slither of uncooked beef. That is a big slab of marble there. Now what we do is we mix it up, we take it, I hope that's not hot. We put a little garlic chip, a little fried garlic chip on top of this lettuce leaf that we have here. And then we're gonna create this little like taco, as we call it. So you can see the onion there, you can see the beef beautifully kind of melted in, all that fat. The soy there. You've got the carrot, you've got everything in there. All right, I'm gonna take it. Wow. It's really good. Wow. All those different flavors in there, and the beef, all that fat that melted into it. And there's some kick in the back of my throat. And then there's the lightness of the lettuce and that garlic. You can taste that garlic chip. Down the hatch.
Oh, I love the meat. It has taken on this flavor that it's like smoked, and I get a bit of heat as well there. It's beautiful. It's yummy.
Bueno, Simón, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a ustedes.
Muy rico y nos vemos pronto. Seguimos con la ruta. Muy bien. Chao, chao, chao. Chao. Okay, I hope you can hear me, guys. It's pretty loud in here. This is a little similar to the first place we're at, but it's different. It's a different bar. It's called Fide, and there's a couple of them again in the street. This is the original, and it's generally always heaving. This is the lunchtime crowd. There's a bunch of businessmen, mainly men here right now, having a few cañas at lunch. And does this look familiar? Again, Spanish seafood bars, traditional seafood bars. But here we're ordering something different. I've ordered octopus a la gallega, pulpo a la gallega, and also tamboriñas, which are like scallops, which they do, that have been grilled, delicious in their shell, a little bit of lemon. I love the respect for the ingredient in Spanish cuisine. And so you see this beautiful scallop. It's just been done on the grill, sitting in its own juice, and a little bit of olive oil. Meaty, delicious. Wow. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Mind blown. So tender, salty, fresh, juicy, meaty. I'm running out of adjectives here, Yoly. It's so good. You need to try this.
Love so much tamboriña. So beautiful.
Okay, we also got the pulpo here, special treat. Look at this guy. Pulpo a la gallega, Galician style octopus. So you can see these beautiful tender slithers of octopus that are covered in beautiful smoked paprika, and then there's hits of salt in there, and you just grab it. A little bit of potato. Tender, meaty, flavorful, smoky, just the right amount of salt and paprika. Muchas gracias. Hasta luego. Ciao. Hasta luego, chicos. Hasta luego. Ciao. Encantado. 3 down, 2 to go. We're over halfway, if that gives you any sense of hope and a sense of accomplishment.
Can I have a glass of water in the next one?
No, because it's a craft beer bar. Let's go. Beer o'clock, literally. Okay, stop number 4, el sainete. Now I know there's a lot of beer lovers out there who I often get comments down in the comments of like, hey, why don't you try some craft beer? Well, your time has come, guys. El sainete has 18 beers on tap.
They're constantly changing the beers, so you might come, they literally print this beer menu daily. And so you'll come one day and they'll have, whatever beers. The next day they'll have run out because they work with such small producers, and it's a whole different mix. It's a combination of Spanish beers, they've got Madrid beers, they've got beers that are international. I love this place. Okay, what I've got here, you're probably thinking, what the hell is that? That's foamy stuff on the front. This is beer moot, which is a raspberry beer that has been mixed in with vermouth botanicals, and then it's got this kind of orange foam on top that has clove and has cinnamon, and it's delicious. I'm gonna tell you what it's like. It's like dessert, it's like dinner, it's like vermouth, it's like beer all in one go. Oh my God, it's really, really good. Yoly, you need to try this. No, you haven't tried it yet. You're gonna get in there.
I would say it's like dessert, yes, but also IPA. It's a perfumed IPA, I would say, right?
Okay, brioche de solo mio, this dish. There's like brioche, and there's steak tartare on top. There's little like pickles, some mustard. Let me get in here. That's interesting. Fried brioche. And there's like a cumin spice in there as well. And the bread is kind of fried. And there's the steak tartare. It's not bad, it's pretty good. It's not my favorite thing on Ponzano. Let's try the Bravas. I've never had Bravas like this before. Like potato wedges, yummy big chunky potato wedges, and then they've got this like alioli. There's actually no Brava sauce on here. It's like alioli, but it's done like a foam. I found the Brava sauce down here.
Found it. Where is it?
It's underneath.
At the bottom there.
I'm like, where was the Brava sauce? Here we go.
There's lots.
Ooh, it's good. Uh-oh, the Bravas are coming back from behind. And they're hot. Wow, and the kick in the back. Oh my God. Bravas are good. And this is another Nómada, another beer from Madrid. I'm not a beer guru, so I'm reading here. Nómada Passiflora Sour. Ooh, that's really good. That's citrusy. It's light. It's delicious. Okay, so stop 4 done. El Sainete, yummy, modern beer hall food, incredible beer. We need to keep going. We have stop number 5 coming up. You ready, Yoly?
Yeah, I guess so.
We're doing it for you guys. Let's go. Okay, guys, stop number 5. We're keeping it pretty light at this last stop, relatively speaking. This place, De Atún, is all about tuna, atún in Spanish. And there's a type of tuna which is fished in the south of Spain. It's called almadraba tuna. And it's the way that tuna has been fished just off the coast of Cádiz in the south of Spain for about 3,000 years. And it's a whole labyrinth of nets so that as the tuna enter from the Atlantic into the Mediterranean to spawn in the warm waters of the Mediterranean, the big ones are caught, the little ones get through, so it's a more sustainable way of catching red tuna. Okay, we're gonna start with a tuna carpaccio. We've got like a wakame, which is an algae sand. We've got a teriyaki sauce, oil, olive oil. That's about it. I'm getting in there. Ooh, beautiful tuna. There's like that sandy, seaweedy taste from the algae, and then a teriyaki. So this one, we have a piece of tuna that's had the blowtorch on a little bit. It's got asparagus, and then there's an oloroso, which is a sherry, and soy dressing, and it looks like a little bit of alioli or something, and they said you had to put your...
Oh, lovely. Look at that.
Ooh. Oh, wow. It's like great sashimi. Okay, so what do we got in here? Get in there, Yoly. This looks beautiful. We've got raw tuna, little chunks of raw tuna, almadraba tuna again, super rare. We've got kimchi seeds, we've got caviar, we've got ginger, pieces of ginger here. We've got a curry sauce, and I think this is a little bit of a wasabi sauce. Yeah, boom. Okay, that's good. Oh yeah. I mean, the fish is so good. It's delicate, it's light, but it's also meaty and flavorful. You know, as I say, and there's chunks of salt. It's got a salt hit in there. Okay, I just realized I was eating that completely wrong. The idea is it's on a shiso leaf, and so you wrap the leaf around the tuna and all the sauces, and you eat it like that. So, bits of tuna. Wow.
About 4 bits of tuna.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Green, grassy, yeah. So we did it right the second time, yeah. Phew! Now this dish that has come out now is called a chimichurri taco. And then we've got these little chunks of tuna, more tuna, that's been soaked in a chimichurri, and then a fried, what looks like a poached quail egg on top, with then some seaweed on top, a mustard sauce. Do you hear me breathing? People put in the comments and they're like, how does he do it? How does he not get fat? And it's like, I always say yoga and stress. Sorry, I'm being disgusting. Messy. This is really good. All right, Yoly, you go.
I think my favorite, actually.
Really?
Very lovely.
And now to wrap up, we have this confit of a tuna, this tuna confit on truffle. Oh, look at that quail egg that I'm doing over there, Yoly. Wow, that truffle, and the tuna is just so light and it collapses in your mouth. Wow. Thank you, tuna. That is amazing. Here on Spain Revealed, I love to make tapas crawl videos, and they're always really, really popular. But sometimes people say to me, but what about the neighborhood tapas bars? What are those like away from the historic center? Well, that's what we're doing today. We're gonna have a real, true blue Madrid neighborhood tapas crawl in my neighborhood. So venga, let's go. Hey Spain lovers, I'm James Blick and welcome to Spain Revealed. This channel is all about helping you understand and explore Spain like a local. And what is more local than getting into the neighborhoods and visiting the local tapas bars? Now, in the neighborhoods and the local tapas bars, you're gonna find great food, terrible food, mediocre food, the whole range, of course. We're gonna go to places with great food today, but what you're always guaranteed of finding is authenticity of neighbors, of locals who are living here and are going about their daily lives and eating and drinking, and that's what I wanna transmit to you today. We're in Delicias, which is only a 5-10 minute metro ride from the center of Madrid. I'll put all the information in the description of how to get here. This is my neighborhood. I live a block that way, and these are the bars I hang out in, and I'm so excited to show it to you. We're gonna kick off in Taberna Martin. This place has been here for 18 years under the ownership of Jesus, but it's been here a lot longer before that. So let's go inside and check it out. Okay, so here we are in Taberna Martin. I mean, this place is a little bit of a time warp. You could be in a Spanish bar in the 70s or 80s. Not a lot has changed, and that's the wonder of it, the beauty of it. I love this place. It's just one little room with its zinc bar. Jesus has run it for 18 years, and Jesus is famous for his sangria. So this is Jesus's famous sangria recipe that he's been making for almost 20 years that people come to try. Let's have a sip. It reminds me of something of my youth. I don't know what it is, but it's delicious. I have no idea what's in there. It's not super alcoholic, which is actually really nice because you could stand here for hours and just chat and drink and watch the TV, and that's the beauty of it. And I love how he comes out with that plastic jug. As you'll see a sign here that says it is prohibited to leave here without trying the sangria. So that's something really important to remember. You have to try the sangria if you come here. And then Jesus took us out back into the storeroom where he showed us the old tinajas, or wine vats, where the wine used to be stored. People used to come here to buy their wine to take home, and they'd fill up containers of wine from these huge clay containers. Wine drinking has changed in Spain over the last 20 years, and now most people buy wine in the bottle. But you'll still find places that will sell wine from the barrel or the vat, especially in Barcelona. And we also saw the old taps that used to connect through to the back room for filling up the wine. One thing that's wonderful about the tapas bars in the neighborhoods is that you will generally always get the free tapas. So in this case, Jesus has carved some ham here from the ham he's got sitting here. Just, you know, delicious, simple, wonderful ham to go with our sangria. Salud to Jesus's sangria. Best sangria in Madrid, according to him, and I'm not going to argue. Okay, so we're leaving Jesus's place. The sangria, although it doesn't have a lot of alcohol, is going to my head a little bit. And we're on to stop number 2 coming up, which is Vinoteca Borboleta, which is run by 2 sisters, Laura and Miriam, and this place is wonderful for its home cooking, and it's wine, so let's check it out. Okay, stop number 2, Vinoteca Borboleta. This place is run by Miriam and Laura. They've only been here in this bar running it for about 3 months. I was walking around one day down the street that I often don't come down, and I was like, that place is new. I have an instinct, I'm always sort of scanning for new bars. It's a bit of a handicap and a gift, I guess. And I came in for a drink, and these 2 wonderful sisters, so friendly, run it. And it's just a fantastic place to come and have a vermouth. The free tapa is always really generous, and they make fantastic home cooking. We're here early, it's 11:30 in the morning, but if you come, you know, in a couple hours, this will fill up with locals who are having their aperitif. It's called a vinoteca, which means a place to drink wine, to buy wine, and they have a really good wine selection. I mean, it's not, you know, you're not drinking 100 euro bottles. This is a neighborhood place, but a really good selection. They serve it at a good temperature. So here we have their their wonderful huevos rotos. Now this means broken eggs, and it's a dish you'll get in tapas bars all over this country. But here what I love about it, it's like true home cooking. The potatoes are slow cooked, they're so delicious, they just crumble. The eggs are perfectly fried on the top, and there's delicious ham covered across it. And what I also love is their mother and father are in the kitchen as well, working away, helping them out, cooking this food. This is true home cooking. It's food that feeds your soul, and tapas bars like this where the owners are here and they're present and they're so friendly, these are places that feed your soul. That's what I love about them. So I'm a fan. I think you will be too. So cheers to Miriam and Laura. We're leaving number 2, we're on to number 3. This next place, Taberna Numancia, is run by a husband and wife from Soria to the northeast of Madrid, and they're famous for their torreznos. Now, if you don't know what torreznos are, my God, you're about to find out. Let's do it. And now I stumbled across this place, I don't know, 6 months or so ago. I love how I'm telling you the origin story of how I discovered each of these places, because you can only find them wandering around, because they're not on TripAdvisor, they're not on Google Maps. Well, they are, but not as much. Wandering around, I saw this place, wandered in. I loved how small it was. There's a restaurant, little dining room over there. You can come and have a menu del dia. But I stood at the bar. They got a great little wine list here of wines from Rioja and Ribera, and the dueños, the owners, Juan Carlos and his wife, are from Soria. Well, they're from here, but they have roots in Soria, and they're famous for their torreznos. This dish here, now this is a dish, I don't know if you can call it a dish or a food, that is famous from Soria. And so this thing is pork belly that has been fried in a certain way, and it's inflated, and my God, when you eat it, it's crackling, it's fat, it blows your mind, it blows everything. And so we got one of those coming. Here we have the torreznos. Muchas gracias, Juan Carlos. So here we have the torreznos. This, I mean, look at that. That is pure pork belly, pork fat, fried, recently fried, a little bit hot, but I'm gonna. Wow. It's like the juiciest, meatiest, most delicious pork crackling you've ever had in your life. That's the only way I can describe it. Just here on a bed of fries with some padron peppers. Absolutely delicious. Simple food, you know, but cooked perfectly with great ingredients. That's what I love about the neighborhood bars. It's not necessarily complex food, but it's about people who have pride in the quality of the ingredients and in the way it's cooked. And what more do we want, right? So what we've got here is like torreznos, but they've been cut even finer. It looks like bacon, crispy bacon. My God, look at this. No sé cómo cogerlo. Es que, bueno, mira. Qué bien. Súper rico. When you think of Madrid, do you think of seafood? The city's landlocked, so no, right? Wrong. This city has the second largest fish market in the world. Totally crazy fact. And that means the Spanish capital overrun with fantastic places to eat seafood. Some of it's high-end and expensive, but right in the center of the old town, there's a few places that are cheap and downright delicious. I'm James Blick, co-founder of Devour Spain, and we're gonna hit up 3 of those places that are just fantastic for eating delicious seafood right in the middle of Madrid, and it won't break the bank. First up, this place is very dear to my heart. Casa Revuelta is not just the best spot in the city for fist-sized nuggets of knee-weakeningly good bacalao or salted cod. It's also the ideal heaving, rough-and-tumble Madrid bar where you can practice doing tapas like a local. Which means, inhibitions aside and elbows out. These guys have been in business for over 100 years and doing salt cod fritters for over 50. And they're famous for them. The recipe's a secret, but it's got the perfect mix of crunch, of salt, and of moisture. When you taste it, the cod tastes fresh, but it's not. It's been salted to cure it, to preserve it, and then desalted to make it edible and to cook it. And you know, in Madrid being landlocked when there was not good transportation and not good refrigeration, a lot of people in the city ate salt cod. And we hold on to that tradition because like jamon, cured ham, we don't need to cure it. We don't need to preserve the stuff anymore. We have good refrigeration, we have freezers, but we still do it because the salting process makes it taste so good. So moist, incredible. And I'm a Kiwi, I know my fried fish, and this stuff is good. From salted fish to super fresh seafood. The next stop is about a 5-minute walk away, and I stumbled across this little bar one day after the Rastro flea market, and Marisqueria La Paloma may not look like much, but this place is a seafood temple. Oysters, anchovies, grilled shrimp, and big-ass crab. I love this place. La Paloma's been open for over 50 years. It's now run by the son of the guy who founded it, so still in the same family and still dishing up simple, perfect seafood. I love these super fresh anchovies. And vinegar, so good. And the mussels.
Prawns on the grill, little lemon. What I love about these places in Madrid is that they're no frills, they're functional, the waiters are gruff, but the produce is so good. You know, you don't expect it from the outside, these little hole-in-the-wall joints. And the coup de grace, fresh Spanish oysters for under €2 a pop. Okay, now for something special. We've done the tapas bars and now we're heading to market. Madrid's La Cebada market is, to be honest, seen better times. A lot of the younger generation are heading to supermarkets, and so the traditional markets in the city have gotten a little quiet. But this market has come up with a great idea. Every Saturday, it becomes this frenzied place with people eating and drinking, and the main focus, the seafood. The fishmongers are cooking up what they might go to waste and boiling it up and serving it with cheap alcohol. It's like a secret seafood pop-up party right in the middle of old Madrid. So it's all sold by weight, right? It's all on display. You got to pick a number, wait for your number to come up, and then order. And you can ask for prawns for 2, octopus for 2. They cook it up, and you got to be on your game because it's busy here. They'll do the octopus boiled and then covered in paprika and sea salt and olive oil. A la gallega, it's called. And then right opposite, €1 wine. The thing about octopus is it's always tough. This stuff is so tender, it's melting your mouth. Cooked by the fishmonger. It doesn't get any fresher than this. Hey Spain lovers, it's James Blick here, and today we're going on an epic tapas crawl in Yoly, my old neighborhood, our favorite neighborhood of Madrid, Lavapies. Tradition, modernity, culture, history, and of course amazing food, it's all here. So venga, let's go. I love Lavapies. It's iconic, it's proud, it's down to earth, it's historic, and it's got a fantastic blend of traditional tapas bars and modern joints. And today we're going to hit my 7 favorites, including a classic Madrid seafood bar for juicy prawns, a local hole-in-the-wall that's famous for a monster cheese sandwich, incredible wines, gorgeous octopus, modern tapas, and knockout patatas bravas, and more. Stay till the end to discover delicious Lavapies. Okay guys, first stop, we're going for fresh seafood for breakfast and beer. It's midday. Okay, first stop, El Boquerón. So this place is a classic in Lavapies. It's a marisqueria and it has been for decades. And a marisqueria is a really classic kind of tapas bar in Madrid where you get fresh seafood or grilled seafood, real simple. They're always really simple places. It's got a good zinc bar top. You order it with a beer or a vermouth, and I just love these places. And the grill is right behind the bar, so you can see them cooking your food. And here, the prices are fantastic. So I'm gonna get some prawns, some gambas a la plancha. So we're kicking off with the gambas. These guys, super fresh, 5 of them, €3.50, just thrown on the grill, a little bit of salt on top, then they flip them a couple minutes later. Just so simple. This is what I love about this country. It's all about the quality of the ingredients. I can't wait to get stuck into these. And remember, Madrid may not be by the coast, but this is where you get some of the freshest seafood in Spain. That's a tradition. It's been like that for centuries. All right, look at these guys. So beautiful, warm, peel them off. Ah, perfectly cooked.
And sucking the head too.
Sucking the head, we're gonna get there. There it is, wow, look at that. Perfect. Oh my God. Oh wow, yes. It is sweet, it's so sweet. You know, sometimes they can taste almost a bit chemically when they're not good quality. It's tender, it's soft, it's warm, it's salty, a little bit of crunch because I think I had a leg in there, and it's sweet, the meat is sweet. Oh my God. It tastes like summer, it tastes like the beach. You have to come here. Ooh, all right, there you go. Good, huh?
Yeah, perfect breakfast, I say.
I love that feeling in these Spanish bars. And so far it's only 12:30 and 2 people already have ordered beer and half a dozen oysters for breakfast. Guys, this is your seafood home. So you gotta come here. Finishing up the beer, time to head off. We need to keep eating. So, you ready, Yoly?
Yeah.
Let's go. Okay guys, next stop is a kind of a new place. It's called La Caníbal, which means the cannibal. This place opened maybe 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, and they're famous for, well, they have great cheeses, they have this great tortilla, but they have wines on tap, natural wines on tap, and great craft beer. So let's go in. I love the big open atmosphere in here as well. After you, Yoly. Is that a micro machismo?
Exactly, don't do that.
Oh. So you can see in here, guys, that Jose is pouring it from the barrel, literally. So there, that's a natural wine. That means it hasn't had a lot of chemicals applied. It's
And there's a white. All right, we're waiting for the food. We've got a natural wine going on here. This is a Tempranillo from Lanciego. Where's Lanciego?
I have no idea.
This one smells, this is not too funky. It just smells like a nice, fruity, young red wine. Oh, that's quite nice, actually. That's good. Oh, this has got an interesting, it's got like an apple juicy kind of whiff to it. Oh, that's good. You need to try these.
Let's see. Yeah, so cider. But that's very common in natural wine, right? You get a little bit of a cider smell. It's lovely, lovely. Albariño, you say? Yeah, I get the Albariño, totally. No. A little bit acidic. It's lovely. Yeah. No, very enjoyable. Oh, here's the food. Great, gracias.
So one of the things I love about La Canibal is this tortilla that they do, tortilla gallegas. They make it fresh in the moment. You can't get a pincho. All right, let's get in there while I cut it open, Yoly, because look at this guy. Booyah. Yes, look in there, look in there. Yes, si senora. Look at that beautiful egginess, potato chorizo. So yummy. Wow, weak at the knees. So guys, these guys have a list of incredible cheese boards that they do. Wonderful cheeses from throughout Spain. Let me try it. Ooh, that is good. A little stinky as well. I like it stinky. All right. This is idiazabal. This is a smoked Basque cheese. You can really taste the smokiness in there. Ooh, a blue from the north. Wow. Yeah, sharp. And this one here, get in there, Yoly. This one's Jenga. So I'm gonna take this guy. I lose. That's good. Sharp as well. Last sip of apple juice. Let's do it. Let's keep going. Okay, next stop is my favorite wine bar in all of Madrid. And it also has great tapas and, oh, Yoly, it's closed.
That's great.
Do you remember about 3 years ago?
Yeah.
I was filming in Barcelona,
Right,
and
yeah?
the same thing happened.
Oh.
I got an idea. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we are now in the future. Yoly's back in the past. I hope she's okay. The bar is open. It is now tonight. Let's go in. This place, La Fisna, is run by Iñaki and Delia. They have wines from across the world and they have fantastic food that comes out of a tiny kitchen down there. Literally is one of my favorite places to go and eat and drink in this city, La Fisna. So I have a wine from Madrid here. We're gonna get underway. And they have something really cool out the back here that you wouldn't even know probably was here, a wine shop. So look around me. This is like a wonderland of wine. They actually have another wine shop down the street, which I will include in the description down below. So this wine shop, and so the idea is you can come in here and just buy a bottle of wine, you know, to take home and have for dinner, but you can also buy a bottle of wine and then drink it in the bar. I love La Fisna and the food. That's coming up and it's delicious. So I've ordered 2 dishes and I'm kicking off with one of the classics here at La Fisna, revolconas con pulpo. Look at the beautiful pieces of big chunks of octopus in here. The lovely creamy olive oily potatoes. This little spring onion on top. Wow, so good. Such a yummy dish. Oh my God. The potatoes are creamy. Of course, there's no cream in there, it's olive oil, but they have that creamy texture, lovely smoky paprika-iness. And the pulpo, the octopus, is so tender, and the perfect little grilled char flavor on the outside, and the crunch from the little bit of onion. So good. Now we're hitting the albóndigas, the meatballs, 100% beef, and they have wild mushroom in there, and they smell incredible. I wish you could smell these. I'm going in. Oh man. Ooh, yeah. Rich beef, perfect for winter. Amazing with this garnacha from Madrid. If this is what the future tastes like, I'm signing out. Gracias, Iñaki. Hasta luego. Ciao. All right, we're out of here. Yoly's waiting in the past. Where is she? Let's find her. Whoa, I'm a little dizzy. But it was amazing in there, Yoly. Let's keep going. Next stop. Okay, guys, and now for something a little different. The next place is run by an Englishman. Guys, so this place is a little bit out of the norm for, it's not a tapas bar as such, it's more of like half tapas bar, half bistro, and it's pretty special here. I mean, it opened in 2012, 2013 here in Lavapies. It's called Los Chuchis, and it's run by an English guy called Scott, who's also the chef, and he's tucked away in the tiny kitchen out there. He's got a big beard, and he's famous in this neighborhood for his cooking. It's cool because the food is a real mix between Spanish, touch of English, a bit of Italian. There's a whole range in here. All right, so we've got a dish coming. Soul food, guys. That's what this place is all about. Got this big, delicious hunk of cod, salt cod. It's surrounded by clams that have been steamed and on a bed of what looks like a sort of a roast potato. So I love it. Look at that cod just kind of falling apart. Beautifully baked. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's really, really good. Get in there and look at that potato, Yoly. Got all the butter and
Oh, yeah.
look at all that with the pesto, and it's not pesto, excuse me. It's like a parsley green sauce. The cockles, little clams. Perfect, delicious.
I'm going nuts.
Yoly's going crazy. She's eating all the food. This dish is one of those true dishes where you've got to get your bread and you've got to get in there and you've got to make barquitos. Go on.
Yeah.
So good. All right, let's go. We have more eating to do. You ready, Yoly?
Yeah, oh my
All right, we're off. So here's the thing with bodegas Alfaro. If you see that word bodega in front of the name of a tapas bar, it means that it probably has a long history and once was a wine shop or despacho de vinos. And so going back a century or two, this place would have been where you came, got your wine filled up, there would have been barrels lining. Nowadays, these places have often converted into taverns where you can come and still drink wine but grab something to eat. But what's fascinating is this bodega doesn't have a full kitchen. So a lot of the food is either canned or it's cheese or it's cured meats, things like that. This place is also super cool because as well as having that wine history, it also has a strong flamenco connection. Lavapies is a strong flamenco neighborhood. And you can also order some dishes from the south, particularly tuna and sherry. And here's the thing, if you're in Spain, it's never too early for sherry. This stuff packs a punch, but hey, good for the heart. All right, let's order some food. One thing is the owner, Manuel, over there is famous for his salmorejo, which is like gazpacho but thicker and served with big chunks of jamon and egg, boiled egg on it. Perfect in summer, but I'm having it in winter and I love it. So let's see. Ooh, yeah, creamy, sharp, a little bit of sharpness from the garlic. So you can see that salmorejo is this creamy, cold tomato soup. You can see the olive oil on there. You can see the boiled egg, the ham. It is so healthy, pure tomatoes, so delicious, so good. I love it. Okay, what have I got? Remember, this place doesn't have a full kitchen because it's a bodega. It was once a wine shop. And so they have delicious, just cured things, cheese, meats. So I've got this plate of manchego here, yummy manchego. And then I've also got this, which is canned tuna from the south. Canned seafood in this country is amazing. And tuna from the south, this is tuna belly, I believe. Oh my God. Got a little, some sort of sweet jam on top, olive oil. Oh my God. On bread with the sherry, so healthy. It's manchego. Ooh, sharp, intense. Guys, I love it. There's nowhere like Spain. I mean, there's nowhere like Spain. So good. All right, don't want to get too full though. Yoly, you need some of this.
Yes, please.
So I used to come here after my class in Patas. I would come here with my flamenco mates and just, be here in this corner doing some hand clapping, and it was good fun. It's great.
Okay, this next stop has been here, I think since the 70s, and it's famous, and it's rustic, it's old school. It's not fine dining, but it's a classic in Lavapies, and I love it. And right now, it is closed, and I knew that. Okay, so you ready, guys? Yes. Sorry about this. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we just jumped time. We're now in the evening. We've left Yoly in the past, and Mellows, you can see it up there. There it is. It's open. we need to go in because this place, you need to see what they serve. Let's go. So guys, I hope you can hear me. We're in a place that's famous in Lavapies. It only opens in the evenings and it packs out. It is called Melos and it's been open since the late 70s, since 1979. It's run by Ramon and Encarnita. Now, they took over this place when they got married in 79, but they since got divorced, but they still run the place together. She's on the grill, he's serving the drinks and taking the orders. It's pretty surreal. And this place serves food from Galicia, from the north of Spain, a really simple short menu, but they're famous for, well, two things really. They're huge, yummy, creamy volcanic croquetas, and the big one, the thing they're most famous for is the tapatilla. So the woman beside me, I couldn't figure out how to cut this sandwich. She offered to cut it for me. She's cut the thing for me. She also said she's been coming here since 1979 when it opened. Oh my God. My hand is covered in grease and cheese. Oh, it's so delicious. The creaminess of that Galician cheese, the soft cow's milk cheese, it's melted all into it. The grill on the ham. Look at that. It's brutal, guys. It is so tasty. I mean, it's just like the best grilled sandwich you've ever had in your life. And you pair it with this. This is how they serve wine in Galicia, in these little ceramic glasses. Wow. Tell you what, the future is a beautiful place. You have nothing to worry about. All right, the other thing they have here, guys, are the croquetas. They're huge, and usually when you get a huge croqueta, it's a bad sign because it doesn't have flavor. But these are like molten lava, and they're ham. They got a lot of creamy bechamel in there, but they don't just taste like bechamel. I'm not a croqueta person, but those are good, man. They're the creamiest croquetas you will ever eat in your life, and they are big. Did you think you would come to Spain to eat a massive grilled sandwich? You got to try the slipper and see if it fits. You must. Promise me. Coming out here, I feel a little better in this cool air, but I need to find Yoly. And here we go. Whoa! Yoly, I missed you. Should we keep eating?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go. Next stop, La Esperanza. This place is new, kind of feels traditional at the same time, and there's a really yummy dish here. So guys, we've come up the hill to a bar called La Esperanza. It's been around for a couple of years, and it's actually just opposite the Devour Tours offices here in Madrid. And I love their Patatas Bravas. They do these Bravas Barcelona style with this alioli on top. I'm here for a beer, got the sleeves up, getting a little warm. Looking forward to my Bravas. Okay guys, the famous Bravas that were not in the Bravas video. Bravas de Esperanza. Get in there, y'all. I want to show everyone this. So you got these perfectly fried potatoes, and then you've got this beautiful like Brava sauce, not a traditional Madrid one. I'd say there's chives in there as well, but there's paprika, there's a little bit of tomato, I suspect. You got this really garlicky alioli, and the idea is you mix everything mixed together. So good. You know, the beautiful mix of the garlicky alioli, creamy. Look at that. Wow. Get all that in there. All right. Oh my God. It's mutated. It's become a super brava. You know what I love about Spain? Bread with everything. You order a tiny bowl of bravas, you get a massive basket of bread. Actually comes in, it's like, really? Ease off on the bread. You're vegetarian and you're coming to Madrid and you think you're gonna have a terrible eating experience. Look, I totally understand. This is the land of ham. This is a place famous for its meat and seafood. Well, think again. Today I'm taking you on a 100% delicious, 100% vegetarian tapas crawl through the traditional tapas bars of historic Madrid. And I'm gonna show you that even if you don't eat jamon, you can still eat like a king or queen here in the capital. So venga, let's go. Hey Spain lovers, I'm James Blick and welcome to Spain Revealed. This channel's all about helping you experience and explore Spain like a local. Look, when I moved to Madrid 9 years ago, the notion of being vegetarian was such a foreign concept. People would come and visit me from overseas, friends, and they were vegetarian. I would take them to tapas bars and I would say to the bartender, he's vegetarian. And they would say to me, but he eats tuna, right? And these were places that were 100 years old and they still didn't understand it. But look, the times they are changing.
Nowadays, 8% of Spaniards identify as either vegan, vegetarian, or flexitarian. So there's much more awareness and understanding about what it means to not eat meat or seafood nowadays in Spain. But here's the thing. Today on this tapas tour, we're not going to quote-unquote vegetarian places. We're going to the traditional tapas bars I love, the places I go to, and we're going to order just vegetarian dishes from the menu. And I'm going to show you that in a traditional tapas bar, so often there's wonderful vegetarian options, so you can experience the tradition of being in these bustling places, but also not eat meat or seafood. I'm really excited. This is an adventure for me too, and we're going to hit our first stop now. My happy place, Casa Tony. This is a place I love to come when I feel like rustic tapas. But of course, they do have a whole section dedicated to vegetables. Yeah, they've got meat, they've got seafood, but they've got some delicious traditional vegetarian dishes. Okay, the dishes are starting to arrive, but before we dig in, I want to help you guys with a little bit of language. So how do you tell a waiter that you're vegetarian? You would say, soy vegetariano, in the case of a man, or soy vegetariana, in the case of a woman. Really simple. Or soy vegano, in the case of a man, soy vegana in the case of a woman. That's for vegan. You could also say, no como carne ni pescado. That means I don't eat meat or fish. Okay, now one of the most typical dishes that don't contain meat in this country, in this city, are patatas bravas. So these are so good. Oh my God, I love them at Casa Tony. They've got some heat to them in the back of the throat. Patatas bravas are literally double fried potatoes that have a spicy pepper sauce on them. It looks red, almost like it's a tomato sauce, but it's not a tomato sauce at all. And here they do them amazingly. They fry them once, and then they fry them again, and it's crispy on the outside, pillowy on the inside, and the sauce they make themselves. And that's really key when it comes to a brava sauce. Pairing it with a vermouth, it's the first stop, so we have to drink vermouth. Again, super classic, pimientos de padrón. These are little green peppers that are from the north of Spain, from Galicia. One in about 10, maybe one in about 15 is actually really spicy. The rest aren't. And they're just literally green peppers, flash fried in olive oil or on the grill, a little bit of salt, and so good. And here's a tip, in a lot of bars in Madrid, you can order what's called media ración. So a ración is like a full dinner-sized plate of food. But if you order a media, you get half. What that means is if you're traveling with someone who's not vegetarian and you come to a place like Casa Tony, for each dish you can just order the half size, and that way you can get more variety. Okay, next dish they do here at Casa Tony that's vegetarian, eggplant. Slightly battered and fried eggplant, or berenjenas as we call them in Spanish, with like cane sugar syrup drizzled over the top. Crispy, wonderfully flavorful. The eggplant doesn't in itself necessarily have a lot of flavor often, but when it's been battered a little bit and fried, it has this cane sugar on the top. Oh my God, it's to die for. Now, one of the standout tapas that they have in Casa Tony are the champiñones, or the mushrooms, and they just do them on the grill with a little bit of garlic, a little bit of parsley. You just squeeze a little bit of lemon juice on it, and that's all it is. So simple and so delicious. Oh my God. Okay, another dish. Here we have ensalada de tomates. You will often find dishes where it's just featuring the tomato because it's such a key dish in Spanish cuisine, and they're so delicious in this country. And it's just sliced tomato. Oh my God. The salt, the rock salt, the olive oil, the crunchiness, a little bit of the tomato. So juicy, so flavorful. Not like those tomatoes back home. Delicious. Salud, Yoly.
I just love them so much. The sauce is just remarkably incredible. The smokiness of that, you know, the parsley, the garlic, it's to die for. It's incredible.
Casa Tony, I love you. We need to hit another stop. We need to keep eating, right? You ready, Yoly?
Yeah,
let's do it. Okay, here we are in a bar that's hidden down the back streets of La Latina, a wonderful tapas area. And what I love about this place is it's food from the south, from Cádiz, from Andalusia, that little corner on the southwestern side that is just delicious. And they have some great vegetarian dishes. So the food's ordered, food's coming. Salud. Okay, two classic dishes that they have here on the menu at Sanlúcar. The first is salmorejo. Now, you'll have heard of gazpacho. They have that, but they only have that in summer, and you'll often only find gazpacho in summer, that cold tomato soup. But what they do have all year round is salmorejo, which is like a thicker version. It's just tomato, bread, garlic, vinegar, and generally it has egg on top and jamon on top. So you want to ask for it without jamon. You can also ask for it without egg. How does it taste? Oh my God. It's creamy, it's tomatoey, it's garlicky, it's vinegary. It's absolutely delicious. So when you're ordering this, you'll say, un salmorejo, por favor, sin jamón, without jamón. Sin means without, so sin jamón. And you could also say sin huevo, without egg, sin huevo. All right, next dish. This is another dish they have. It's roasted vegetables. Now, they put some egg on the top as well, so you could ask for this sin huevo. This is verduras asadas. And it's a mixture of, it's kind of like a chunky ratatouille. You got tomato in here, you got carrots, you got onion. I can smell it. Wow. Really intense flavor. Oh, really, really good. I've never actually had this here before, but it's delicious. Okay, here we have this really classic dish. You can't really see it, but it's huevos rotos, broken eggs, which is effectively fried potatoes with fried egg on top, often served with ham. Again, you're gonna ask for it sin jamon, and here they do it with salmorejo over the top, which is kind of like their special touch. So that same dish that I've been eating before. Oh.
Yeah.
Yes. So next up, another dish here they have in Sanlúcar is garbanzos con tomillo, which is chickpeas with thyme. And effectively it's a vegetable stew of chickpeas. There's a ground up garlic, almond, all these different things. Spices are in there, and it just creates this wonderful stew. It's almost like a very kind of light Indian curry in a way.
I am in my salsa here. I'm more, yeah, I couldn't be more comfortable here. I hadn't had this before, and it's really yummy, very, very delicious. You know, I think, as you say, like about the chickpeas, you know, like that sort of like light curry sort of flavor.
Yeah.
Let's see the salmorejo. My friend Sonia calls it astronaut food. And it's like a few spoonfuls and you're full, and it's just so rich and so delicious.
We're 2 bars in and about 8 or 9 dishes in, but we have a lot more to get through. Yoly, you ready?
Yes. Go.
All right, let's keep moving. Next stop. Next stop, Cava, Baja. Now this is a famous tapas street, and I recently did a video about eating tapas here, but there's one bar that has fantastic vegetarian options if you're looking for tortilla and croquetas, those two classic Spanish tapas. And what they have is they have different sort of recipes of each one, so you can get different recipes of croquetas, different recipes of tortilla, and they have vegetarian options in each of those 2 different dishes. So I've ordered 2 types of tortilla, 2 types of croqueta. We're gonna get some craft beer, we'll take a seat, and we'll try the food. This place is delicious. So this place, Pez Tortilla, gets really, really busy. It's right here at the top of Cava Baja. It's pretty quiet now, so we're lucky, and they do a whole range of tortillas, and they change them up a little bit, but right here I've got the classic, and you can see it's a big, meaty, juicy tortilla. So that's just potato and onion, egg, you know, that's the lot. Salt, olive oil, of course. And I've got this other one here, which is a little different, which has got goat cheese in there, eggplant, and caramelized onion. So looking really good. This is Spain in a dish, simple, delicious. Oh wow, it's really good. I like a good tortilla that's juicy and meaty and big, and the onion is perfectly caramelized, got a little bit of sweetness, but not too much, which is great. These guys also have an excellent craft beer selection. So they've got IPAs, they've got the full range, and they've got them on tap. This is their IPA, and it's delicious. All right, going in for this one. Ooh, that's good. You know what's good about it? Is the goat cheese has that saltiness, that kind of sharpness, which is delicious in the tortilla. So now it's time for the croquetas. We've got 2 different croquetas here. We've got boletos, which is a wild mushroom that's in season, as well as truffle, so boletos and truffle. And the other one is caramelized leek, a caramelized leek croqueta. I'm not a super taster, so I probably won't know which one this is. Oh yeah. It's good. Perfectly freshly fried to order, crunchy on the outside, gooey and creamy on the inside. I think this is the caramelized leek.
It's hot, but it's delicious. You can taste the leek, you can taste the caramelized leek. It's really yummy. I've never had a croqueta made of caramelized leek.
Yum, yum, yum. It's perfectly, the salt is great. And caramelized, the onion is yummy. The egg is, pretty runny, as I love it.
Good?
Really good. I don't think I've ever had one with eggplant. Very yummy.
Super taster. I love it.
I got the boletus.
Yeah.
Beautiful. With that truffle. Delicious. Incredible. Really, really delicious.
Creamy, huh? Really
Very creamy. Yeah,
crunchy.
yeah, I love it.
Good, huh?
It's very like you said, like a leek soup.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The bechamel is perfect,
Yeah.
Sometimes you can get like this really thick bechamel. This is just great, It's just like what you want, Look at that. I think the texture is perfect.
Okay, 3 bars down, 3 to go. How you feeling, Yoly?
I have lots of room in my tummy.
Very good. Yoly's still got room in her stomach. We're going to keep going. And the next stop is Madrid's most famous street food, but with a vegetarian twist. Let's go. Guys, if you've been watching this channel for a while, you'll know that a classic dish to eat in Madrid, particularly in the Plaza Mayor, is a bocadillo de calamares. And the place I recommend is La Campana for that. But here's the thing, they also have a vegetarian sandwich or bocadillo that you can try, and it's delicious. Let's go in and check it out. So often this place is heaving and you have to really queue up. Right now it's really quiet, but if you turn up and there's a line queuing outside, don't be afraid, don't worry. It moves really quickly because all the cooking happens here and it happens really fast. Okay, look at this guy. It is just big, juicy, fried pieces of green pepper. There's salt on there. It's dripping in olive oil. Delicious, and bread so simple, so delicious. I'm going in. Oh my God. The sweetness of the pepper that's been fried and also the saltiness of the salt that's all over it. It's delicious. Do I like this more than the bocadillo calamares? Maybe. And when you come to this place, the classic pairing with your sandwich with your bocadillo is a caña. It's amazing. You don't want to sit down, you want something cheap and filling and delicious, go for this.
It's my first time, but it's not gonna be my last time. Oh, it's delicious. They're purely they're perfectly cooked. It's so yummy, so delicious.
Okay, bocadillo down. Now we're heading north to the Chueca neighborhood where there's a couple of really special places I know. So let's go.
I don't know if you guys can hear me here, but we're in El Cisne Azul, and this is a bar and a restaurant. I love the bar, but it's famous for its mushrooms and its what?
Look at that, look at that.
Joder, mira. Sácate una foto. ¿Es un boletus o? Sí. So guys, this place is famous for its wild mushroom dishes. There's a bar, it's always heaving. We're here on a Saturday and it's crazy. There's a restaurant out back, but I love the bar. And this man, Rowan, behind the bar is a genius on the grill, cooking up mushrooms with a little bit of egg on top, and it's gonna be delicious. And this is what they're serving. These guys they get the best in. So if you're a mushroom freak, this is the place to come. It's gonna be heaving, it's gonna be busy, but it's amazing. I love the energy. So here's the thing, when you come here and you're gonna order wild mushrooms, they have a huge variety on display, and they will serve you a mix of mushrooms with or without an egg on top. But another thing that I've also seen on the menu that I've never tried here before is grilled zucchini flour or grilled courgette flour. So I've ordered those, they do them on the grill. They look delicious. I've never seen them in any other Spanish tapas bar, so that looks like a pretty interesting dish to try. So those are coming as well. Wow, that is intense. It's like there's like MSG on there somewhere. There's not, but it's just very intense. And the umami is like off the Richter scale. And with that fried egg, the yolk, if you're vegan, you can get it without the egg, sin huevo.
First boletus of the season. you know, the umami there is like the perfect flavor, you know, for mushroom. It's like incredible. I love boletus. On the egg,
Okay, such a simple dish. Grilled zucchini flour just on the grill there. Olive oil, salt. Oh my God. Oh my God. It is really good. Now I can taste what it is. It's truffle oil on it. It's really good. And crunchy, they're crunchy. Everything in this place is absolutely delicious. But we need to move on. We need to keep eating. You ready, Yoly?
Yes.
Let's keep eating. Bueno. Muchas gracias. Hasta luego. Chao. Hasta luego.
Hasta luego.
Hasta luego. Adiós. Gracias. Hasta luego. Ciao. So guys, our last stop is Vinoteca Vides. This wine bar, I remember discovering it about 5 years ago. Vicente here, he just opened it. And Vicente has amazing wines and amazing cheeses. So if you're looking to finish up your tapas crawl with some incredible cheese and some great wine, this is the place to come. He served us here some amazing Spanish sparkling wine. We've got a spread of goat and sheep's milk cheeses here. If you come here and you want to speak some English, you want to order some great wine, Vicente has wine English perfect, and it's just a great neighborhood bar. Locals come from the neighborhood. Incredible place to end. And I want to show you one thing, Vicente. This is Vicente over here.
But 30 years ago.
Yeah, look, Vicente comes from wine country, from Albacete, and this is him in front of the vineyards 30 years ago with his father. And so very cute. So the times have changed. Gracias, Vicente.
Thank you for you.
Muchas gracias, chico. Salud, mi amor.
Salud.
Muchas gracias por todo el trabajo, como siempre.
Ay, Dios mío.
Sí. Ooh, that is good. Guys, if you're going to finish up a tapas crawl, why not finish with more wine, some incredible cheese? There's nothing better. And I just love this place. It's local. It's full of locals. And Vicente here is just an expert on wine. He's got such warmth. He welcomes you into his bar. And this is the kind of place you want to come to when you're traveling. You want to come into a place where just this kind of local warmth. I love it. So here we've got 2 sheep's milk cheeses here and 2 goat's milk cheeses here. If you're a cheese fiend, this is a great bar to come to. Ooh, intense. Wow. It's buttery, it's intense, it's a wonderful sheep's milk cheese, slightly cured, delicious. All right, let's try this one. I think he said this one has truffle on it. Oh yeah. Again, softer than this one. It's a little firmer, a little more cured. This is a little creamier, and has that wonderful truffle taste. Really good. Okay, let's hit the goat's milk cheese. This one crumblier. It's almost got a parmesan-like quality to it. Oh wow! Oh my God! Ooh, that is intense. Tangy. It's almost citric. It's tangy. Beautiful goat's cheese. Look at this one. This is a younger goat's cheese. It's a white color on it. Ooh. Great. This is amazing. Is this the best tortilla? Or this one? What about this? Is this the best tortilla? And what about this one? Is this the best tortilla de patatas in Madrid? Today, Spain lovers, we're going to go to the 5 best spots for tortilla de patatas in the city and discover which is the best. So venga, let's go. Hey guys, I'm James Blick and welcome to Spain Revealed. This channel's all about helping you explore Spain like a local. Now, I have a confession to make. Let's take a seat. When I first moved to Spain, I did not love tortilla de patatas, this famous dish here in this country, and I've been flamed for saying as such. But see, the problem is this is true comfort food. It's food that reminds you of your grandmother, it's food that reminds you of home, it's the food of memories and everything like that. Well, my grandmother, my memories, my home was in New Zealand. But here's the thing, I have since fallen deeply in love with this dish. It's warm, it's creamy, it's satisfying. You can eat it any time of day. Look, almost every bar in this country does a tortilla de patatas, but some are so bad and some are so good. So today we're gonna try 5 of the best tortillas de patata in Madrid. I'll be tasting each of them. Yoly, who's behind the camera, she'll be tasting each of them as well. As you know, she's a super taster, so I really respect her opinion. And we're gonna go, and each place is a little bit different in the way that they do it. And here's the other thing, you gotta stay till the end, because the last place we're gonna go to was recently crowned the best tortilla de patatas in Spain. So let's see if it's true. Hang till the end, let's hit the first place now. Okay guys, welcome to Madrid. This place is so close to my heart. We're right opposite the Mercado San Miguel. This is a family-run joint. Carlos in the kitchen behind me, Maria Angeles, his wife and their son Carlos running the bar, have been running it for decades. It was Maria Angeles' father's before that. There's a photo of him on the wall, so really family-run. And Carlos is famous for tortilla. There's 4 things that you need to know about tortilla before you dive into this video to truly understand what this thing is.
First of all, a tortilla is not like you think of, a tortilla in Texas or Mexico or something like that, flatbread. This is like an omelette with potato in it, with egg. You're gonna see a lot of them in this video. They look like this a little bit. So that's a Spanish tortilla or a Spanish omelette, tortilla de patatas. Number 2, when you order a tortilla, if you ask for una tortilla, they might bring you an entire tortilla. So you wanna ask for a pincho de tortilla. If you ask for a pincho, you will get a slice. This is a pincho de tortilla. 3, when you're eating tortilla, drink it with a caña. So perfect. 4, and this one really shocked me when I moved here, is that tortilla will be served with bread. And you're thinking potato and bread? That's insane. Look, for the first 3 years of your time in Spain, it won't make any sense. And suddenly one day it will click and you'll be like, they didn't give me bread with my tortilla. Can I get some bread, please? And then you scoop up all the beautiful mushy egg and potatoiness with the bread. So those are 4 rules. But before we get into the tortilla here in Tenerife, you also need to know a little bit about how it's made. Carlos has just invited us into the kitchen so we can see how he makes it in the moment. Let's go. ¿Cuál es el secreto de una buena tortilla, Carlos?
Buenos huevos y buenas patatas.
Secret of a good tortilla, good eggs and good potato. The beauty of Spanish cuisine, so simple, so you gotta have great ingredients.
Y un buen cocinero, ¿no?
Ya lo de menos, porque yo no creo que lo sea, ¿verdad?
A good cook or a good chef, Yoly suggests, but Carlos is like, well, not so much. So now you know how to do it at home. Now you know how to make a tortilla. Easy, Carlos style.
Maybe don't try the flipping just yet.
Yeah, I can't flip. Can you flip?
Do a kick flip.
And now we have to plate it up. We, I say. Hey! Okay. Quédate, hijo.
Quédate, hijo.
All right, let's get into this tortilla. Firm on the outside, runny on the inside with those pieces of potato. You don't want a tortilla that's too firm and too dry. That's no fun. It is one of my favorites. Wow, good. Yoly, you need to try this. I know you know it well, but I know you love it. So your turn.
The moment of truth. So this is breakfast. Thank you very much, Carlos, for this delicious breakfast. Not one of my favorites, really. Like, it's so good. I think it's just like perfectly cooked, perfect flavor. The salt is like right spot on. I just love it. I just love this tortilla. Oh my God.
This is Fran from Seville, and he said he found this place Tenerife because of us. So it's always nice to teach Spaniards about good places as well. That happened. Bueno, gracias, Fran. Okay, en route to stop 2, Tortilla 2, Caña 2. We're walking along Cava, Baja. Now, if you remember from a recent video, we did a tapas crawl along this street, but this is our route from Tenerife to the next place, which is Juana la Loca, it's called. This is a more modern tapas bar. They do pinchos in the Basque style, and they're famous for their tortilla. Let's see how it is. Okay, so Juana la Loca, there's a whole selection of pinchos across the bar, including their famous pincho de tortilla, which you're going to notice looks really different from the one in Tenerife. So, given with a very large knife, which is curious. It's like, I'm not ordering a steak here. But anyway, and the trusty caña, of course. Ooh, very different from Tenerife. So this one, you can see that color on the potatoes. They've been fried, they're golden, the potatoes. And this one is famous also for a little sweetness because of the caramelization of the onions. This one had onions in it, but this one has them caramelized. The thing is, I didn't get a lot of sweetness on that first hit. I remember last time I was here, I found it a little too sweet actually, but now I'm tasting more of the golden potato, and I really, really like that. There's almost like a spiciness to it. You can see the caramelized onion there. Again, I'm not getting too much sweetness, which I'm really enjoying. And the goldenness of the potatoes.
Oh, lovely.
Yoly, you need to try this.
It's almost like the potatoes were in a stew or something like that. Like really, the onion flavor is like really ingrained in the potato. You know what I mean? It's like, they're like stewed potatoes, you know, almost. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like the onion has taken on It's not too sweet at all, actually. So it has taken on other flavors that are brilliant, really good, very yummy.
But just a little note, did you notice how Yoly is a super taster and I'm not? I'm like, oh, I think there's something more than egg and onion in here and potato. And meanwhile, Yoly is like, you know, there's like some sort of stewing of the potatoes and things like that. One of the things I love about you, Yoly, is that you just have such a wonderful palate, and it's so much better than my palate. But the table should be turned, really. You know, this should be your channel.
Thank you.
I feel like that'll get a few comments. I'm going in again. Salud, Yoly.
Salud.
You ready for beer and tortilla number 3?
Oh, yes.
And breakfast
And
number
breakfast number 3.
Exactly. All right. Salud. On to the next stop. So this next place opened in 1892, and it was originally a wine shop. They actually had their own vineyards in the outskirts of Madrid, and there were a few of them around Madrid. It didn't make tortilla back then, but in 1970, a butcher and his wife Conchita bought the place, took it over, and Conchita's tortilla became famous, and it's still famous today. Let's go and try it. Okay, Bodega La Ardosa is always heaving, it's always packed, and I had to wait about 10 minutes for the tortilla because they make them fresh. That's the beauty of it. Okay, so looking at the tortilla, it's creamy, it's got a good ratio, in my opinion, of egg to potato. Certainly not dry, I hate a dry tortilla. A little omelette on the outside. Let's dig in, see what it tastes like. It's good. Potatoes are perfectly cooked. A little bit of caramelization around the edges of the potatoes. It gives a touch of sweetness. There is onion in here. Well, there's a big debate whether potato omelets or tortilla patatas should have onion or not. You're going to find out more at our next place about that whole debate. I'm pretty happy. I wouldn't mind a touch more salt, but it's a good tortilla. Yoly, let's see what you think.
That'll be good. It's very lovely. It's very, very nice. I love the egg. It's very runny. I love, my egg runny in a tortilla. I agree that a tiny touch more salt would be great, but it's delicious. It's very, very good. The potatoes are cooked to perfection. Delicious.
All right, let's go. Next place is about a 10-minute walk away, Taverna La Pedraza, and it has a pretty special story, this tortilla. So let's head there now.
Right.
Okay guys, we're now in Barrio Salamanca, and this place, Taverna Pedraza, is famous, run by a couple. We're gonna go in and we're gonna try their very special tortilla that is made in a very special and quite unique way to the north of Spain. Let's go. Salud, Yoly. Tortilla number 4. Okay, now we're at La Pedraza number 4. There's something really important in the world of tortillas that we need to talk about, and that is the war between con cebollistas and sin cebollistas. Those who profoundly believe that a tortilla should have onion.
Like me.
Like you, Yoly, and kind of like me, and like the people that have made the tortillas in the 3 places before here, they've all had onion. And the other side is people who say a tortilla is not a tortilla if it has onion. It should just be 4 ingredients: egg, potato, olive oil, and salt. And this place, La Pedraza, is sin cebolla because the style of tortilla is a Galician style from the northwest of Spain, from a village called Betanzos, and it's a lot of egg, less potato, and no onion. I'm not necessarily convinced, but we're gonna see how it is. Let's go. And there's something over there I wanna show you that's kind of curious about this place. This up here is the tortilla counter. So this counts how many tortillas they have made since the 10th of April 2014, which maybe that's when they opened, I assume so, or when the counter got put in. So every time you order a tortilla, the counter ticks over. So 45,590 tortillas. We have just ordered the 45,590th. I have no idea if that's how you say it in English, and don't ask me in Spanish. And so we've ordered, and now here's something really important. You know how I told you at the first bar that when you go to a place to order tortilla, and you're just kind of eating for 1 or 2, you want to order a pincho de tortilla, a piece or a slice of tortilla. Here, because of the way it's made, you're going to see this when I show it to you, you cannot order a pincho. You have to order the whole tortilla. So we got the whole guy here. Yoly just cut out a little pincho from it, and you can see that when you cut in, you can see why they don't serve it in individual pinchos, because when you cut into it, it just all gets runny and all the gooey egg runs out. So when you look inside this, you can see that it's smaller, it's not very high, and there's a lot of egg, and it's really yellow, the egg. So you can see that there's little slices of potato in there. It's a little different. Mm-hmm. And these have been fried previously. Yeah.
Very eggy. There's a flavor of the fried potato. I still prefer my tortilla with a little bit of salt, but actually I see the beauty in this. And I see why it doesn't have a lot of salt, because it is really about the flavor of the potato and the egg. Yoly, I want to know what you think, because I know you're a salt fiend like me.
Exciting
No
moment.
pressure.
No pressure at all.
No.
This is beautiful, actually. I'm thinking, yeah, it's the best way to like really taste really good potatoes. Now, it's very important to get good potatoes. You know, like this is all about the flavor of the potato. So the egg, I guess, is like free range and beautiful. It's got a lot of flavor as well. Oh, it's beautiful. It's delicious. Yeah.
So look at how small these slices of potato are in this tortilla. I've never seen them so small. It's actually run by a married couple, this place, Santiago and Carmen. Santiago used to be head of Madrid tourism. Carmen, his wife, she makes all the tortillas, and I love it. And she cuts every potato down to those tiny pieces. My God, she must have the patience of a saint. Or love potatoes. Probably both. She has cut potatoes that small for 45,000 tortillas. So how many slices of potato are in each tortilla? What if there was 45,000 slices of potato? 45,000 times 45,000. The calculator doesn't even do it. It's got an E in there. 2,025E9. That's how many slices of potato that Carmen has cut in her life. Wow, great tortilla. Thank you, Carmen and Santiago. So one of the very cool things here is that they give you a ticket when you pay your bill of what number tortilla you had. And so we got 45590, and I can see over there on the counter right now that since we ordered, 6 more have come out. So I wonder if you get a t-shirt if you eat the millionth tortilla. We're still about 950,000 away, so 12 years. It's a lot of small pieces of potato. All right, let's go to the next stop. Yoly, how you feeling? Can you squeeze in one more?
I guess so.
One more pincho or a whole one?
One pincho.
One pincho. All right, let's go. It's only a 10-minute walk. Okay, stop number 5. Our final stop and the place you've all been waiting for, Casa Dani. This place won the best tortilla in Spain this year, and I guess in the world. Like, where else do they make tortilla? And it's in the Mercado de la Paz in the Salamanca neighborhood, so we're gonna head in there. It's famous, opened in 1991. Let's check out this world-famous tortilla. So Yoly, I'm starting to get worried that we're eating too many eggs. I mean, we've had 4 tortillas so far. There's like 7 eggs in a tortilla. There's 5 potatoes per tortilla. We haven't eaten the whole tortillas, but we ate the whole tortilla at the last place. Can you die by eating too many eggs? No, we're okay, because there's that movie where Paul Newman eats 50 eggs. What's that movie called? Let us know in the comments. That has put my mind at ease. If he survived, we can survive this egg and potato binge. All right, more tortilla. I'm hungry. So Casa Dani, open since 1991, family-run place, and just super famous for its tortilla. Everyone love it. All right, let's dig in. Okay, I am ready to eat Spain's best tortilla according to the judges. I mean, just looking at it, it looks incredible. It's hearty, it's meaty, it's runny, it's potatoey, it's eggy. It's the most impressive tortilla so far, I would say. Let's see. So the egginess is perfect. There's the right balance between egg and potato. You get little hits of caramelized onion in there, so it's not throughout. You just get little moments of it, which I really love, because when it gets too sweet with caramelized onion throughout, it just overpowers it and it loses the kind of complexity, but those little hits are delicious, like little spots of sweetness. All right, Yoly, your turn.
No wonder I won the award.
Right.
It's very, very yummy. I mean, you've said it all, and I agree with everything. I will only add,
Super taster.
One of those crazy finds of mine. This is crazy. I feel there is a little bit of like a blood sausage taste in there. I don't know, but there is some blood sausage in there.
Okay, we've got blood sausage, super taster.
And that's it. Everything else, I mean, you guys have to come and try this because it's pretty amazing. So good.
Where are the best patatas bravas in Madrid? Today, fearless Spain lovers, we're going to 5 bars that serve the best, and we're going to see which is our favorite out of the 5 top ones. I'm hungry. Are you hungry, Yoly?
I am, yes.
Very hungry. So venga, let's go.
Hey Spain lovers, I'm James Blick.
And I'm Yolanda Martin.
And welcome to Spain Revealed. As you know, this channel is all about exploring Spain like a local. And there's nothing more local than Bravas, right?
Every local has their favorite Bravas.
Totally, and if you're not local and you're wondering what the hell is Yoly talking about, what am I talking about, what are Bravas? This is Patatas Bravas, a very typical tapa here in Madrid. It was invented here in Madrid in the 40s or 50s, and effectively it's double fried potatoes, so they're crispy on the outside, fluffy on the inside, and they're covered in this paprika spicy sauce, which is really, really delicious. And so many places in the city say they make the best ones, but we're gonna go to 5 great places and really see which is the best. First stop is a place that's super famous for it. It's just around the corner. We're gonna head there now. Okay, first stop, Las Bravas. This place opened in 1933, and these guys are famous for it. I think it's patented, this Bravas sauce.
Yeah, it's registered.
Super classic. Let's go in.
After you.
After me. Hola, ¿qué tal? Salud. Okay, so the Bravas have arrived. They came, here they are, Yoly's got them. They came in about 2 minutes. So these guys turn out so many, it's a real fast food. I like how big they are. I like a big Brava.
Yeah.
Sometimes places do them smaller. And you were reading about the sauce. What's in the sauce, Yoly?
Yeah, so in the sauce we have olive oil, a little bit of flour, Spanish paprika, the sweet and the hot, also garlic and also ginger, which is apparently their secret.
First reaction.
Quite smoky, I like that. It has a touch of heat, you know. I wonder whether some Spaniards would consider this a little bit too hot because we Spaniards don't have high tolerance for hot food. So yeah, it's quite spicy. It's very enjoyable. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, there's some kick in the back of the throat. I would prefer a potato was a little crispier on the outside, but it is quite pillowy on the inside, so we're getting that. A good, solid, classic Brava. This place is, if you want to get a classic Brava, it's fast, it's good, it's yummy. I think this is a great option. And the price at the bar, $4.35, sitting at the table, $4.95. So standard Bravas price. So I'm happy. Salud to Las Bravas. Pretty good. So a little more insight to where Bravas came from. They're from Madrid. They were invented, as I say, about in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and they were a dish that was for poor people. And the spiciness, apparently one of the reasons they were spicy is because spicy food takes away your hunger. And apparently they were a huge hit in a variety of bars, a couple of which don't exist anymore. And so there were queues outside of people waiting to get in and have Bravas. And one of the other things is, in the 70s, Bravas spread to Barcelona. And so if you go to Barcelona now, there's Bravas everywhere.
Yeah.
And actually, Asquabarra, this next place, takes its Brava style from that East Coast kind of Valencia, Barcelona style, which includes alioli.
Alioli, yummy.
So immediately you can tell we're in a place that's very different from Las Bravas. This one, Asquabarra, is very, very modern, relatively speaking. These guys are originally from Valencia and they do great meat here. But what we have in particular, obviously, are Bravas. Oh yeah. What the alioli adds is a kind of creaminess, a garlickiness that is absolutely delicious. These aren't too spicy, which is interesting. The Madrid style, maybe Madrid style, correct me if I'm wrong here, anybody who's living in Barcelona, Valencia, I think you don't get necessarily as much heat in the Barcelona style. The Madrid ones are a little spicier, but it's so yummy and umami-y when you get that garlic. And you also get the paprika-y kind of olive oil. Such a wonderful combination. So, muchas gracias, Oli. I've got Yoly in front of me and Oli to my right. Very confusing. And a smokiness as well. It comes from the paprika. And these are really, really good. I think I might still love the bigger size Brava more, but hey, I am not complaining. Yoly, it's your turn. See what you think.
I expected more garlic in here.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I love garlic. I'm a huge fan of garlic, so. Very yummy. I like the salt in there.
Okay.
Lovely.
So one of the things I love about this kind of style Brava sauce is look at that, all the
beautiful oily, garlicky, paprika juiciness down there at the bottom. Perfect to kind of dip your bread into or whatever it may be. We're being very picky. It's because we're comparing the best of the best. And so that's why we're really looking at the slight little differences and things like that. But in the end, when you see this regional variation between these dishes, you realize that, you know, I love Barcelona style, I love Madrid style, and it is really hard to compare them, but these are yummy. Thumbs up for Asquabarra. Okay, so those ones in Asquabarra were the gourmet option. They were €9, so you do get a lot of them, but yeah, man, they were delicious. We couldn't stop eating them. By the end, we had the bowl empty.
We finished it, yeah.
We finished it, and you know, we even know what's coming, and Yoly was getting the bread in there, so it was out of control. All right, we are now leaving the old city. We're gonna hop on the metro, and we're going up to the Iglesia neighborhood to a place called Bodega La Ardosa, which is, I've never been there, but apparently it's famous for its bravas. Okay, salud Yoly, here we are.
Salud.
Stop number 3, Bodega La Ardosa. Now there's another one of these which is really well known in Malasaña, in Calle Colón. I haven't been to this one before. About 100 years ago, this was a chain of wine shops, of bodegas effectively, and there's only 2 that remain now, and this is one of them. Now different owners, and these are the guys that are really famous for their bravas. So it's a beautiful old place, as you can see here, just on the main street. And the brava sauce that we have here is the original recipe from 1919, they said, from the owner's great-great-grandfather.
Yes.
Okay, one of the things I love about this bar is you don't get cutlery, you just get the toothpicks, and that's a real classic Madrid thing. So the potatoes are not as crunchy as I like them. I think the previous 2 stops, the potatoes were better. But I really like this sauce. It's got some real spice to it in the back of your throat. It makes you want to drink that caña.
So yeah, very surprising the flavor of the sauce. I didn't expect it. Like it almost has like an Asian thing going on. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the heat. You know, I mean, it is quite hot, and I love that. It's almost like coconut milk or
coconut milk.
Yeah. Like I get something that I wasn't expecting at all. Yeah, funny.
So we're going to interrupt this transmission for a moment to let you know that Yoly is a super taster. She has a much better palate than me.
No.
She made a joke on Instagram the other day that maybe she needs to take over this channel because when I make videos without her, people are like, where's Yoly? So Yoly just said that she tastes coconut milk. Now, I don't know if there's coconut milk in here. I suspect there's not, but to even have that thought shows the level of your palate.
Thank you very much.
Woman of few words, but a super taster. Cheers to your palate.
Salud.
Salud to Yoly's palate. I feel like we need to talk about that last place, Bodega La Ardosa. I love those beautiful old places, gorgeous. It's like that's what those places were like 100 years ago. It's like a village bar.
Yeah.
But the bravas, not the best so far. As I say, they were lacking crispiness in the fry, and something happened. There wasn't enough salt or something on them because
I reckon they forgot the salt.
we think they might have forgotten the salt. Maybe they're much better usually. I feel like they must be because in little bits where I got salt, they were good. The flavor came out. So I don't know, not our favorite at all so far, but they're usually better, I think. So bad luck. Next stop, we're going modern now, Maruca. Okay, here we are in La Maruca. It's a classy joint and the menu is big and classy and white. And I'm looking for bravas. Here we go, $9.50, most expensive so far. So, patatas bravas, La Maruca. We're gonna do that. Y una de bravas, por favor. And this is the first time we've been given a little tablecloth, a little place setting for our bravas. So we're dealing with serious high cuisine here. I'm excited to see what they look like. Okay, we're not in Kansas anymore, Yoly. This is Barrio Salamanca Bravas, where the beer comes in wine glasses and all your dreams come true. Salud.
Salud.
Okay, the bravas have come, the Salamanca Bravas. €9.50. There's probably half a potato here, so not a lot of potato bang for your buck, but we're expecting luxury. It has that crispy, crunchy
onion stuff on the top, and it looks like there's alioli and Brava sauce, a mixture of Brava sauces, so a little like the second place, asquabarra. Ooh. Interesting. Tastes a bit like a hot dog. There's like almost like a sweetness in there that you don't normally get with the Bravas, an almost ketchup-y sweetness. I mean, these are very different, and to be honest, they're yummy. You want to keep eating them. They're like Moorish, but they're too sweet for me. There's a little bit of heat in the back of my throat, but they're a little too sweet. It's that ketchup-y flavor that's in there, so I'm on the fence on these. Let's see what you think, Yoly.
Okay, so my turn now. That's it. Totally. What you were saying, there's that sweetness that I didn't expect so much. Probably coming from the onion, you know, the kind of caramelized sort of fried onion in there. It's yummy, but it's not what I expect from a Brava sauce, I guess. The potatoes are nice. They're not crunchy on the outside, but I don't mind that. I'm not a big fan of this fried onion thing that you can just kind of buy and like throw, you know, on top of the stuff. I don't really enjoy it that much. It's like a burrito, like a hot dog. They're not very hot either, like the temperature of the potatoes.
So I feel a little bad. Here we are hating on these Bravas. I hope nobody speaks English around us who runs this place. They're not quite what I expect when I order Bravas. I expect something a little more challenging around heat, around spice.
Yes, exactly.
And so the crunchy onion stuff, which you see everywhere, comes out of a plastic bag, I think. I don't think they make that. The sort of sweetness of the sauce, it reminds me of having a hot dog, but not what I expect when I expect Bravas. But if you don't call them Bravas, well, a yummy potato dish, hot doggy potatoes. Okay, state of play. Where are we at? We've done 2 traditionals and 2 moderns. I mean, the modern winner so far is totally Asquabarra, by far, over La Maruca. And the traditional winner is obviously Las Bravas, the first one, over Bodega Lardosa. But now we're going to the place that many people say is the best in Madrid, Docamar, in Quintana. We're going way out into the suburbs here, into the barrios, Quintana. So the question is, will Docamar totally arrasar, destroy the places that have come before with like Asquabarra and Las Bravas, or will one of those two hold firm and be the champion? I can feel the tension in the air. People walking past us are worried. People are talking to us. They don't know what's going on. They're fighting for their favorite Bravas. Okay, back on the metro, out to Quintana this time, and there was something you wanted to say, Yoly.
Yeah, just these Bravas are making me thirsty.
These Bravas are making me thirsty. If you get the reference, put it in the comments below what you think that's a reference to, and the winner will win a lifetime supply of our admiration. These Bravas are making me thirsty. Thirsty, thirsty, thirsty. So Yoly, I was reading about this place online, Docamar. It opened in 1963, still in the same family, and they do 3,000 kilos of potatoes for Patatas Bravas a week.
Now that's a lot of potatoes.
That's a lot of potatoes. And they have their own sauce, like Las Bravas, like the first place, they have their own sauce. I don't know if it's patented, but they do bottle it and sell it for you to take it home. So it's the full deal here. Okay, so as is the ritual, una cañita.
Una cañita.
Salud, mi amor. All right, Brava time. Let's see if they stand up. Okay, the famous Docamar. I can get a whiff already. It reminds me of Las Bravas, of the first place we were at. So this is a real classic Madrid Brava sauce. This is like the classic, so. I mean, what can I say? They're really delicious. They're like Las Bravas. I think I prefer these slightly more to Las Bravas because there's a little more heat in the back of the throat. Yoly, I'd like to know what you think.
Right. Let's see.
I'm anxious.
Very yummy. I agree with you. I like the smokiness. Very, very similar to the first ones we had, the Las Bravas sauce. But this has, I think, a little bit more heat. Yeah, they're a bit hotter. I love them. Okay, so here, as I mentioned, these guys bottle their own sauce. So here we have the salsa secreta, secret sauce, Las Mejores Bravas de Madrid, and they have no D on Madrid, so it imitates the accent, Madrid. And you know what? It's time for us to decide, Yoly. Let's put our heads together and tell these people who the winner is for the best Bravas in Madrid. All right, the Champagne Caña moment. Who won the Brava challenge? Well, life is complicated. First, we're going to say that. So there were a lot of great contenders. Runner-up, who is runner-up?
Asquabarra.
Asquabarra.
Yeah.
So that was like that Mediterranean Brava. Our second stop is runner-up. And who are we going to call the winner?
This guy is Docamar.
Docamar has won. Las Bravas, the first place was good, but these guys just pipped it on the heat and on the cocción, on the cooking of the potato. Thoughts? Agree? Disagree?
I totally agree with the decision. I've actually pushed it.
Yoly has been pushing this decision. Maybe this is 8 cañas later after that last one has been really deciding. Okay, so a combination of the hot summer weather and also coronavirus. You might be thinking when you come to Madrid or anywhere in Spain, you want to hang out in terraces. You don't want to be inside maybe, just not quite yet. So what we wanted to do is give you an overview of some of the non-touristy, fantastic terraces that there are in Madrid. Some of the hidden ones. Because here's the thing: there's a lot of terraces that are touristy, expensive, the food is crappy. We're gonna cut past all that. We're gonna go to the good ones. Over the next 48 hours, we're gonna check out some of our favorite terraces in Madrid. All right, let's do it. Okay, and Yoly, I always forget to say it.
Venga, let's go.
That's it, let's go. So terrace number 1, we're in Quintana, which is pretty much our neighborhood. And we're at a place called Docamar, which is famous in this neighborhood. It's a famous place that serves classic Madrid dishes like their...
Featured in a video.
Yeah, it is featured in our Bravas video. It actually won the best Bravas in Madrid in the Bravas video. Or did it? I can't remember. Maybe you thought they were the best, Yoly. I wasn't sure. They are very, very good. But what I love about this terrace at Docamar, this is a true terrace in a neighborhood kind of plaza. And so while you're sitting here eating, you have the life of the plaza, of the square behind you. Now it's a little kind of quiet now because it's really hot, but in the evening this will come alive with kids playing. Right now there are kind of old boys playing cards and dominoes, and it's just great to sit here and you have this wonderful sense of eating and drinking and watching the life of the neighborhood take place around you. So, and the Bravas are really good as well. So that's like the 2 things I need in life. They're really good, guys. If anyone from Docamar is watching this video though, great Bravas. I love the sauce. But you got to get some Madrid wine on the menu. They've only got Rioja and Ribera. And for such a place that is such a Madrid institution, get some Madrid wine. I hope you're watching. Okay, but Yoly, how are you doing? 8 months and something? Give us an update.
8 months and, 37 weeks. 37 weeks. I'm feeling hot right now. I'm feeling big. I'm feeling ready to have a baby. And,
and you're looking beautiful.
Thank you. And so it might be the last video that we filmed before I give birth. And then
you might have given birth by the time people see this video.
Yes, that's highly likely actually, because it does take a couple of weeks or 3 weeks, and I am very ready, as I say. But enjoying the terrazas, I've always been a big fan of terrazas actually. There was always that tension between James and I until coronavirus hit. I always wanted terraza, but James was always like, but the food is bad.
Yeah.
But now there's no other choices, so...
You win.
Yeah, I always win.
So one of the things with making videos now, Yoly's super pregnant, we're about to have a child, is trying to simplify things as much as possible. So we've got a simpler rig as well, and we're trying it on this video. Also, normally we would move between bars on Metro and things like this, but we're taking an Uber for this trip, then a Metro for the next one as we transition, because we're going to have to find ways to simplify things, right?
Pure luxury right now.
Right now, but not for long. There'll be Metro when we can do Metro.
I'm not going to fight it too much.
Okay, so our next stop is not a terrace per se, it's a line of terraces. Calle Argumosa in Lavapies. This is where Yoly and I used to live in this neighborhood. It's a very cool neighborhood in the center of Madrid, and this Calle Argumosa Street is just literally lined with terraces, and it's the perfect place to go to grab a beer. It can get really busy, and there's not, there's a lot of places. I don't have sort of like, oh my God, you've got to go there, you've got to go there. There's a lot of average places when it comes to food, but a lot of people just come for the drinks. But we do have some favorites, right, Yoly?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, Yoly, what would you recommend here?
My longtime favorite here is Bar Automático. I really enjoy their croquetas, their salmorejo, which is like a thick gazpacho, and the migas, very lovely. And lovely terraza as well, I like it.
Awesome. Well, and I would say La Canibal, which is a great place for wine. They do wine on tap, but if you're just coming for beers like general, just grab a table, right? And it can be hard to get tables. We should tell them about that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about getting tables and terraces, because it's complicated.
So let me tell you why I linger in this random tree. How to get a table in a terraza.
So you might get there and it's pretty empty. So actually you might just go ahead and sit down at the table. That's fine. What happened to us before in Docamar, which is you get there and you need to talk to them and say, hey, I would like a table. And they will give you a table. There might be a wait of like 20 minutes or something like that. Or you just go straight ahead. They give you a table because it's free. There's also the informal system, which is you arrive there and you're going to see there are people lingering and just kind of waiting. And you just are aware of that, so you just kind of join the queue and wait for a table to be free for you. And then also to avoid all of that, you can also choose to get there early. So say like 1 p.m. or 8 p.m. in the evening when there will be no one, and then you can just go ahead and get your table.
And actually here in Argumosa, we're here about 1 p.m.
Yeah.
And there's not many people. It's
you
not
can
busy
see.
yet.
Yeah. It's also July, so people are starting to go to the beach. With COVID though, be aware that there is more demand for terrazas than ever, really. So just be aware and do a strategy.
Get there early.
Get there early.
Take a load off.
Oh, yes. ¿Tú qué querías? ¿Una sangría?
Una sangría, sí. Tobogán, por favor.
Y yo una tostada 00. Y un vaso de agua grandecito. Gracias.
Qué bien.
Gracias, qué bonita. Qué ganas de una buena sangría. Gracias. They always forget the water.
Always. That is a rule of all Spanish bars.
Keep insisting 3 times.
Yeah.
So this place, Bar Tobogan, is actually just around the corner from where we used to live in Delicias, just a few metro stops out of the center. And when we moved to this neighborhood, originally this wasn't here, but then it opened. It's kind of one of the best terraces in Madrid, in my opinion. It's beautiful, it's open, it's a great place to be in the sun. You're away from the busyness of the center. We decided to come back because if you want to get out of the center and check out a place and, get some drinks and, have some food, generally we just come for drinks, have cocktails everywhere. This is a great little spot.
You may be wondering, is it more expensive in a terraza? And yes, it usually is. There's 2 ways to find out. There will be on the menu a second column for terraza prices, more expensive, or it will just say 10% or 15% more expensive at the bottom of the menu, written down.
Which is actually what it says over here.
Yeah,
over here it
actually,
says 10%.
10%, there you go, on the sign.
So when you're about to have a baby, you start to notice these things, but actually of all the terraces we're going to, Tobogan is probably the best for kids and families because it's got a playground right here. It's a little bit like Quintana, that it's a square that gets busy in the evenings, but with a playground as well.
That question, you know what that is? What's that called?
Tobogan.
Like the bar.
Ah, wow. Do you think they named it after that slide?
Probably.
With that big stain down it? All right, next bar. Swollen pregnant feet?
Yeah, big time.
Okay, so it's obviously the next day. I'm wearing different clothes. Yoly is wearing different clothes.
Ta-da!
And so this is one of my favorite little corners of Madrid. It's a really magical spot in the Calle de la Moreria, which means the street of the Moorish barrio, or barrio, I sound like a Kiwi, barrio. And so this, when Madrid was founded way back in the 11th century by the Moors, this was where they founded it, was the Moreria. But there's this fantastic little terrace here with this bar, El Ventorrillo, that, I mean, the bar is nothing to write home about. If it didn't have a terrace, I wouldn't go there. The food was average at best. And the fact is you can sit here at sunset and look out over the Casa de Campo, the old royal hunting grounds. You've got the palace in behind you. It's just a really beautiful spot that not a lot of people know about. Definitely check this one out. And don't expect too much from the food, okay?
Actually, we came here for a friend's 40th birthday and my own baby shower. And actually the tortilla wasn't that bad, and it actually was used as the cake as well for the birthday.
El ventorrillo. Yeah,
El ventorrillo, El ventorrillo cake.
But actually, when we were here celebrating the 40th birthday party with the tortilla the other day, I had to go and get some baby stuff from a friend's car who already has babies. And walking down there, I discovered an even more secret terrace than this one. So we're going to show you that first before we head out to the royal hunting grounds, the old royal hunting grounds in the Casa de Campo, where there is an artificial lake that is very cool. All right, let's go. This is the secret terrace down there. The secret terrace. The even more secret terrace.
The secret I don't even know.
Okay, the next place is called Terraza Collins. If you take Ventorrillo, this is like super secret instructions, cross the street from the last place we're at, go down the stairs, you'll find this little secret kind of terrace behind us here that is under the aqueduct that's almost 100 years old here in Madrid. And I totally didn't know, I didn't even know what street we're on now, but I will put all the addresses and places, the Google Maps links down below of where we're going on this little secret terrace tour. But anyway, Terraza Collins, looks pretty cool. Okay, so just on the west side of Madrid, behind the Royal Palace, there's this enormous park called the Casa de Campo. In the park is this man-made or artificial lake, which is actually where there were some lakes here, some artificial lakes back in the 17th century when these were the royal hunting grounds. And around this lake, I mean, this is a place you can come for a picnic, you can come throw bread at the ducks, you can get into the boats and go rowing, but there are restaurants all around here. So it's a great place on a Saturday morning where Madrileños come after walking through the Casa de Campo or walking along the river, get a cup of coffee, pincho tortilla, or you can get a proper meal. And that's what we're doing today. Yoly's got the table. We're going to head over now because this used to be really rustic, but there's a restaurant that's open that is much better than a lot of the other places around here, just between you and me, and we're going to go and check it out. So one of the things I've long said about Madrid is that it's really hard to have a great view and to eat well. I mean, that's just the same anywhere in the world. My father told me never eat in a revolving restaurant because the minute the view gets good, the food gets crappy and vice versa. I don't know. I'm sure there's exceptions. But finally, I feel like in Madrid there is an exception. And, you know, I'm sure there's a few others, but Villa Verbena, it's called here in Lago. As I say, a lot of these places in Lago aren't kind of that great, but this place run by the people who run Triciclo, which is a really well-known restaurant in the Barrio de las Letras, the Huertas neighborhood. Huertas, sound like a Kiwi. These guys have just opened this up. I was here the other day with a friend having a little bit like of a my baby shower kind of lunch, and it was really, really good. So, okay, we're gonna order some food before the light goes and have a romantic evening with all of you, privately, with you. So there's not many things often you can eat on a menu these days.
It's hard these days, but this I think I can totally eat.
Cauliflower, right?
Fully,
Lebanese
cauliflower. Lebanese, so
cauliflower,
with a bit
not very
of
much. The other dishes are more madrileña plato, madrileño.
But I find the cauliflower is a pretty Spanish
Do you find Lebanese
food.
cauliflower quite Spanish? Yeah?
Delicious.
Yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Remind you of your days in Lebanon?
Yeah,
Eating cauliflower?
Oh, those times. Those were the days in Beirut, you know. Beautiful, beautiful
Paris of
time
the
of my
East.
life. Yeah.
For
Paris, the Eastern Paris, as I used to call it.
Awkwardly. Ooh. Man, I love the way the Lebanese do cauliflower here in Madrid. That is really, really good. I love this place. Sea views. Cauliflower. What do you do after that? You're done. You go home. Okay, so we got two of the darkest dishes on dark plates that ever in a shoot without much natural light. So I hope you can see what we're eating. I got this octopus. Octopus is often done tough, right, in this world. I got this the other day with my friend and oh man, it is so good.
Yum.
Grilled, tender, on some potatoes and a whole bunch of fancy stuff. Oh, the octopus is great. So this is a pincho moruno, which pincho moruno means a skewer, kind of a Moorish skewer. And originally this is going way back and who knows if it's kind of how it was, but the idea is the original dish was a Moorish dish, which was a lamb skewer. It became pork. Obviously Spain became a majority Catholic country. The spices remained similar, cumin, other yummy bit, garlic, paprika, but the meat changed to pork. Right. Oh my god. Yeah. On a bed of eggplant. Okay, I've got the mask back on because also the guys who run the salon here, that's not even a word. The guys who run the dining room are Steve and a bunch of people from The Hat, which is a very cool hostel here in Madrid. So I just want to call them out because when I was getting a little bit drunk here with my friend the other day, Steve was our waiter. He knows New Zealand. You've lived in New Zealand, right?
For a year, yes.
There we go. A year. And so he's a Kiwi.
Fellow
practically.
Kiwi, fellow Kiwi.
So anyway,
Sweet as bro.
big thanks to Double Elbows.
Thank you.
To Steve.
Cheers, mate.